All right. Are we live? All right. Are we live?
What is the problem? What is the problem? You see here, we have a failure to communicate. No, I don't really believe that. I was just trying to get my hardware working. Alright, everything's working now. Alright, so now that everything is working, Senate should be live in a minute or two. Right now, as I said, we're going through debates right now. They've got to pass it in the Senate right now, so it is on the. This is H 3094, which is the open carry with permit. So if you have a concealed carry permit, you can open carry. Now they've been debating on it the past 2 days. They've been adding amendments, tabling amendments, and what happens is when an amendment is tabled, that means they don't add it. They basically throw it out. So we've been going through all that. There's been a lot of filibustering by the Democrats. Big surprise. There's been a lot of rhino. There's been a few rhinos that would go on and on about stuff without anything to do with the actual topic at hand. Big surprise. So right now, this bill is up in the air. We're going to watch to see what happens today. I'm not too optimistic about it. I sincerely hope that we can get it passed today, because then it could go on to be ratified, and the governor and everybody's happy. But yeah, as far as 3094, I don't know. 3096, I'll tell you right now, does not have a hope or a prayer. 3096 was constitutional carry. They tried to add constitutional carry as an amendment yesterday. That didn't work out. So right now we are where we are. So let's see. I'm just trying to get everything set up so that we can get this show on the road. Looks like they're still getting set up, but they started streaming 26 minutes. They start the stream early, and then they get to it when they get to it. They're never on time, and you say, Night Strike, you're never on time. I am more on time than the South Carolina Senate. I can tell you that right now. But again, as I said, will this get passed? I sincerely hope open carry with permit gets passed, and then we can fight for constitutional carry. But first, we need to get people used to the idea of having guns openly carried before we can jump straight to constitutional carry. I heard good things from Texas yesterday, so kudos to Texas. But right now, I am concerned about South Carolina because I have to live in South Carolina. I can't leave right now, unfortunately. So that is not on my list of things I can do. So I am concerned about what happens in South Carolina at the moment. Not that I don't care about what happens in Texas. It's just I don't live in Texas. And they're starting. And he's wearing a purple robe again today, yes. So, there's that. Let's see. Can I adjust the quality? Any? Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Senate will please come to order. Members and guests will remain standing as we lead in devotion by our chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. St. John.
I want to mute my microphone now.
Wonderful Genesis story about Sarah and Abraham being told that they are to have a child in their old age. We read, "So Sarah laughed to herself," from Genesis chapter 18, verse 12. Join me as we pray. O God, the genuinely delightful story about two of your servants, about Sarah and Abraham, points out how very much you care for your people. So here on this National Day of Prayer, we praise you, Lord, not just for your many promises found in Scripture, but surely for the gifts you grant to us in our own lives. By your grace, lead each of us not only to relish the very real gift of laughter, as did Sarah, but also allow a measure of joy to embrace us at every moment of our lives, no matter what problems might confront us. And may the heart of each senator and every staff member in this place always be full of prayerful thanksgiving for your wondrous blessings and your gifts. In your loving name we pray, dear Lord. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Senator from Oconee, what purpose do you rise?
Move for a call of the Senate.
Senator from Oconee moves the call of the Senate. Clerk will ring the bell. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Absent. Mr. Alexander is present. Mr. Allen is present. Mr. Bennett is present. Mr. Campson. Absent. Mr. Cash. Absent. Mr. Clymer. Present. Mr. Corbin. Present. Mr. Cromer is present. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis is present. Mr. Fanning. Present. Mr. Gambrell. Absent. Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch. Present. Mr. Grooms. Mr. Grooms is present. Mrs. Gustafson is present. Mr. Harpootlian is present. Mr. Hembry. Present. Mr. Hutto. Absent. Mr. Jackson. Absent. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Absent. Mr. Michael Johnson. Present. Mr. Kimbrell. Absent. Mr. Kempson. Mr. Kempson present. Mr. Leatherman. Absent. Mr. Loftus. Absent. Mr. Malloy. Absent. Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey is present. Mrs. Matthews is present. Mr. McElveen is present. Mr. McLeod. Absent. Mr. Peeler.
Present.
Present. Mr. Rankin. Absent. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb is present. Mr. Scott. Scott is present. Mrs. Sin is present. Mr. Setzler, present. Mrs. Shealy is present. Mr. Stevens is present. Mr. Talley. Mr. Talley is present. Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Verdon is present. Mr. Williams, present. Mr. Young, present.
All senators answer the roll. Senator Cash is present. Senator Hutto is present. Senator Campson is present. Senator Leatherman is present. If all senators answer the roll, polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. "36 members are present. A quorum is present. Any petitions, memorials, presentments of grand jury, or such like paper? Clerk will read.
Message from the House. Mr. President, members of the Senate, House respectfully informs your honorable body that it concurs in the amendments proposed by the Senate to H 4027, a bill amending an act relating to the Renewable Water Resource, REWA, formerly known as the Western Carolina Regional Sewer Authority, so as to amend REWA's service area, and is in order the bill and roll for ratification.
Received this information.
Further message from the House, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House respectfully informs your honorable body that it insists upon the amendments proposed by the House. H 3194, this is a bill to authorize the sale of the assets of the South Carolina Public Service Authority. Asked for a committee of conference and has appointed Representatives Lucas, G.M. Smith, and Rutherford to the committee on part of the House.
Senate conferees will be Senator from Horry, Senator Rankin, Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey, Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto. Clerk will read.
Further messages from the House, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, House respectfully informs your honorable body it's confirmed the following local appointments: York County Master in Equity, Greenville County Master in Equity, and the Spartanburg County Master in Equity.
Received this information. Now, we have no further communications, therefore, we're on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. Clerk will read.
Introduction of House Bill 4320, bill relating to the designation of voting precincts in Greenville County.
Placed on the calendar.
House is returned to the Senate with amendments. S 427. This is a bill relating to renal dialysis facilities to provide that a renal drug manufacturer or its agent may deliver a legend drug or device to a patient of a renal dialysis facility in certain criteria.
Placed on the calendar.
Medical Affairs Committee has reported favorable statewide appointment, member State Board of Pharmacy, 2nd Congressional District, Ms. Mary Douglas Smith of Chapin.
Received this information.
Medical Affairs Committee reported favorable, member of Donate Life, South Carolina, Dr. Michael F. Cunin of Mount Pleasant.
Received this information.
Medical Affairs Committee reported favorable statewide appointment, member Donate Life, South Carolina at large, Mr. Thomas F. Douglas, Elgin.
Received this information.
Medical Affairs Committee has reported favorable reappointment of member of the Board of Occupational Therapy, Mrs. M. Rebecca T. Coleman of Columbia.
Received this information.
Medical Affairs Committee has reported favorable member of the Board of Occupational Therapy, Ms. Leslie M. Lyerly of Johnsonville.
Received this information.
Medical Affairs Committee reported favorable member of the Board of Occupational Therapy, Mr. Ricardo Holmes of Columbia.
Received this information.
Medical Affairs Committee reported favorable member of the Board of Podiatry Examiners, Dr. William Harris IV of Rock Hill.
Received this information.
Corrections and Penology Committee reported favorable member of the Juvenile Parole Board, reappointment at large member Ms. Suzanne S. Prosser of Murrells Inlet.
Received this information.
Corrections and Penology Committee reported favorable member of the Juvenile Parole Board at large Ms. Cindy Risher of Greenville.
Received this information. The desk is clear. Are there any requests for local bills? Any requests for local bills? Hearing none, we're on the call of the uncontested statewide calendar. Turn your calendars, page 10, third reading bills. House Bill 3056. Clerk will read.
This is a bill that bill repeals sections of the code relating to wildlife refuge boards and fish and game commissions.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'd like to carry over that bill.
Senator from Charleston moves to carry over House Bill 3056. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is carried over. That brings us to page 11, middle of the page, House Bill 3957. Clerk will read.
It's a bill relating to catch and size limits for taking, possessing, landing, selling, or purchasing of certain fish from the state waters, so as decrease the catch limit and increase the size limit for flounder.
Question is, third reading of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given third reading. Bottom of page 11 now, House Bill 4098. Clerk will read.
Joint resolution approving regulations of the Clemson University State Crop Pest Commission relating to Asian longhorn beetle quarantine.
Question is, third reading of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given third reading. Page 12 now, bottom of the page, Senate Bill 508. Clerk will read.
It's a bill amending various sections of the code, all relating to do not resuscitate orders to allow a parent or legal guardian of a medically eligible child to request and revoke a do not resuscitate order for emergency services for the child.
Question is, third reading of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator from Lawrenceburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise?
In sections.
The ayes have it. Third reading's been, the bill receives third reading. Now we're on second reading bill. Senator from Lawrenceburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise? We are between sections now.
That's unanimous consent to give a local bill on 771 on page 1, third reading.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. That brings us back to second reading bills. Bottom of page 16, Senate 432 is now uncontested. Senate Bill 432, clerk will read.
The bill adds a section to the code to allow for contributions for defense costs for the same claim, suit, or action among more than one liability insurer.
Senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise?
The bill.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill, we've talked about it before. This bill has to do with insurance carriers when there are multiple carriers that are covering the same risk. There was a problem in the past where one carrier would let the other kind of bear the brunt of the expense of defending those cases, and this basically requires both of the insureds to participate in those costs at the direction of the judge that's handling that case. I'd move for adoption.
Question is, second reading of the bill. Before we get to a roll call, Senator from, let me get some attention first. Senate, please come to attention. Please come to attention. Take your conversations outside. We must insist on order. We must insist on order. Every time I visit the House, I'm so glad that we aren't the House, but you're becoming the House. And that's not a worthy goal. I insist on order. Senator from Darlington, Senator Malloy, what purpose do you rise?
The uncontested call today, I move to carry this bill over.
Senator from Darlington moves to carry over Senate Bill 432. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's carried over. Page 17, S614 is now contested. Brings us to page 20. Turn your calendar to page 20, middle of the page. House Bill 3244, amendments on the desk. Clerk will publish the committee amendment.
Labor, Commerce and Industry Committee proposes the following amendment to the bill. Page 2 strikes lines 1 through 4 and inserts sub-item B, for which an individual is compensated at or above the minimum wage, but not less than the customary wage. Amends the bill further. In section 415150, subsection A, inserts the following. Subsection A is hereby established the South Carolina Employment First Oversight Commission, consisting of 9 members appointed by the governor, 5 of whom must have a
Senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise?
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry, is this H 3244?
That's correct, on the committee amendment.
I'd like to explain the amendment.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a bill that came out of the study committee that was created by us last year with the Employment First initiative of basically working with state employers to ensure that we make accommodations and efforts to include people with disabilities into our public workforce. The amendment in front of you does a couple of things. One, it makes sure that it adds that compensated at or above the minimum wage, but not less than the customary wage. And then it also, the bill as it came to us had, if I'm not remember, 17 or 19 different members to this commission that would oversee this, and we thought that that was a little bit much, so we reduced that down and included, I think it's 9 members now, and includes some people in the private sector as well as the public sector. I move for adoption of the amendment.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's adopted. We have further amendments. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 1A by Senator Martin, amends the bill, section 1, page 4, after line 20 by adding section 41.5.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please give the Senator from Spartanburg your attention. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This amendment is one of the bills that we discussed by the senator from Colleton the other day on a Senate bill. But there was what was just created, I believe the senator from Dorchester just talked about. It created the South Carolina Employment First Commission. And that was a better place to locate the Disabled Self-Employment Development Trust Fund. So what we're doing is we're basically taking Senate Bill 264 and putting it onto this bill, but putting it with the South Carolina Employment First Commission that the Voc Rehab and the Department of Special Needs wants to be. So this is a better location for that bill that's already passed the Senate. So if there's no question, I'd move adoption.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. We have no further amendments. Therefore, the question is second reading of the bill as amended. Roll call is required. Clerk will ring the bell. We have any requests for leaves before we get on to the roll call? Senator from Fairfield, Senator Fanning, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Leave at the Senator from Richmond, Senator McLeod for the next hour.
Without objection. So order. Any other requests for leave? Reading clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett not voting? Mr. Bennett votes aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Mr. Clymer not voting. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mr. Fanning. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Mr. Hembry not voting? Mr. Hembry votes aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Kempson. Mr. Kempson votes aye. Mr. Leatherman. Aye. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. McElveen. Aye. Mr. McLeod. Mr. McLeod has leave. Mr. Peeler.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting, Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mrs. Sin. Aye. Mr. Setzler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens votes aye. Mr. Talley. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Clymer votes aye. Have all senators voted? Polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 44-0, the bill is given second reading. Bottom of page 21 now. Bottom of page 21, House Bill 3222. Clerk will read.
It's a bill relating in part to penalties for violating waste and tire regulations so as to change certain penalty requirements.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Gambrill, what purpose do you rise?
In the bill.
You recognize, sir.
Bill deals with trying to tweak some of the waste tire statutes that are in now. The biggest thing it does, it kind of changes the triggers. It says willfully in existing, and we added gross negligence and recklessness. There's also spells out some penalties that are already in law, and it also has establishes the waste tire rebate facility list, and it deals with commercial entities that take care of waste tires or transport waste tires.
Question is, second reading of the bill. Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I asked if the Senator would yield for a quick question.
Absolutely.
I was just looking on the website for a fiscal impact statement. Do you see that one is available? Do you know if one's available?
I don't know one. I don't know one.
Would you consider carrying it over?
Sure.
Senator Clymer.
I move that we carry this bill over.
Senator Clymer moved to carry over House Bill 3222. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is carried over. That brings us to page 22 now. Senator from Sumter, Senator McAveen, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, sir.
If any bill's been returned from the House in the last few minutes?
In the last 2 minutes?
Well, let's say last 10 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator,
Darrell Hall's bill.
page 22 now. Senate Bill 152. Amendments on the desk. Clerk will publish the committee amendment. Senator from Beaufort, Senator Davis, what purpose do you rise?
Explaining the committee amendment and the underlying bill.
I didn't publish it. Clerk.
Members, this particular bill would authorize a county council to submit to the people of the county on a referendum basis to impose a 1-cent sales tax for the purpose of preservation procurements of open space and green space and development rights. The reason I drafted this bill is and the senator from Charleston has commented on this in the past, is that the coastal counties in particular are facing what I consider to be an existential issue here in regard to overdevelopment. There is actually in Beaufort County, which is already densely developed, there's actually more development units that have been approved and more lots have been approved and not yet built on than there are properties built on. And if we don't do something proactively on a very significant scale, I'm afraid we're going to lose the thing that makes Beaufort County special. And so that was my underlying motivation for filing this bill. It authorizes, unlike in other sections where it talks about capital projects and things that are tangible in nature, it would authorize, in connection with these preservation efforts, the purchase of development rights. And the reason that's important is it's not fee simple land, I mean dirt that you can touch, but it is something that exists. It's a property right that exists, and the only way I think we can go about taking these proactive steps on the coast is to be able to purchase those development rights. As I said before, it's subject to a referendum. You'd have to make your case to the people. In the committee, Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler, indicated that he thought that if it was a good idea, and he did, he wanted it applicable to the entire state so that all counties would have the right to submit this particular green space or open space sales tax to the people. And so the committee amendment makes it applicable statewide. Every county council would have this authority, not limited to coastal counties, which was the original intent of the bill.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield for a few questions.
Sure, Senator yields.
Senator, did you know that in general I'm in favor of what we would refer to as home rule?
Yes.
Allowing local government to make decisions that perhaps should be made at the local level as opposed to being made at the state level.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Senator, did you know I have a little concern, though, about special referendums? Did you know that my life experience tells me that when a special referendum is set for a special day for that referendum to be decided, that it is those who are in favor of imposing the extra tax are far more likely to be aware of the fact there's going to be a referendum by way of special interest groups notifying their members, whereas the general public, which is getting up and going to work every day, is less likely to be aware unless some group organizes quickly to put together an effort to publicize why the tax may not be something people want. Did you?
And I concur with that, and the reason, and I share that concern you have, and so this bill would require this particular referendum to be held at the same time as a general election, because you're right. If it's something that you can just go ahead and just do a spot, election, you're right. Most people aren't going to take time out of their day to go vote unless they're highly motivated, and those highly motivated individuals are probably the ones in favor. And so, for that reason, it expressly states in here it has to be held at the same time as a general election. It can't be a special election. It can't be other than a general election.
Well, I appreciate that, Senator. Did you know I was sitting here trying to read the bill, and
sure.
it's more lengthy. I couldn't find that part in it, but that does satisfy my concern on that issue. I appreciate that being in there. I think general election referendums are the best way to get a broad consensus among the public on any kind of referendum issue like that, but particularly on a tax issue. So thank you for that.
I concur with that. I would move adoption of the committee amendment. And
question is adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. No further amendment. No, we have additional amendments. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Mr. President.
Clerk will publish.
Proposes the following amendment.
Senator from Beaufort.
Parliamentary inquiry. Is this Senator Goldfinch's amendment or my amendment?
Yes, please. Senator from Beaufort, Senator Davis's amendment.
Speak to the amendment.
You recognize, sir.
There was language in the original bill that called for what do you do with excess proceeds or proceeds that have been collected in the time period for completing the program has expired, and the default language said it would then go to be spent on capital projects as authorized by the statute. What it should say is that money goes toward completing the preservation efforts as opposed to going to capital projects. So that technical amendment is what this amendment would take up. I would move adoption.
Question is adoption of the Davis amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. We have no further amendments. Therefore, the question is second reading of Senate Bill 152 as amended. Roll call is required. Senator from Oconee, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call of 44-0 for this second reading.
Is an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The bill is given second reading. Bottom of page 22 now, Senate Bill 224. Senator from Darlington, Senator Malloy, what purpose do you rise?
The last roll call was 44-0.
That's correct. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the bill.
Senate Bill 224. Senator from Orangeburg is recognized to explain Senate Bill 224.
This is, members, this is identical to a bill that we took up and passed last year. It actually, interestingly enough, passed the House as well, went to a conference committee, conference report was signed, and the conference report never got read at the end of the session. So this has been fully vetted through the committee process twice now, but what it does is it deals with prostitution and the procuring of prostitution or soliciting prostitution, and changes the fine structure, as we discussed at length, and also says that 18-year-olds cannot be charged with prostitution. Same a bill we adopted last year. Move adoption.
Question is adoption of the bill, second reading of the bill. Roll call is required. Senator Mulconey, what purpose do you rise?
Roll call or not?
Senator Mulconey.
Unanimous consent to use the last.
I hear no objection. This is going to require a roll call.
Okay.
Roll call is required. Second reading, Senate Bill 224. Reading clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mr. Fanning. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Mr. Kimbrell not voting. Mr. Kempson. Aye. Mr. Leatherman. Aye. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Mr. Malloy not voting. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. McElveen. Not voting, Ms. McLeod. Has leave, Mr. Peeler.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting, Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mrs. Sin. Mrs. Sin not voting. Mrs. Sin votes aye. Mr. Setzler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. Aye. Mr. Talley. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Burden. Aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Kimbrell votes aye. Senator Adams votes no. Senator Adams votes no. All senators voted. Senator Malloy votes aye. Senator McElveen votes aye. Last call if all senators voted. Polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 43 to 1, the bill is given second reading. Turning your calendars, page 23 now, top of the page, Senate Bill 230. Amendments on the desk. Clerk will publish the amendment.
Judiciary Committee proposes the following amendment. As the bill strikes all out the enacting words.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise?
Explain the amendment and the bill.
You recognize, sir.
The amendment is an amendment from the Attorney General's office to basically, it's fairly technical. It just adds some definitions of sexual exploitation of a minor and promoting or participating prostitution of a minor. What the bill does is it recognizes the fact that unfortunately we've got a sex trafficking issue in South Carolina, and it doesn't involve what you might think, people from other places. It involves minors from South Carolina. And this is an attempt to basically deal with that issue. It basically says that minors cannot be charged with prostitution or sex trafficking, with testimonies almost always that they are either have been coerced or under the influence of drugs, gotten into some sort of situation where they're being trafficked, and this is an attempt to stop that and stop the minors from being charged with that. We want to go after the people that are actually trafficking them, not the actual youth that get caught up into this. This would also allow the minors, if they are charged with an incidental offense, when they are arrested for this, such as some possession of marijuana, possession of alcohol by a minor, that they could have that charge expunged.
Senator from Darlington, Senator Malloy, what purpose do you rise?
See if Senator Yield.
Yes.
Senator, how would they get rid of the minors' charges? Do they have to go through the process of being in court, or they won't be arrested, or what?
They will have to. Well, they won't be arrested for the actual prostitution, but there often are. There's something else going on. They got alcohol underage. They got marijuana. They would have to, as an affirmative defense, prove that it happened in connection with being trafficked.
So the burden then becomes on the minor?
Well, right now they don't have a way out of it. They got no defense.
But why would the burden be on the minor to prove that under the situations that we end up having, which makes no real sense?
We would hope that the state would probably null process these charges before they ever go forward. But if they didn't, this provides the minor with an option. Right now, they have no option.
I understand. So, but is it your view that this sort of flies in the face of having the burden on the government? Because if they are there, I mean, it seems like the government should still have to end up proving the case.
They would. For instance, they would prove that this is the beer can that this minor had when we went into the hotel room and arrested the sex trafficker.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
this is your amendment, right? So
the amendment is the Attorney General's amendment, but it's really just a cleanup amendment. The bill is mine.
Okay, let's adopt the amendment. Let me take a look at it. We still got a little
Move to
bit of
adopt
time.
the amendment.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted.
Move to carry it over.
Senator from Darlington.
Is that the last amendment, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Move to carry over.
Senator from Darlington moves to carry over Senate Bill 230. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is carried over. Bottom of page 23 now, Senate Bill 591. Clerk will read.
Bill relating to the minimum age a person may enter into marriage so as to provide that a marriage entered into by an individual younger than 18 years of age is void ab initio.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sin, what purpose do you rise?
Bill.
You recognize, ma'am.
This bill basically does away with child marriage. It does not eviscerate any marriages or even common law marriages that took place previously, but it will not allow kids under the age of 18 to get married, even with parental consent. The testimony we heard at Sub was that most of these marriages by far are older men marrying much younger women. They end up in violent relationships most often, not finishing school, et cetera. So basically, you'd have to be of age now to get married if this bill passes. Move adoption.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Yield for a question.
She will.
Senator, what's the legal age that a person can get married today without parental consent?
It would be 18.
18.
Yes, sir.
So you can, if you're 18 or over, you can get married right now without anybody's consent.
Correct.
And this bill says that if you're
under 18, even if your parents give consent, you're not going to be able to get a license anymore.
So you're taking away a parent's right to allow their child to marry.
Well, what I think the intent of Senator Hutto and Senator Shealy's bill would be to make sure that kids who are not even legally allowed to enter contracts enter into a marriage. So it doesn't have anything to do with the parents' rights. Yes, the parents might love their children, but a lot of them are giving their kids away, young women, to older men. And if they're not even allowed to enter into contracts.
That wouldn't be the case in every situation, would it?
No, not every situation, no, sir. But again,
so if the person that wants to be married, say they're 17, if they want to be married to a spouse and they want to be married and all the parents agree, we're not going to let them do that?
No, they would have to be 18. And perhaps the author of the bill may want to speak as to the amendment. I was the chair.
Senator from Newberry, Senator Cromer, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator will yield for a question.
She will.
And Senator, before I ask you a question, I'll make this statement. I'm certainly in favor of making sure the children are old enough, but let's say you got a 16 or 17-year-old young lady who became pregnant. And so now they want to go ahead and enter into wedlock, and the husband is 18 or 19 or whatever. And so you're saying now that this child is pregnant, but they can't get married because she's not 18 yet. So how does that affect, the child and all that? And I'm just asking questions because I'm running scenarios over in my head, and I don't believe in letting kids get married, real young or anything like that. But I'm concerned about that.
We heard a good bit about that, and that's where we lead back to the fact that most of the young women who get pregnant, even whether it's under this circumstance that you're alleging, like maybe a younger male, like 18 or so, gets his girlfriend impregnated, very often they end up having two babies basically kind of back to back, and the mother never finishes her education. But what this bill would do, it would not allow that person to get married. And one of the things we heard is just the stigma of having a baby born out of wedlock is not like it used to be. And therefore, the female would need, and the male would need to wait until they are of age of consent.
Senator Manderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
I wish to be heard on the bill when the senator's finished.
Senator from Martinsburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise?
I was going to ask the senator from Charleston a question.
She'll yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator, we don't allow 18-year-olds to open bank accounts, do we?
No, sir.
We don't allow 18-year-olds to enter into contracts, do we?
Well, no, they can open bank accounts with their parents.
Well, right, but on their own, we don't allow children under 18 to do anything that would come close to making the decision of marriage, do we?
Yeah, I agree.
And isn't it true that the testimony that we heard at the subcommittee was that the outcome of underage marriage almost always is poverty, many times means never finishing their education,
right,
oftentimes as a cover-up for rape or incest, and this notion that there's any stigma related to a child being born out of wedlock has basically been removed now, because probably half the children born now are born to single parents. Is that not true?
It is, and I'm not going to say that that's great for our society, but yes, that nobody calls children bastards or anything like that anymore. It's just not present like it was.
The bill is now contested. That brings us to page 24 now, top of the page, House Bill 3354. Amendments on the desk. Clerk will publish the first amendment, committee amendment. Clerk will read.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment to bill, adds appropriate number of sections.
Senator Davis is recognized.
For the purpose of explaining the underlying bill, and and also to briefly speak on the amendment, but then I'm going to let Senator Goldfinch talk further about the amendment. Members, this particular bill would create an exemption for property tax purposes to solar panels that are placed on a residence. There's some question that hasn't been done by any assessors yet in terms of when a solar panel is placed on a property and whether or not that results in an increase in the assessed value. As you know, in most cases where there's improvements made to property, the value of those improvements is then added to the assessed value of the property. In many cases, these solar panels are leased, and in most cases, they're leased. But in any event, what this bill would do would create an exemption for property tax assessment purposes for solar panels. They would not be considered and could not be considered by the assessor when they're determining the assessed value of property. It would create that exemption to the property tax code.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Kempson, what purpose do you rise?
Senator, yield for a question.
Senator, yields.
Senator, I think I follow you, and I think I like the amendment. Did you hear any testimony that solar panels actually increase the value of a home?
There was no testimony offered in that regard. There was an acknowledgement that with the emphasis on solar panels, being something we encourage here in South Carolina with the Energy Freedom Act, the fact that they're becoming less expensive, more efficient, more aesthetically pleasing, that we're likely to see a rapid increase in the amount of solar panels or individuals who want to use solar panels. And it's really just a public policy question on our part. Do we want to consider that to be like when you put on an addition to a house? Is that an event that causes the assessor to revalue the property? Or do we, as a matter of public policy, want to say, yeah, okay, a solar panel's, there on the house, and even if it's owned by the property owner, that may increase it, the value. But if we pass this bill, we would be saying that would not be an event for an assessor to then reassess the property or factor that in.
Last question. At one time, there was a tax deduction you could get for putting solar panels in your home. Is that still the case? Or
yeah,
no?
this would not affect that.
But do you know if that's the case?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to the amendment.
Without objection.
Mr. President, at this point, I would yield to the senator from Georgetown to talk about an aspect of the committee amendment.
Senator Georgetown's recognized on the amendment. Senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch.
Passage. Move for adoption.
I like
Thank you, Mr. President. There is an issue that has arisen with the public-private partnerships in low and extremely low-income housing. As many of you know, these partnerships are how most of this low-income housing is built nowadays. We had an amendment to the low-income housing bill in 2018, which added a word by accident. The word was "and improvements to," 3 words, "and improvements to." That had the effect that the public authority or some other nonprofit would have to own the improvements as well in order for the property to remain tax exempt, which was not the purpose of the bill. It's certainly not the intent of anybody in the General Assembly, because that would have the effect of essentially adding too much to the cost of the project, and low-income housing then falls apart in South Carolina. So to fix that, to remedy that, this is a technical fix which basically just scratches "and improvements to take it back to the original intent of the bill. If there's no questions, I'll move for adoption.
The question is adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. No further amendments. Therefore, the question is second reading of House Bill 3354 as amended. Roll call is required. Senator from Oconee.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oconee, Senator Alexander.
Unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call, including the senator from Richland, Senator McLeod.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. That makes it 45 to nothing. House Bill is 3355. It's second reading. Now House Bill 3482. Clerk will read.
This is a bill relating to installment payments of property taxes so as to establish a county to establish an alternative payment schedule.
Mr. President, to explain the bill.
You recognize, sir.
Members, this particular bill would give counties more authority to authorize their treasurer to collect property taxes through installments. Under current law, a county council can authorize a treasurer to collect the property tax in 5 specific installments: February 15, April 15, June 15, August 15, October 15. If this bill is passed, county council would be authorized to give the treasurer further discretion in regard to setting up those installment payments. In any event, the property tax would have to be paid in full by January 15th after the taxable year. So that doesn't change. The tax needs to be paid in full by January 15. This will just allow county council to give the treasurer more flexibility in regard to installment payments.
Question is, Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Talley, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I want to see if the Senator from Beaufort will yield for a brief question.
Sure, Senator yields.
Senator, thank you in listening and reading this bill. Does this at all change the tax sale policy for property? For instance, what happens if a taxpayer pays 4 of the 5 installments, doesn't pay the final installment? Does the property still go to tax sale as it would now?
It would. I mean, if the property tax is not paid in full by January 15, at that point in time, there would be a penalty associated with late payment. But this does not alter the existing code in regard to at what times do properties get posted for sale or advertised for sale. It just simply says in the calendar year during which the property tax is to be assessed that it can be paid in installments. It doesn't modify at all delinquent tax sale policy. And if the to answer your question directly, if the installment payments were not paid in full, and if it wasn't paid in full after the notice periods that are already in the code, it would be subject to a delinquent tax sale.
And Senator, further yield.
So Senator yields.
Yeah, Senator, would the opening bid, so to speak, at the tax sale then be for only the amount that was not paid?
Yes, the amount of the delinquency. And again, it's not addressed in this particular legislation, but my understanding is that the amount of the delinquency that is then posted, and as you say, the minimum bid would be the increment of the tax plus whatever penalty is associated with not paying that increment would be the opening bid.
All right, so in essence, it could lower a tax sale purchaser's investment in the property based on what the defaulting taxpayer had already paid.
Correct. I mean, in other words, I take your point. I mean, the property tax sale would be for the installment that had not been paid plus any penalty on an installment.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Question is, second reading of the bill. Roll call is required. Senator from Oconee, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call for second reading of this bill.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Bill to give a second reading by 45-0 vote. I'll turn page 25, top of the page, House Bill 3605. Clerk will read.
This is a bill that repeals a section of the code relating to meetings of appropriation committees.
Senator from Newberry, Senator Cromer, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. To explain the bill.
You recognize, sir.
This was an antiquated law. It's been on the books and the code of laws for quite some time now. And what used to happen was the House and the Senate committees would meet in conjunction with one another and work out the budget. That no longer happens. This code needs to be taken off the books. So I would move Second Amendment. Passage.
Question is.
Too much discussion last night.
Without objection, Senator Newberry, you have saved us a lot of time. Senator from Newberry moves second reading of House Bill 3605. Roll call is required. Senator from Oconee.
Mr. President, ask unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call for second reading.
Is there objection? Objections heard. Clerk will ring the bell. Reading clerk will call a roll.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Not voting, Mr. Cash. Mr. Cash not voting. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Not voting, Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Aye. Mr. Fanning. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Not voting, Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Not voting, Mr. Kempson. Aye. Mr. Leatherman. Aye. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. McElveen. Not voting, Mr. McLeod. Aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting, Mr. Rice. No. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mrs. Sin. Aye. Mr. Setzler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. Aye. Mr. Talley. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Aye.
All senators voted. Senator McElveen votes aye. Excuse me. Senator Kimbrell votes aye. Senator Adams votes aye. Senator Corbin votes aye. Senator Cash votes aye. Senator Campson votes aye. All senators voted. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 43-1, House Bill 3605 receives second reading. Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to return to House Bill 3024 on page 19. It is the mobile barber bill that I have my name on. For the purpose of taking my name off, I have an amendment on the desk that puts in the provision that's in the veterinarian mobile bill that you can't have a mobile barber van within the eyesight of a brick and mortar van. If that amendment gets adopted, giving it second reading. If it doesn't, I'm going to put my name back on it. That's my motion.
Senator from Spartanburg, what purpose do you rise?
Are we done with the second reading calendar?
No.
Okay, so we're going to go back at the end of second reading for that. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Well, no, he wanted to go to
Did the
it now.
senator from Spartanburg object? That's what my question.
I know the president generally always objects till we get to the end. That's why I was assuming we were at the end, that's all.
Mr. President.
That's from Lexington.
From Spartanburg, I again ask, do you object? Mr. President.
It is objection to the senator from Lexington's unanimous consent request.
President,
Senator from
I'll
Lexington.
withdraw it if you'd rather wait to the end of the second reading.
Thank you. That brings us to the bottom of page 25, House Bill 3694. There's a committee amendment on the desk. Clerk will read the committee amendment.
Fish, Game, and Forestry Committee proposes the following amendment.
Senator from Charleston,
Strike
Senator
all acted
Campson.
and acting words.
What purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a bill that would permit baiting with non-processed food items for bears in Game Zone 4, and that's the coastal game zone. And the committee amendment, what it does is it reinstates a provision that the House inadvertently removed. And the provision was that the baiting would be unprocessed food. You can't use Krispy Kreme donuts, but you could use corn, for example. And so this allows for baiting in Game Zone 4.
Question is adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. There's no further amendments. Now the question is second reading of House Bill 3694 as amended. Senator Mulconey, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call for second reading of this bill.
Is there objection? In none so ordered. Bill is given second reading by a 45-0 vote. Now turn your calendars, page 26, House Bill 3786. Clerk will read.
It's a bill relating to the annual salaries of state constitutional officers so as to provide that beginning with the fiscal year 2022-23 salaries for state constitutional officers must be
Senator
based.
from Newberry. Senator Cromer, what purpose do you rise?
I'm sorry, I saw we skipped one there. It must be contested now.
It is contested.
Okay, H3786, all that does is it puts the salaries under, constitutional officers' salaries under the agency head salary commission. And Mr. President, I'd like to ask unanimous consent request that we give this second reading today. There is an amendment, I believe, on the desk. We would like to look at maybe revising that amendment, so I would ask for a unanimous consent request. We get second reading today, carrying over all amendments to a third and waiving the 3/5 majority.
Is there objection to the Senator from Newberry's unanimous consent request?
Are there any amendments on the desk?
No amendments at this time.
No amendments at this time, okay.
Is there an objection? Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Now, page 27, top of the page. Ask Senator from Aiken.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, sir.
Who objected to House Bill 3696?
Senator Hembry. Top of page 27 now, House Bill 3865, amendments on the desk, committee amendments. Clerk will publish the committee amendment.
Fish, Game, and Forestry Committee proposes the following amendment.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, House Bill 3865 is a companion bill to a bill that I introduced and is actually passed also through the Fish, Game, Forestry Committee. And what this bill would do, this bill is designed to deal with the abandoned boat problem that we have on the coast. I think it's probably more so on the coast than other parts of the state. I know we have some of them in, I know on the Santee River and Santee Swamp, but a lot of it on the coast. People will anchor their boats that are fairly dilapidated. They're not worth anything. They don't want to spend the money to take care of them. They anchor them. They end up sinking, or they end up in the marsh. And we see a lot of this on the coast. And so this is designed to address that issue, so you understand the purpose. And the way the bill deals with it is it authorizes local governments, county or municipalities within the waters they have jurisdiction over, to require a permit if you're going to anchor for more than 14 continuous days in one spot, because that's the first step of becoming an abandoned boat. And it limits the permit charge to $5. We're not trying to make this a money-making endeavor. If you move after 14 days, like if someone's just cruising the coast, it doesn't apply if you move out of that one spot, you have to move in more than 5 miles in 14 days. And so I wanted to make sure that we're not going to make the family who wants to take the houseboat down to the inlet and spend July 4th weekend not going to have to get a permit or anything like that. And that's why we have that 14-day period. And what the committee amendment does is, and there has been the city of Folly Beach has done this for the last couple of years, and they've had a real problem with abandoned boats, and I think the senator from Orangeburg who frequents Folly Beach can attest to that. And it has helped prevent any additions to those abandoned boat problems we have on Folly Beach. So this is something that is not statewide. Municipalities or counties would adopt this or not, but it's a template that they'd have to conform to this state law if they wanted to adopt it. And what the committee amendment did was it was technical stuff, like defined what the jurisdiction of each county or city might be, and it's to the center line of the rivers or the waterways that they abut. It had a provision that exempted if you're moored to a mooring buoy that's permitted by OCRM that's been out there for many, many years. And so that's the committee amendment and the bill, Mr. President.
Question is adoption of the committee amendment. Senator from Lawrence, Senator Burton, what purpose do you rise?
See if Senator yield for a question.
Yes.
So Senator, Folly is wanting to get out into Folly River, I take it. City of Folly Beach.
Correct. It would, that's the river that they are concerned with. Yeah.
So when you come across and you look to your right, you're coming across the causeway and you look over to the right and you see a waterway chock full of boats.
Right.
It's a issue with safety, access.
It's safety.
Getting people in and out of the water, getting other boats in and out of the water.
Well, it's safety. It's as far as pollution, like if a boat sinks and it has an internal combustion engine in it, you're going to have oil and all that kind of stuff. It's also, and again, you can get the permit and.
Well, that's what I'm interested in.
And all you're doing is when you get the permit is you're notifying the town of who the owner of the boat is, its registration information, its hull number, and.
So I was reading, before we got second, I wasn't able to finish reading the amendment because I was down there at subsection 2 talking about the navigable channel. I have noticed that there's been quite a proliferation of buoy boats there.
And those boats aren't going to be affected in the sense that, I mean, they're going to be permitted, but they would, it won't apply for boats that are on mooring buoys that were permitted by OCRM or that are existent as of July 1 of this year. So some mooring buoys are grandfathered in. They weren't permitted by OCRM. And so we're not trying to prevent, I know people who inherited mooring buoys. I know that third generation of the families have mooring buoys that are going out and spend the weekend in the inlet, and they've kind of maintained that mooring buoy for decades. And so we're exempting any kind of potential permitting requirement there. And again, none of this comes into play unless the local government decides to do it. So those boats you see that are moored in the Folly River as you're going on the Folly Beach, they would get one permit, and basically you're just getting the contact information and your insurance information. Because when these boats get abandoned, what happens is the owners remove any that are intended to abandon a boat. They remove hull numbers that are on the boat. They remove registration numbers. And it's the taxpayer who ends up having to pay, bring a marine rig in, a heavy marine construction rig and a crane, pick these vessels up, dispose of them, tens of thousands of dollars per vessel, really. And it's the taxpayers who have to foot that bill. So this is just trying to gather information so you can go to the boat owner and put that bill on him and make them pay. And if they do abandon the boat, but it's also a deterrent for even abandoning the boat in the first place.
And I appreciate that, and I'm not going to suggest that my next observation is immediately relevant, but when I hear of any expansion of authority relating to Folly Beach, I'm immediately reminded of a year ago. And the way that bridge was controlled last spring.
Yeah.
So I'm not suggesting it's immediately relevant, but it is a radar point for me as it relates to these municipalities on the coast. And I'll reiterate my thanks for DOT and our Transportation Committee for working on various egregious violations of citizen access last year. But no, in a earlier decade, I would have been interested in a mooring, but unfortunately, I let my little boat, I let the stay wires get loose.
You didn't abandon it, did you, Senator?
No, I've left it. No, I don't. I'm one of these. Remember, I'm a working class senator, so my trips to Folly Beach are only 7 days at a time. And no, my children have always been interested in reestablishing a mooring because I hate to confess that my moorings would have been, well, you heard what I had to say about permits yesterday.
Yes,
so,
I did, yes.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. No concealed weapon permit required for these moorings.
Question is adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the question is second reading of the bill as amended. Senator from Oconee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to use the last recorded roll call for a second reading on this bill.
Hold up, we've got a new amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll publish the next amendment. Thank you,
The
Steve.
amendment is by Senator Kimbrell. Amends the bill, adds a new section to read.
Senator from
Section
Spartanburg,
502320.
Better late than never. Senator Kimbrell.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to explain the amendment.
You recognize, sir.
Colleagues, this is an amendment that's effectively we passed one time before this year. This is regarding titling, dual titling for boats and the engines. There was an insurance bill that passed this body earlier in the session. And in that insurance bill that we sent to the House, we changed the titling to where you don't have to have a separate title for the boat, the vessel itself, and then the engine. We did adopt that amendment. That was sent to the House, but it's been kind of languishing in committee. So I still believe with the underlying bill here regarding permit requirement for abandoned vessels, it would be natural and logical extension to include this change of the titling of vessels. It does not exempt anything from property taxes. It doesn't change the tax base. It just says it's a single title for the vessel and the engine. And I would move adoption, Mr. President.
Question is, Senator from Charleston, what purpose do you rise?
A parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, sir.
Does the senator's amendment have a severability clause attached to the amendment? I would ask unanimous consent to add a severability clause.
There's an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Question is, Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise? Senator from Berkeley moves to carry over House Bill 3855. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is carried over. Middle of page 27 now, House Bill 3899. Amendments on the desk. Committee amendment. Clerk will publish the committee amendment.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, Section 1, page 2, strikes lines 31 through 34.
Dorchester, Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise?
I'd explain the bill and actually make a explain the bill, Mr. President.
You're recognized, sir.
Members, this is some modifications to the exceptional SC program, the Exceptional Needs Tax Credit. What I'd like to do, if possible, is maybe adopt the committee amendment, which is just a technical change, which changes the reporting from the Department of Revenue to the charities, which has the information. That's a technical change. And then ultimately, I'm going to request unanimous consent to give the bill's second reading and carrying over all amendments to third, waiving 3/5, and get the roll call on third.
After we adopt the committee amendment, right? After we adopt. The question is adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Now, Senator from Dorchester.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to give this bill second reading, carrying over all amendments to third, waiving the 3/5, and a roll call on third.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Bottom of page 27, House Bill 4006 is now objected. Now, top of 28, House Bill 4017. Amendments on the desk. Clerk will publish committee amendment. House Bill 4017. Publish the committee amendment.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill.
Senator from Newberry, Senator Cromer, what purpose do you rise?
This is the conformity bill. As you all know, every year we have to, or the state of South Carolina conforms their state codes at Department of Revenue to what the IRS codes are. And Mr. President, I would add that in some time in the future, we're going to have to try to figure out a way that we can get this bill passed sooner, because we have a lot of constituents out there who have been calling us and CPAs about when were we going to get this bill passed. And it was in the House for quite some time because they were working on the budget. And we just got it like a week and a half ago. So we do need to try to figure something out, and we'll talk about that between now and next year. But the amendment, Mr. President, if I can come to the podium and I'll get a copy of the amendment from them.
You may. Please give the Senator from Newberry your attention. Mr. Cromer.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we are doing is the feds have, excluding the taxable income for last year, tax year 2020, on $10,200 of unemployment compensation that was received by any of our taxpayers, with less than $150,000 in federal adjusted gross income. So we're the Department of Administration's Director of the Executive Budget Office is authorized to allocate $61 million. It's actually $61,300,000 in last year or in this past fiscal year from the money that's coming down from the federal government called the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. We're going to use basically $61 million of that money will be allocated to the Department of Revenue to replace that money in our general fund.
Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, would the Senator from Newberry yield for a couple of questions?
Certainly.
Senator, what's the income threshold of unemployment benefits that we would be forgiving?
$10,200 max.
So,
and that conforms with what the federal IRS is giving as.
I understand that, but so we have folks who received, in many cases, especially with the income threshold we're talking about, we had folks who received more in unemployment than they would have earned while working, and effectively this forgives the tax on that in addition to that, right? Up to that amount?
And I tell you, Senator, if you want to carry it over, I hate to carry this bill over because there are a lot of CPAs out there, and I don't see.
I'm good with conformity. I'm good. I think you're absolutely right. We've got to give the CPAs some direction so they know what to do. I've got a little bit of heartburn about that, and I'm not going to hold it up. I just want to make sure that what I read about it was right.
Senator, this is a second reading, so if you wanted me to make a unanimous consent request to carry over amendments to the third and have a vote on third. I'm sorry, I don't see my finance subcommittee person, staff person. Oh, I couldn't see you, Grant. I'm sorry. So your question was, is that all we're forgiving is the income tax on the $10,200, Senator?
Well, $10,200 in unemployment benefits, that's a lot of unemployment benefits.
It is.
Right, that's probably what, 10, 12 weeks or more at the maximum level. So 3 months of unemployment benefits at the maximum level, and the maximum level was almost 3 times what we typically would provide, because it was our maximum state benefits $326 a week, and then the feds added an additional $600 on it. So they were collecting up to $926 a week, which actually that's more than the average salary, the average income for a South Carolinian on a week. So we were paying people more not to work, and then we suspended, something I just learned recently, we suspended the requirement that they had to look for work. And now we're going to forgive any income tax payments on that.
And Senator, I understand where you're going, and I think most of our colleagues in here are in full agreement with you. It has caused a severe problem on finding workers for the small businesses and all. For instance, in Newberry, a week ago, we had people standing in line at Burger King, and the employees just up and walked out. And they did the same thing at a McDonald's in Newberry. So we had 2 small businesses there that the employees just walked out because they can make more on the unemployment level than they can working and having a job. So and I've had some of my small businesses to contact me and said, what are y'all going to do about this? But Senator, that can't be covered in this bill, unfortunately.
No, I got you. Senator, did you know that A couple weeks ago, I read an article in the Post and Courier that talked about that we were going to reinstate the work search requirement. That the work search requirement had been suspended for a full year. Do you know what our work search requirement is? You do two online searches per week.
But Senator,
Right,
I thought we had suspended that already. I mean, not suspended it, but reinstated the work search.
Well, I think the department did. Now, I question whether the department was ever really empowered to suspend it, because there's a statute. You know, there's a statute that requires people, in order to receive the benefits, you got to be able, available, and looking for work.
Correct.
That's a separate beef I've got with the department about that. But anyway, Senator, I don't want to hold it up. If you want to, whatever you need to do, but I don't think I can support it.
Well, Senator, I don't want to hold it up either, because I've had too many phone calls and emails, and I think probably everyone else in the chamber here has too, wanting us to pass this conformity bill. So I know where you're coming from. I think that's a separate entity altogether. Well, it's not separate, but we can't come up with a solution in this bill to help what you and I would like to see done.
Senator Newberry, you have the floor. You want to take more questions?
Yes, sir.
Senator from Richland,
yes,
Senator Arpulin, what purpose do you rise?
Ask a question. Would the senator yield to a question?
Certainly.
So, as I understand it, you want to take the American Recovery Act money and fund tax cuts? Is that what this does?
It's the American Rescue Plan Act.
Rescue Plan. This would be the Biden plan.
Yes, sir.
That no Republican voted for. Correct?
Well, I don't know about
Well,
that.
I know that. They didn't vote for it. And now you want to take that money and cut taxes?
Well, Senator, it's coming to us anyway, and the money, the plan says that you can't use it for reducing income taxes or giving tax breaks, but it does say that you can use it to conform with federal requirements, and that's how we're using it.
Right. So I object to the bill. Thank you.
Okay, you object to the bill?
I object to the bill.
Okay.
House Bill 4017 is now objected. Concurrent resolutions now. Page 28, Senate Bill 792. Senator from Clarendon, Senator Kevin Johnson.
But I would like to maybe take a moment of personal privilege, but I want to talk about that bill, although it's been, can I have personal interest?
Not to talk about a bill.
Huh?
Not to talk about the bill, no.
Well, personal interest.
You recognize, sir. Please give the senator from Clarendon your attention. Senator Kevin Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Assembly, I had risen earlier to talk about the bill, but I understand that, that I can't now that it's been objected to. But I will say this, this tax conformity is a huge issue in South Carolina, and I hope somebody would explain that to maybe the senators from Richland, how important it is. But what I do want to talk about, and I've been a proponent for a long time of increasing the minimum wage in South Carolina. And, you know, the pandemic affected a lot of people in a negative way, especially financially. But I want the body to understand that a lot of people who chose to stay home didn't stay home out of greed. They stayed home because they had an issue with child care. And so a lot of folks during the pandemic wanted to go to work and earn their wages, but they had an issue with children who were home because of the fact that schools were closed, or either schools were going virtually and they had to be there to supervise that. I don't like the connotation that people are just lazy and want to stay home, and I think that many of us in this body, since we're talking about unemployment and wages or whatever, And I've said it before from this floor, it's hard, almost impossible, to live off $7.25 an hour. I don't care who you are, where you live. And then some folks think they're being generous when they say, we're going to pay you $8 or $9 an hour. And I'll say it again. Who in this body can live off of poverty wages? And that's what we're paying in South Carolina. And so we have an issue with the fact that during the pandemic, the government decided to help people out, not just with unemployment, but there's a lot of money coming down from the federal government as it relates to education and health care and everything. And so if a person has an opportunity, I think, to say, well, my kids can't go to school, they can't stay home alone, and in my area where I live, there's not many options for daycare, so I'm going to stay home with my children, although I need to work, but my children come first. They make their children a priority. And so if they made more money, drawing unemployment under these dire circumstances, a lot of the problem is because our wages are too low. $7.25 an hour equates to, if you take 40 hours a week, 2.8, that's about $320 somewhere about a week. And by the time you deduct payroll expenses, you probably have $250 a week. You have rent or mortgage, you have transportation, you have all the expenses that we have. And so I know it's hard for some of us to realize that it's hard to make it on that type of wage. And so I submit that if we were paying a livable wage in South Carolina, probably many more people would have probably decided to work. But I think most of us in here, and I could be wrong, but I'll speak for myself. If I'm going through a pandemic and the situation is as dire as it is and as it was, and I have a chance to stay home with my children, not because I'm lazy and don't want to work, my children need to be supervised. And then if I look at $7.25 an hour, or let's say $10 an hour, as opposed to drawing $300 and I think it's $25 from the state of unemployment, and I think at one time the federal government added $600 a week, and I think they reduced it to $300 a week. I think many of us would have done the exact same thing because it's all about survival, and we want to survive. And I think the problem I have is that a lot of people think, well, some people think that it's all about being lazy and don't want to work. And I know for a fact that people have more self-pride than that. They want to work, but we don't want to pay them any money. $7.25 an hour, and sometimes in our business, we have to emphasize with other folks, we have to walk them all in their shoes before we understand what they're dealing with. And so we have a problem with the fact that people make more money drawing unemployment than they make working, then that tells us we have an issue with what we're paying in South Carolina to our people. I know most of the, we talk about economic development, a lot of economic development projects that come to Clarendon County come because of one reason, because they're told, bring your industry here and you can pay low wages. And so a lot of folks in Clarendon County are walking around trying to make it off $8 and $9 and $10 an hour. And on top of that, a lot of these jobs don't even offer benefits. You don't have health insurance and other benefits that a lot of us enjoy. And so I just want us to just keep in mind that there is an issue in South Carolina with the minimum wage. None of us can live off $7.25 an hour, even if our wife has another job making $7.25 an hour. And so if this pandemic has done nothing else, it has demonstrated to us that we need to look at the minimum wage in South Carolina. It needs to be increased. And I've done some research, and states that pay, for example, $15 an hour, they're not having issues with people not wanting to come and shop with them. They're not having issues with prices for a Big Mac being exorbitant or I would say too expensive. But nobody can live off $7.25 an hour. This is 2021, and the minimum wage hasn't changed since I don't know when. And so I really think if we just put ourselves in their shoes and we're not making what we make or we don't have what we have, we realize that $7.25 is not enough. And so we can't get up here and complain because people don't want to work during the pandemic because they make more money being home. That just shows us that maybe we need to look at minimum wage in South Carolina. Unless somebody can tell me how you can make it off $7.25 an hour, and like I said, some places they want to go a little more. They want to probably add $1 to it, but it's still poverty wages. I know folks right now who work for example, our school district. And their health insurance costs them the same thing, janitors, custodians, bus drivers, Lady calls for superintendents who have a six-figure salary. They're paying the same exact thing for health insurance. So I know many people that can't even afford to have health insurance. I have a good friend of mine, a good fellow, a deacon in our church, who's a custodian in our school district, and now he's sick. And he don't have insurance because he never could afford it when he was working. And so we have to look at that. And that's why I'm such a proponent of Medicaid expansion. These are not people who are lazy and don't want to work. They work, but they make poverty wages. Either their employer does not offer health insurance or they can't afford to pay for it. So I just rise to let us know that it's not a problem of people being lazy. The issue to me is the fact that we're not paying people enough to where they can work and make ends meet. And folks are going to survive. They're going to want to make ends meet, and you just can't do it on 725. So
Time, Senator.
My time's up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mulcahy, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recall and place on the calendar from Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee, House Bill 3243, and place my name on it as desiring to be present.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator from Lexington, Senator Sessler, what purpose do you have?
At the end of the second reading, are you at the end of the second reading?
I am.
Sir?
Yes.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to return to House Bill 3024 on page 19, the mobile barbering bill, for the purpose of me removing my name, number one. Secondly, to take up an amendment that I have on the desk, which puts the same language that is in the mobile veterinary bill, that a mobile barbershop cannot be within eyesight of a brick and mortar barbershop, and giving the bill second reading. I don't think there are any other amendments on the desk, or I'm not aware of anybody else that's got a question about the bill. So my first motion, Mr. President, would be to
Let's do
return.
them one at a time, Senator.
That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I would ask unanimous consent to go to House Bill 3024 on page 19.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, I would ask to remove my name as desiring to be present.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to take the amendment up that's on the desk.
Committee amendment.
Okay. Take up the committee amendment first.
Hearing none, so ordered. Committee amendment. Clerk will publish the committee amendment.
Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, striking page 2 in its entirety and inserting a subsection C.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee amendment.
Question. Senator from Newberry.
Mr. President, see if Senator yield for question. Senator, is that the amendment you just explained about the eyesight distance away from brick?
No, so this is the committee amendment. It just was done by the committee. I wasn't involved in that, Senator.
Question is adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is
I ask
adopted.
unanimous consent to take up my amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Newberry.
See if the senator would yield for a question on that amendment.
Yes, sir.
Senator, when they passed that for the mobile veterinary clinic and all, you know, eyesight, within eyesight, depends on how your eyesight is. If you got my eyesight, you can't see that far, Senator. But honestly, you know, and it depends on whether there are some buildings, you know, blocking your eyesight or not. You might be within a quarter mile, but I always thought we really should have had a specific distance where it could be measured if somebody had a problem with it. You know, maybe a mile or maybe a half a mile, 2 miles, whatever the consensus would be. But I always just kind of felt like it really should have been a measured distance. Did you know?
Senator, did you know that I don't disagree with you, but when it was before the committee, I talked with LLR, who regulates both. They told me what we had done on the veterinary in order. I don't like this bill at all, to be candid with you. I've killed it 3 years in a row. So I'm fine with the eyesight. If you object to it.
No, Senator, I don't object to it. I just felt like that's a heck of a way to run a show, you know, is to say by eyesight. That seems to me like it's just too general, but I'm not going to hold it up.
Mr. President.
Senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise?
Would the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
You have a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, did you know that I know that you've objected to this bill for some time, Senator, and did you know that I appreciate your willingness to try to move it forward, because there are a lot of people that have been working on this for a lot of years that are out there really trying to change the way that they're able to operate and do business in this community. So did you know, Senator, I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Senator.
Question is, adoption of the Setzler Amendment. Senator from Richland, Senator Scott, what purpose do you write?
Senator, you for question?
Yes.
You will.
Senator, what happens in a person with a mobile barber shop? They may have a standard location and operating mobile and servicing a customer with a mobile barber shop. They go into an area, a housing community to provide service to a customer. What happens then?
Senator, I have no idea. I'll be very candid with you. All I'm trying to protect is somebody with a mobile barber shop unit going and parking in front of a long-standing brick and mortar and running a sale and running the brick and mortar out of business. That's my sole interest. I can't answer your question.
Well, the way the amendment is so narrowly tailored, it doesn't give them doesn't give the mobile person any protection. I asked the question for this reason. I've got someone who does have a standard barber shop and does operate a mobile unit. It's a big difference if there's a person that operates a mobile unit only. But if that person is actually providing services in the community and the barber shops down the street, and you tell them they can't really provide the service.
Gentlemen, the bill is now contested. That brings us back to concurrent resolutions. Page 28. Senator from Anderson, Senator Gambrell, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
I'd like to go back to H 3222 on page 21.
Unanimous consent request, page 21, bottom of the page, House Bill 3222, Senator.
Yes, sir. This bill that deals with waste.
Unanimous. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator
Yes,
Anderson.
sir. We've allayed the senator from York's concerns, and I'd like to ask for second reading.
Question is, second reading of House Bill 3222. Roll call is required. Senator from Oconee, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call for second reading of this bill.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The bill is received second reading by a 45-0 vote. Page 28 now, concurrent resolutions, Senate Bill 792. Clerk will read.
Current resolution to recognize and celebrate June the 6th through the 13th as South Carolina Boating and Fishing Week, and to commend the South Carolina Boating and Fishing Alliance on a successful start to its organization.
All in favor, so vote aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Resolution's adopted. Now, bottom of page 28 now, Senate Bill 794. Clerk will read.
Current resolution requesting the Department of Transportation name a portion of Pleasant Hill Drive in Georgetown County the 8-lane Crib Highway, erect appropriate signs and markers.
Question is adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Resolution is adopted. Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey.
Are we in the motion period?
I'm about to.
I'll wait.
Senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise? No. We are now in the motion period. Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey.
Mr. President, H 3444 is the House election bill. It deals with the election powers. They passed it a few months ago and sent it over. We sent a Senate version over there. I'd like to recall it just so we'll have it on the calendar in case something comes up next week that we need a vehicle for election issues. I have no intention right now, no plan on what to use it for, but I want to have it in case we need a vehicle for something if there's an agreement with the House. So, Mr. President, I would move to discharge H 3444 from the Judiciary Committee.
Senator from Moore? No. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise? No. Well, why are you standing? What? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Senator from Dorchester. I'm Dorchester. Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey, what purpose do you rise?
Move to dispense with the balance of the motion period.
From Edgefield moves to dispense with the balance of the motion period. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion period is now. Motion period is now closed. Senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise?
Now I'm really rising, Mr. President,
Okay.
for a unanimous consent request to give a conference committee report.
You're recognized, sir. Please give the Senator from Dorchester your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we have a conference report on H3011. Other conferees are Senator Turner and Senator McElveen, who I did see earlier, but I think he stepped out. I'm going to end up asking for free conference on this, so I wanted to take a moment to explain to you exactly what we'll be asking for. This bill, as you recall, this is the left lane traffic bill that we passed some time ago. In conference, the House and the Senate agreed on the Senate version of everything within the Senate version, with the exception of one piece, and that was striking Section A of 3 or more lanes. And basically what that does is on interstate highways, any controlled access highway, there's going to be a requirement for people to move over to the right. That's the only change. The House has accepted every other component of the Senate bill. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions. If there are none, I would make a motion to allow us to have free conference.
Senator from Darlington, Senator Malloy, what purpose do you rise?
Just see if the senator from Dorchester will yield for.
Certainly.
And so
He will.
catches us by a little bit of surprise because of the critical necessity of having this done now, only to the fact that this my president's interest for many years. So so what you're saying is that if we do what the conference committee wants to achieve, that this will only apply if it's a 3-lane road.
No, sir. It would apply to all controlled access highways. So, for instance, in my district, when I leave Somerville, that highway is I-26 is a 3-lane highway until you get to Ridgeville, South Carolina, and then it goes back into 2 lanes. Under the Senate's version, as I drove from Somerville to Ridgeville,
on 3 lanes.
On the 3-lane, the rule, the law would apply on that 3 lanes. But once we went back to the 2-lane from Ridgeville to almost Columbia,
right,
and it goes back to 3 lanes, then the rule comes in play. Under this, the rule will be in play on the entire travel.
Okay, and what do we do on the ingress from the coming into the highway? I think there was some concerns with public safety.
Senator,
what happens with that?
I'm glad you remembered that. There was some concern earlier from DOT. DOT preferred that 3-lane because of the egress onto the interstate. We've gone back to them and talked to them. They are fine with this change. I don't think that concern overruled what we were trying to do. So DOT is fine with it.
So their request has been satisfied. So they gave in to what the will of the committee was, and saying that they can make it work. Basically.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Now the question becomes next is that give me the penalty phase again.
Everything.
First is a warning.
Correct. First it is a warning, and then it is basically the seatbelt rule.
And so it's like $25.
Correct.
So did we put any data collection on those like we did the seatbelt?
We did not. We did not have any data collection in there.
So do you think it would be too much to ask for I know you may have to take a little moment, but to put the same data collection that we have on the seatbelt bill on this provision as well?
Senator,
any provision?
Senator, You would be surprised how difficult it was for us to get to the spot that we are today that I'm asking for.
I would be.
You would be surprised. This was not an easy. This was not an easy conference committee, to be honest with you.
How many times y'all meet? How many times did you meet?
Well, we had a lot of discussions. We met the one time to talk about the final in public, but we had a lot of discussions back and forth. I would urge us to accept it the way that the conference committee is recommending it. And if there's something in the future that we think we need, I think we'd be open to it. But I would recommend that we maintain the free conference as we requested, just by striking those 4 words.
I would like to see if DPS keeps those stats anyway.
I'm told staff is telling me that it give me the indication they do keep those statistics.
Senator Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
To see if I could ask the senator from Dorchester to yield and maybe help the senator from Darlington through a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
You will.
Senator, are you aware that the Department of Public Safety, and I know especially with the Highway Patrol, they keep very accurate records and pull reports for seatbelt violations, speeding, under 10, over 10, DUIs. They keep all of that data. And also, are you aware that I believe that if this law were to take place, their computer system would just have another code for that, how many warnings were issued for the left lane, how many tickets were issued for the left lane violation? I just want to know if you were aware of that.
Senator, I was not aware of that, but that would not surprise me. I'm sure that our law enforcement professionals do a good job in keeping all of those records.
And Senator, are you also aware that I could talk with their budget subcommittee chairman if there were any issues that they might need to
His
change?
schedule is busy, but I'm sure you could probably fit yourself in.
All right. Well, thank you. And I just wanted to state that. I do have one question. When did you state that this law will go into effect?
It goes into effect 60 days after signature.
And would anybody other than state patrol be able to do this? Could a sheriff's department or a city or a municipality, could they issue a ticket or a warning for this as well?
They could if they were monitoring those highways. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator from Dorchester.
So I make a motion for free conference, and we will get this taken care of.
Question is free conference powers of the conference committee. 2/3 votes required. Clerk will ring the bell. Senator from Darlington, what purpose do you rise?
In light of the request and the simplification of this, I would just ask unanimous consent with the senator from Dorchester holding the floor that the Senate allowed them free conference powers.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so order. Thank you. Now we're on bills returned from the House, page 4, top of the page, Senate Bill 304. Clerk will read.
This is a bill so as to provide when a person or corporation using an electric vehicle charging station is not an electric utility.
Senator from Maurice, Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to carry that over.
Senator Rankin moves to carry over S 304. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's carried over. Now, Senate Bill 201. Amendments on the desk. Clerk will publish the amendment.
Senator Henry proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, page 5, strikes lines 36.
What purpose do you rise?
To explain the amendment.
You recognize, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you may recall, this involves the Assistance and Intervention Bill, Senate Bill 201. Spent quite a bit of time on this early in the session. This is the process whereby the state superintendent can go into districts that are struggling, provide interventions and assistance in a tiered manner, and then if it reaches a point where they have 3 consecutive years of underperforming or chronically underperforming schools or districts, that the school board can be removed. So I think that school board removal would probably remind you of that debate. What the House has made a couple of amendments that are of note. One is they have changed what triggers the removal from 3 years of chronically underperforming to 5 out of the last 7 years chronically underperforming. Another thing they did was to change back to the original Senate language that if there was an interim board that had to be appointed, it would be one by the governor, one by the local delegation, and three by the state superintendent. That was the original language that we approved last year. We did make an amendment this year to that and changed it. And I'll just explain to you what I propose. In consultation with Senator from Fairfield, he had some concerns of consultation with Senator from Fairfield, and in consultation with the House, sort of trying to avoid conference, I guess, for lack of a better way to say it, I sort of pre-conferenced some of the issues. We amongst the guys in the House agreed that if we were to agree to their change back to the original version about the interim board, we would insist and take out their change about the 5 out of the last 7 years. So we kind of traded those out on the front end. This amendment takes that time frame back to 3 years. It removes the 5 out of the 7 years. And what I would propose is adopt the amendment and send it back to the House. I've been told if we do that, they will concur with our amendments.
Question is adoption of the amendment. Roll call is required. Clerk will ring the bell. Senator from Oconee, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just unanimous consent to use the unanimous roll call for this amendment.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so order. 45-0. Did I hear an objection? Objection's heard. Roll call is required. Clerk will ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett not voting. Mr. Campson? Aye. Mr. Cash? Not voting. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer votes aye. Mr. Davis? Aye. Mr. Fanning? Aye. Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mrs. Gustafson? Aye. Mr. Harpootlian? Aye. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Not voting. Mr. Kevin Johnson? Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Kempson? Not voting. Mr. Leatherman? Aye. Mr. Loftus? Aye. Mr. Malloy? Mr. Malloy not voting. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. McElveen? Aye. Mr. McLeod? Aye. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mrs. Sin? Aye. Mr. Setzler? Aye. Mrs. Shealy? Aye. Mr. Stevens? No. Mr. Talley? Aye. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye.
All senators voted. Senator Malloy votes aye. Senator Kempson votes aye. Senator Stevens? If all senators voted, polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 42-1, the amendment's adopted, and no further amendments. The bill will be returned to the House. Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Stevens, what purpose do you rise?
Request leave for the senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, until 2:30.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Bottom of page 4 now. Senate Bill 36. Clerk will read.
This is a bill relating to the possession of blue catfish to provide that's unlawful to possess more than 2 blue catfish longer than 32 inches.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the House amendment.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the blue catfish bill we sent over, and a limit on catfish, blue catfish expired in 2018, so we're reinstating the previous limit. It was sunsetted. We didn't reinstate it because of the COVID abbreviated session. And it applied only to Lake Marion, Moultrie, and the Santee River. And what the House did was they made this limit applicable to all waters in the state.
Senator from Colleton, Senator Matthews, what purpose do you rise?
If the senator would yield for a quick question.
I'll yield.
Bet you don't get a quick answer.
At least.
She didn't ask for that, Mr. President.
First question then should probably be, would you agree not to talk about the federalism papers?
James Madison did like to eat catfish.
Senator, what is the rationale or the purpose for limiting as to all waters in the state?
Well, no, it will be applied to all waters of the state. Right now, there is no limit on blue catfish. We had a limit that was sunsetted in 2018, and we never reauthorized it. So the current law is you can only catch one blue catfish over 36 inches, but then there is no possession limit whatsoever for smaller fish. And I've actually seen photos that DNR has provided of people coming from out of state and literally filling up a Jones Brothers skiff or a Carolina skiff, the entire bottom of a 18-foot skiff covered with catfish. And so we have a species that has no limit whatsoever on it, and it's important that we reinstate a limit.
And what is that limit?
The limit would be 25 blue catfish under 32 inches. You could catch 2 over 32 inches, but 25 under 32 inches. And of course, that's to keep the spawning stock, the mature spawning stock intact so we can have recruitment.
Thank you very much.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
See if Senator from Charleston would yield for a question.
I'll yield.
Thank you. Senator, I remember we talked about this, and I believe the senator from Sumter was fine with it. I know dealing with Lake Moultrie and Marion, but you said this is now applying to every lake in the state.
The House has applied it. The amendment applies it to all waters of the state. This doesn't apply to private ponds, but all public waters.
Right. Could you give some examples? I mean, because I know there's people that catfish on Monticello and places like that, and I haven't had a chance to talk to any of those because I believe everybody was fine with the lakes mentioned here. Did you hear any testimony or get any examples of?
We did not hear any testimony on the Senate side because it was limited to the Santee Cooper system.
Did they offer any testimony of? To be candid, I'm not against what you're doing, but I want to make sure we don't pass this and then go home and some of the folks that catfish in these other lakes have an issue with it. That's what I was wanting you to maybe address.
Well, we have next week. We can pass this if you want to carry this over, and maybe you can get some information from the House as to why. And we have probably the best catfish expert who just came into the chamber.
Well, that's why I was looking for my cousin there to see if he had any thoughts on this.
There's two catfish experts in the chamber.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Groves, what purpose do you rise?
Speak to the bill that's been returned from the House.
You recognize, sir.
There's been some concern about expanding this statewide, and the explanation really is the reason why we have the limit on the Santee Cooper lakes. This is a blue catfish, not a flathead, not a channel cat, where there's been an attempt to establish the blue catfish statewide as a game fish. So game fish deserve protection so that we don't have folks who would harvest them, particularly in the thousands. So to be able to establish a game fish statewide, it was my understanding the members of the House wanted to expand this statewide. So that's basically why.
Senator from Charleston.
Mr. President, I move to concur in the House amendment.
Question is, concurring in the House amendments, roll call is required. Senator from Oconee.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to use the last roll call with all members voting. It would be 43.
45.
45 to no.
There's an objection. There's an objection. Hearing none, so ordered. Return to the House. Brings us page 5 now. Senate Bill 425, amendments on the desk. We'll publish the amendment.
The amendment is by Senator Alexander, amends the bill, page 4, strikes line 15, inserts qualifying individuals.
Mulconey.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment just takes it back to the Senate version. What the House did was they changed one word from shall to may, so we're going back to shall. Everything else was the Senate version, so I would move for the adoption of the amendment. And
question is adoption of the amendment. Roll call is required. Senator Mulconey.
Further, ask unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call for this.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. It will be returned to the House. Bottom of page 5 now, Senate Bill 435. Clerk will read.
Bill so as to authorize Director, Department of Insurance to issue a limited lines travel insurance.
And from
producer
Dorchester,
license.
Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the bill as it returned from the House.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Evidently, members, that we have drafted this inartfully, according to the House. There were a couple of changes that came back to this. This is the travel insurance bill. They were pretty minimal. One adds a definition for inland marine insurance and specifies that travel insurance is inland marine insurance rather than just marine insurance. And the other deletes some terms that don't align with our insurance law. I would recommend concurrence.
Question is concurrence. Roll call is required.
Mr. President.
Senator from Dorchester.
Unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call.
Do you concur, Senator Mulconey? Thank you. There's an objection. Hearing none, so ordered. 45-0 vote. Page 6, S545, middle of the page. Clerk will read.
The bill relating to non-game fishing devices permitted in certain bodies of water so as to allow.
Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the House amendment.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill permitted or established a limit of 50 set hooks on the Santee River. The House did not change that, but the House removed the use of commercial hoop nets on the Congaree River, and that was requested by Representative Ott, who from Calhoun County, and supported by DNR.
Question is concurrence.
Mr. President, I ask that unanimous consent to apply the last unanimous roll call vote.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. 45-0. Concur with House amendments. Bottom of page 6 now, House Bill 3991. Clerk will read. Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the House amendment.
You recognize, sir.
Basically, we had used words obtain and purchase, and the House went with just purchase. There's one word change there. We had used the word business in one place. They wanted it to say secondary metals recycler. And the other change was that they said that an out-of-state recycler who had a fixed place of business, who otherwise complied with our laws by getting our permits, would be covered by this bill as well. So I would move to concur or to adopt a House amendment.
Question is concurrence. Roll call is required. Senator Mulconey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Has unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call for concurrence.
There's an objection. Hearing none, so ordered. 45-0. The Senate concurs in the House amendment. Senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett. No. Okay. Special, no.
Were we at the end of the section?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. President. Unanimous consent request to go back to H3011 to give that conference report.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the bill that we just spoke on, 3011, is a left lane driving bill. The explanation that I provided you, the House has agreed to and signed the conference report. A move that we adopt the conference report.
Roll call is required. 2/3 required. Senator from Dorchester.
Unanimous consent to apply the last unanimous roll call.
There's objection. There's objection.
be marked as a no.
As a no. Senator Adams, leading Fox is a no. That would be the 44-1, adoption of the conference committee. Now, special order, page 7, House Bill 3394, House Bill 3094, amendments on the desk. Clerk will publish the First Amendment. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin will purposely rise.
All right, here it is.
Unanimous consent request to pull down any unfriendly amendments to the bill.
Clerk will publish the First Amendment.
Amendment number 9 by Senator Kempson amends the bill, adds a new section to read.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Kempson will purposely rise.
I'd like to be heard.
You recognize, sir. Please give the senator from Charleston your attention.
I'm waiting to hear back.
Senator Kempson.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. It's Thursday. I know we've done a lot this week, and many of us are ready to go home. But we have a very, very important bill that I think, in my view, will impact this state forever in a negative way. In a negative way. So yesterday, I rose to give my view of why I thought that this was a dangerous bill, but I started with giving my opinion on the weight of the testimony, the overwhelming weight of the testimony against this bill in subcommittee. So I was selected to be on the subcommittee because I have, like some of you in this chamber, I've been involved in gun-related issues since the shooting at Mother Emanuel AME Church. And subsequent to the shooting, I filed a bill, a number of bills, that would restrict, not expand, restrict the ability to carry guns in South Carolina. But out of all those bills that I filed, what was really the most important one in my view was closing the Charleston loophole. And as we sit here today, closing the Charleston loophole has not been made a priority by our Congress. We passed the House under the leadership of my congressman, Congressman Jim Clyburn, who's done a great job representing this state. He's passed the House several times. When I filed the bill on the state level, and this is related to my amendment, this is about changing, my amendment just essentially changes the background check period from 3 to 5 days. When I got to the Senate and I filed this bill to close the Charleston loophole, first I had to fight for a hearing. Now, I represent Senate District 42, where the murders occurred. Mother Emanuel is in my district. We had media all across the country descended on Charleston. By the way, just a few months before the racists walked into church and murdered 9, and they were survivors. We had the shooting of Walter Scott Jr. I think it was 60 to 90 days before. Many of the media, national media, was still in Charleston for the Walter Scott murder. Unarmed African American running from law enforcement, shot in the back a number of times, died. And so we started working, many of us, I'm not the only one, many of us, started working to figure out how can we prevent people from getting guns who shouldn't have them. Now, I don't represent any of the 9. We do have 2 able lawyers who are representing those families. But when I finally got a hearing, again, I had to fight to get a hearing. I listened to this colloquy. I believe that's the correct word. I'm sure Senator Clymer will tell me if I'm right. But I listened to the back and forth between the senator from Spartanburg and the Senator Rory. And I watched the senator from Spartanburg navigate this piece of legislation all year. The folks who are proponents of open carry ought to be thanking the senator from Spartanburg, because he's been on top of this. I don't believe he got a hearing on this bill. And he has effectively used the parliamentary procedure of the Senate to get this issue where we are today. Now, I'm not condoning or taking sides in that Republican bantering yesterday. I'll let the 2 of those go at about that. But the point is, no hearing for the senator of Charleston on what my view is the most important, one of the most important issues in the state of South Carolina. That is making sure that background checks can be complete. So, why is that important? Well, all you got to do is get on Twitter or Facebook and look at what happened this morning. I've actually read it from a tweet from the senator of Richland, Senator McLeod. It's my understanding that some wayward military trainee at Fort Jackson got to have mental issues, runs out of Fort Jackson with a loaded weapon, sees a school bus loaded with children. This happened this morning. Hops on the school bus with a loaded weapon. Orders the school bus to drive him down the street. He tells the bus driver, as I understand, that he's not going to kill anybody. He just wants a ride. It's upon information and belief from the sheriff, Sheriff Lott, who, by the way, is against this bill, that no children were harmed, and the driver exited the school bus and ran into a neighborhood. Police caught him, sheriff caught him, But ask yourselves, what would have happened if everyone in the neighborhood were walking around with military artillery openly? Now, in this case, nobody tried to shoot him, but I suspect that we may have had a shootout because everybody or certain people in the neighborhood would have been walking around with military artillery and therefore engaged in combat. Children could have been hurt. So, essentially, in my view, in the view of many, carrying firearms visibly in public is a dangerous, dangerous public policy that makes it more likely that disagreements will turn violent. Now, I understand there's data for that. And it's hard to compile data because, as I mentioned when we first got on this bill, there have been groups, including the National Rifle Association and other special interest groups, have been lobbying, Senator, to prevent the data from being assimilated. In other words, we don't want to study the problem. Now, I say the NRA, I don't know if there's been a lot of discussion about the NRA early on in this debate, but the NRA is bankrupt, as I understand, or they filed for bankruptcy, can't handle their they can't handle their business finances. But they got an employee who drove in from Virginia to testify in support of this bill.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you have?
I didn't want to interrupt my good friend I got a point of order. I didn't want to interrupt a good friend from Charleston while he was on his other topics that he was talking about, but I do want to go ahead and, I don't want him to not finish, but I do want to raise a point of order under Rule 24 that this amendment is dealing with firearm sales and transfers. It's not dealing with the open carry of weapons, which is the topic and the subject of the bill that's currently under debate in special order by the Senate. So I just would like that point of order raised and taken under consideration by the President that the amendment is not germane.
Anyone else like to speak to the point? Senator from Charleston.
So, Mr. President, yesterday there was a lot of talk about background checks. In fact, this bill is drafted in the same chapter and title. This is a logical explanation of the provisions that were added yesterday in the court reporting amendment. I know because that was essentially my bill that we adopted to this bill yesterday, the court reporting. The bill originally started out with this same amendment, expanding the background check period from 3 to 5 days. Why is that important and why is it germane? Because the CWP requires a background check. How do they do that? They upload information from the clerk of courts, which is an amendment to this bill. And so when we were debating the drafting of the amendment that was adopted yesterday, SLED essentially said that we need to increase the background check period so the system from the clerk of courts, municipal courts, would have enough time to upload and therefore a background check could be complete. So that would be my response.
Anyone else? I'll take the one under advisement. Senator from Charleston.
So, in order, in my view, to have a background check system that worked, you got to have the information. And we discussed thoroughly yesterday that there is a lapse. There is a lapse in time when there is a criminal charge entered and someone is convicted of a crime. There's a lapse in time because there's no requirement by the clerk of court, or there is. I think the requirement is 30 days. But the amendment that we adopted yesterday would shorten the amount of time for that information to be uploaded. So why is that important? And why is this amendment important? Because in order for us to make sure that people who do have CWPs and are allowed to open carry and have undergone training, you got to have a complete background check. Now, we know what happened in Charleston. The FBI did need more time. I didn't read all the testimony, but essentially they interviewed the person, and I believe the NICS database is performed in Washington, D.C. They said, we found this entry, but we thought it was in a city of another county. So we called the county, Richland County, but they didn't really know that the city was in Lexington County. And it may be the reverse. But we called the wrong county. And when we doing that, we using the telephone. Well, I know the first thing a person does when they get off of the weekend. In other words, they come in on a Monday. I know the people at the clerk's of court's office, the first thing they do is return all of their telephone calls.
Senator Spartanburg, I'm ready to rule on your point. I sustain your point. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 10 by Senator Kempson. The bill adds a new section.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Kempson recognized on the amendment. Senator Kempson.
And so, where we are in South Carolina is that we are really in a state of emergency. We are in a state of emergency with respect to gun deaths. Now, this amendment is really an extension of the conversation that we were having on yesterday, because it calls for the complete background check that's complete. In South Carolina, from 2008 to 2017, there were 7,941 people killed with guns in South Carolina. South Carolina is among the deadliest states for gun violence. From 2008 through 2017, South Carolina had the 12th highest rate of gun deaths in any state, with a rate of 15.74 gun deaths for every 100,000 people. This rate is 45% higher than the national average. So, why are we here with those numbers? Why are we here debating a bill that would arguably increase gun violence? That's a good question. And I will tell my colleagues this. It may be that the rule, the same motion, may be made on this particular amendment. But we will have an opportunity to speak on the bill. And so the bottom line is you can cite the rule, but you can't stop me from speaking on the bill. And so what I was attempting to do is to walk through my analysis. And just so the body knows, I tried to have much of this discussion early on, and I appreciate the senator from Edgeville, but I tried to have a lot of this discussion early on. I think I'm entitled with some deference as a senator of Charleston who's been working on this issue since 2014. And I'm glad we had bipartisan support on the amendment to clean up the clerk system yesterday. Senator from Charleston, that would be me, and the senator from York worked on that for about 2 years. And I think it will go a long way. But I don't think you can have this discussion without laying out the data. You gotta examine the data. So the bottom line is, when we are one of the leading states in gun violence, particularly among children, as we saw yesterday at a local high school, I can't remember which high school, but a young man, unfortunately, I think it was Ware Shoals. I don't know who represents that area, but Ware Shoals, young man shot himself in the head. We are Exhibit A. We're Exhibit A for gun violence gun violence experienced by children in the nation. We got high numbers, particularly in Charleston, for assaults. We got high numbers across the state for suicide. But yet we've spent a week or more debating expanding access to firearms. Now you say, well, it doesn't, I think the proponent, some of the main sponsors, well, it doesn't do anything. This bill doesn't do anything. Doesn't change who carries or where they can carry. You know, as senators, we don't check our common sense, or we shouldn't check our common sense when we enter that front door. I think it's not too far of a leap to understand that if people are walking around carrying military artillery in public places, then it's a logical assumption that there's intimidation, and tensions are heightened. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sinn, talked about the number of protests and the number of demonstrations that we have. In Charleston alone. I talked to Chief Keel, and he said within a few months' time period, there have been over almost 500 protests and permitted in the state of South Carolina. Over just a very small period of time. Now, I know the bill will allow municipalities to regulate whether open carry will be allowed. Well, at least that was the discussion. And I'm going to accept the representations by those who made those points, that's what it would do. Because if not, we're going to have a problem. And we're going to have a problem in Charleston this summer. And not just Charleston, we're talking about protest and we encourage civil disobedience. We encourage people exercising their First Amendment rights. But the bottom line is, when you got everybody or a significant number of people, or even 2 or 3 people walking around with military artillery, it forms the basis and it creates an environment that will breed gun violence. We've seen rallies that started out as peaceful that end up in the wee night after the sun goes down in conflict. And so if we haven't, Senator from Charleston, passed that amendment, I would urge, if you just got to pass this bill, I would urge you to at least pass an amendment that would allow the local municipalities to prevent open carry in these particular environments. If we don't, we're going to have many, many more problems than the bill already creates. And so as a member of the subcommittee, I listened to testimony from the medical professionals at MUSC, to those who are experienced and degreed and appreciate the medical professionals. I read from the testimony of Dr. Hink and Dr. Andrews, who are dealing with pediatric care in Charleston. But not just Dr. Andrews and Dr. Hink and the many other professionals in Charleston. You had a statewide delegation of doctors. And I know we don't listen to doctors, because if we listen to the doctors, the COVID rates would be a lot lower. I read a letter this morning where we got House members want to put pressure on the school districts to do away with the mask requirements. I'm told, just as an aside, that the rates of viral activity in the schools have been way low. In fact, we got very limited number of people who've got the flu and other type of viruses. And so that's been a good thing. But the doctors provided testimony in the 2 subcommittee hearings that I participated in. Which essentially said, please don't pass this bill. I got a letter from the business community. Many of the employers, big employers, in fact, there's a whole list of employers lining up to make sure that people know that on that particular employer's premises, open carry will not be allowed. And I would encourage all of those employers to read this bill and get your signs made ready now, so that you can post the sign in your respective front window mandating or letting the public know that you can't bring military artillery on the premises. So the business community, the medical community by large, I haven't seen any businesses coming down here unless you sell guns, petitioning for this legislation. Business community, medical community, we got letters written by 90 pastors to those of you who go to church. But if that does not persuade you that this is bad legislation, then you should at least listen to law enforcement. So I have letters, and I won't read those letters. I think there's a rule. Somebody will probably call a rule on me. You know, I'm going to start looking at the rules. I was impressed by the senator from Collington yesterday. You made me proud, Senator. But there have been a lot of rules that I could call on people. But I think it's important to have debate. I think it's important. I think it's important to have a hearing, even if it's a hearing that I disagree with. I think it's important to have a hearing. I disagree with the senator from Anderson on the transgender issue, and people know where I stand on that. But if a senator in this chamber files a bill, he ought to get a hearing. He or she ought to get a hearing. So I'm glad that the public has the opportunity to have a discourse. But what we heard on open carry, unequivocally, the medical community is against the bill. Law enforcement is against the bill. The business community is against the bill. And overwhelmingly, the people of South Carolina are against the bill. There was a poll taken. And I don't know the particular statistic, but that poll came back with somewhere in the neighborhood, now I'm estimating, over 80% of South Carolinians don't think we ought to be debating this bill. Who do we represent? You know, I think that same poll found that people wanted to discuss their quality of life. Higher wages, health care, incentives for businesses, creating an economic commerce.
Senator from Colleton, Senator Matthews, what purpose do you rise?
The question of quorum under Rule 2.
Quorum's been questioned. Clerk will count. State your point.
I didn't want to interrupt the senator, but I renew my same point of order that I made on amendment number 9 for amendment number 10.
I'll take it under advisement.
President, I don't think that motion. Mr.
22 members are present. A quorum is not present. Senator from Oconee, what purpose do you rise? Senator from Oconee moves the call of the Senate. Clerk will ring the bell. Meeting clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams, present. Mr. Alexander, present. Mr. Allen, absent. Mr. Bennett, present. Mr. Campson, absent. Mr. Cash, absent. Mr. Clymer, Mr. Clymer is present. Mr. Corbin, Mr. Corbin is present. Mr. Cromer, present. Mr. Davis, present. Mr. Fanning, absent. Mr. Gambrill. Mr. Gambrill is present. Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch. Mr. Goldfinch is present. Mr. Grooms is present. Mrs. Gustafson is present. Mr. Harpootlian. Absent. Mr. Hembry. Mr. Hembry is present. Mr. Hutto. Present. Mr. Jackson. Absent. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Absent. Mr. Michael Johnson. Present. Mr. Kimbrell is present. Mr. Kempson is present. Mr. Leatherman. Mr. Leatherman is absent. Mr. Loftus is present. Mr. Malloy. Mr. Malloy is present. Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey is present. Mrs. Matthews is present. Mr. McElveen. Mr. McElveen is present. Mr. McLeod is present. Mr. McLeod. Peeler is present. Mr. Rankin is present. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb is present. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott is present. Mrs. Sin is present. Mr. Setzler. Mr. Setzler is present. Mrs. Shealy is present. Mr. Stevens is present. Mr. Talley is present. Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Verdon, present. Mr. Williams, present. Mr. Young. Mr. Young is present.
All senators answer the roll. Senator Cash is present. Senator Leatherman is present. Senator Harpootlian is present. Senator Allen is present. Senator Kevin Johnson is present. All senators answer the roll. Oh. Senator Sin is present. Young is present. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. 43 members are present. A quorum is now present. Senator from Spartanburg, what purpose do you rise?
Oh, I was not aware we didn't have a quorum earlier. I would like to make a point of order.
State your point, sir.
I would like to renew my same point of order that I made under amendment number 9, that it is applying only to, it's not dealing with the open carry portion of the bill.
Take your point under advisement. Senator from Charleston. Anyone else wants to speak to the point? Anyone else want to speak to the point? I'll take it under advisement.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what I would say to my colleagues, that we still have the ability to file amendments, and more germane amendments are forthcoming. Senator from Spartanburg, I just talked to some senators, and they were a lot more artful in drafting their amendments. And so I think I will have the ability, to the extent that the ruling is against me, I think I'll have the ability to speak on those amendments. But I'm cognizant of the angst of some to get to a vote on this bill. And in that regard, you know, over the summer, the Senate changed the rules. Now, there's a lot of discussion in Congress about changing the filibuster rule. Well, we did that. We essentially did that in South Carolina. We've changed the rules, and it makes it more difficult to have this debate. I suspect in Congress they'll probably do the same thing for the very reason. When you're in the majority, which the Republicans have been in for almost 2 decades now, then you make the rules. That's the consequence of an election. And so there was a time where we could banter forth back in ideas, and I remember the Senator Bryant from Spartanburg, I believe it was. Senator Bryant, Kevin Bryant.
Senator from Spartanburg, what purpose do you rise?
Senator from Charleston, yield for question.
Yes.
You will.
Did you know, I believe you're probably talking about our former senator, former lieutenant governor from Anderson, Senator Lieutenant Governor Kevin Bryant?
Kevin Bryant.
Yes, sir.
I just got the county wrong. But we would have a knockdown, drag out. Not between he and I, but that was a big thing to invoke cloture. That was a big thing. It used to be a big thing. And there were certain members that pledged to never invoke cloture because they thought it was important for the Senate to be able to deliberate and seriously consider particularly material issues. I can think of no greater issue than the one that we have before us with respect to, if this bill passes, what it would mean to the state of South Carolina. And so what I would simply like to do, and I'm told that we have a few other amendments behind me that were probably more artfully drawn than mine. But I just kind of want to discuss why law enforcement opposes this bill. I think it's important for this body to hear this.
Senator from Colleton, Senator Matthews, what purpose do you rise?
Ask the senator a quick question.
You have a question, Senator?
I yield.
He does.
Senator, what exactly does your amendment do, and how can you explain for me? I've been trying to get it up on the screen here. What exactly does it do as it relates to the actual bill in extending, being a natural extension of it?
I appreciate the question. And I believe that is the background check complete amendment. We talked about from 3 to 5 days. So yesterday, there was a discussion. There was a discussion about cleaning up our court reporting system. The reason why it's so difficult to get a background check by NICS processed in a very timely manner is because our court system, Senator from Collington, is all over the place. And so what the amendment did yesterday, and I'm just baffled how this isn't related, but what the amendment did yesterday is clean up the time reporting. Now, that bill that was adopted, the amendment that was adopted yesterday, it created a judicial technology committee. That's not in the amendment that passed yesterday. But the bill, the impetus for the amendment that passed yesterday was a product of negotiation with the clerk of court, SLED, and a number of other institutions.
are you saying, Senator from Charleston, that this is an extension of what this body accepted yesterday as an amendment as to reporting?
No doubt. I mean, the people who actually did the work realize how germane this is to the process. And why is that important? Because what SLED said is that we're all over the place, and we need to make sure, particularly at a municipal level, that they get the information in to the database in a timely way. An additional problem, Senator from Collington, since you asked, is that we got different computer systems. So even the information that we report to NICS, there's no consistency with the way we report. So you take somebody in Washington, D.C., who has 3 days to make a decision on whether to deny a purchase, they're all over the place. Now, this is done at the transfer. SLED has a whole separate process when they go through the CWP program. But it's all related because they all use each other's database. And so that's the import of why I think it's germane and why I think it was important to have this discussion. I'm under no impression that we're going to pass a complete background check bill. When I put it up the first time, we had bipartisan support, and we couldn't get a hearing. And so I rise to simply say this. There is greater potential for disagreements to turn violent where handguns are readily available by the virtue of open carry. Over the past year, Charleston, like many other cities throughout the country, has seen an increase in the number of protests and demonstrations occurring within the city. Emotions run high at these events, and physical confrontations have occurred between opposing groups and individuals. Adding the open carry of handguns to the equation only raises tensions and increases the potential for loss, life, and serious bodily injury. Now, that is from the chief of police. I find it mighty ironic how we run around. I'm for law enforcement. I'm for law enforcement. Well, we're not listening to law enforcement. We got a law enforcement officer here. We ain't listening to the Fraternal Order of Police. We're not listening to the police chief. But we did find four sheriffs. We did find four sheriffs who managed to not get convicted or not awaiting trial, who support this legislation. And so if we're truly listening to law enforcement, which, by the way, we're not, we would listen to them. They came one by one by one by one. SLED. And I talked to Chief Keel yesterday, had a good conversation. He's frightened at the prospect of open carry. SLED, the local police, and by the way, they want workers' comp for PTSD too. There's an objection on that bill. So if the body truly listened to law enforcement, We would be giving them workers' compensation benefits. And we would also be listening to them as they tell us the practical implications of an open carry bill where we got military artillery on Main Street. So we got a lot of amendments today. I understand lunch is coming. Y'all gonna be here anyway, so you might as well be listening to someone who's charismatic.
Whoever that is, they're recognized.
Who's good looking.
He's presiding.
That would be me. And so I don't understand the angst to sit me down. But be that as it may, we got a lot of amendments today. It's going to be a full day. We got law enforcement testimony. We got testimony from data. We got plenty of data. I know we don't always listen to the data, but according to the report, and this is the Uniform Crime Report, the top 5 counties with the highest number of murders in 2018, that's old data, but it's newer data than some of the data that I've heard cited up here. Charleston County, we got 46. These are the highest murders. Richland County, we got 43 that one year. Horry County, 29. Florence County, 26. Spartanburg County, 24. There's data on children who are getting shot. Talked to a doctor last night. Children are getting shot.
Senator from Florence, Senator Leatherman, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you. Look like we're at a temporary break here. Senator's presentation asks for leave from now until 12 o'clock Tuesday.
Objection. Hearing none, so ordered.
And so there's plenty of
Senator
data.
from Spartanburg, I'm ready to rule on your point. I sustain your point.
I think I'm the next amendment too, but go ahead.
Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, we have some sandwiches for senators and staff. So looks like it's almost 2 o'clock. Mr. President, I would move that we recede until 2:30 to allow senators and staff time to eat, and then we can come back and the senator from Charleston will be able to go up on his next amendment.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator will stand at ease until 2:30.
Well, they're going to get lunch. They had catering brought in this time. So, that's what's going on. It's in recess. They're not going to change the video. It's going to be the same video. So, I'm just going to let it go, let it run. I'm going to go get something to eat. So, anybody else, go get, smoke them if you got them. Get some lunch. We'll be back here at 2:30. Again, if anybody wants to jump in on the panel, I do have a panel going on. It's pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. I'll link it out there again for comments and whatnot. I wouldn't mind comments on some of the stuff they're going over right now, but again, we're watching the judicial well, not even the judicial. We're watching the Senate process at this point, and it's painful. You guys really don't understand the pain I go through when I go and watch this stuff. This stuff is awful. Now you're getting a taste of it. So, I'm going to go get a sandwich. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. So, if anyone wants to jump in and start commenting, go ahead. I don't mind. Military artillery? I don't know. Eating is part of the filibuster. No, he looked annoyed that they wanted to go and get lunch. Did you see how he turned that microphone to the side? He's like, damn it, interrupted again. This is what we have to deal with. Anyways, I'm going to get a sandwich. You guys, hang tight. But, yep, sandwich time. Sandwich acquired. I know they haven't gotten a sandwich yet. They're still eating sandwiches, I guess. So, all right. Well, since they're in recess, I'll just switch this over here like this, and be awesome because I'm Night Strike. Here we go. There we go. So you can see me talking. There we go. If anybody wants to jump in and comment or you know, say that Senator Kempson should be tased several times, go ahead. I don't disagree. I don't agree with violence, but again, you know, he probably could use a good tasing. So, Gizzard Gary, where's your lunch? Well, Gary, you're gonna have to go outside and peck at the ground. I'm sure a couple earthworms will show up. So, as we know Gizzard Gary is one hell of a pecker. There we go. All right, some of the comments out there. Eating is part of the filibuster. Yes, it is. I can't say what KR says. Yum yum sandwiches, Gabriel says. Artisan Tony says G19 is artillery. Well, it depends on who you ask. KR says, didn't they eat lunch at 11:30? Apparently not. Artisan Tony says, I know, right? Who eats at 2:04 unless you get up at like 10 a.m.? Well, no, that's true. KR says, is H3 really a Hummer? Not really. Too much plastic. Greenbox Media says, SLED, South Carolina law enforcement decision. That is exactly right. Ekim Zeppel says, congratulations to all the Texans who will soon have constitutional carry. I am praying for you, for all you folks in South Carolina. We're praying too, those of us that are religious. And those of us that aren't are hoping really, really hard because, you know, they don't, you know, atheists and agnostics don't pray. So, and Gabriel says, amendment to change the state nickname to the Palmetto State Armory State. Well, no. South Carolina nickname is the Palmetto State, named after the palmetto tree that's on the flag. Okay? And Palmetto State Armory, well, they just took, you know, the Palmetto State part and added Armory on the end of it. Which there was a Palmetto State Armory. There was I think it was a Charleston Armory at one point, but that's besides the point. Greenbox Media says 516,000 concealed weapons permit issued in South Carolina, and there's not an abundant dead or nor injured human bodies laying in the street via firearms. Why would they open carry change this? Why would open carry change this? It wouldn't. Open carry would just mean that some people might be out carrying a gun where you normally wouldn't see it. And some people would just, you know, their gun would flash when they lifted their shirt or lifted things on the top shelf, and they wouldn't get in trouble for it. That's what it is, because some people have gotten arrested for printing. Not really. There really isn't a printing law here in South Carolina, but some people have got arrested for flashing their gun because their shirt wasn't long enough to conceal the gun. So it's an issue. KR says it won't, just like in every other state. It's true. Gary says, "Where's my lunch?" Gary, get your own. Greenbox Media says all government know is violence, and particularly the violence it bestows upon the constituency. Well, welcome to the United States of America. And on that note, I'm taking a bite of my sandwich. So again, if anybody wants to jump in, the link is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. I'll throw it out there in the side chat for you guys again. There you go. If anybody wants to jump in and discuss, we can discuss while they're in recess. If not, I will continue eating my sandwich. So, And I'll continue reading the comments out on the YouTube side. So there we go. Should have put mustard on it. I'm just going with the plain sandwich today. And next time I think I'll put mustard on it. I would have put mayo on, but out of mayo right now. I don't have any mayo in the house whatsoever. It's rough. Greenbox Media says, please excuse the typographical errors. Honestly, dude, honestly, we all have the same problems. We're not Travis P11. We're not gonna dock you points for typos. Okay, you're good, dude. Don't worry about it. Thanks for hanging out with us again today. By the way, Greenbox Media. I wasn't expecting you to show up again today. I wasn't even expecting KR to show up again today. But thank you guys for showing up again. I mean, even M. Gabriel. Tony, I kind of expected Tony to make a remark. I'm surprised he hasn't made a remark yet. But again, I did kind of expect Tony to show up at some point. I didn't expect Gary to show up though. So, but I'm glad you guys have shown up and are comment out there in the YouTube chat. Again, if you want to jump in here and comment on what we've been watching and going along, you are more than welcome to. I have no, just remember to keep it PG 13ish. So I understand it's hard to do that, but I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to make a more concerted effort to keep it PG 13. I know it's hard, especially when you're dealing with absolute morons, but that's the price we pay, isn't it? That is the price we pay. So, anyways. Oh, KR got me, he said got me some Bojangles. Oh, man. Wait, KR, did you at least get Bowberry biscuits? No. KR says, I usually listen while driving, can't comment. Well, I can't blame you there, dude. Just, continue driving. We'll see you when you make a comment. And for those that don't know, Bojangles is a chicken place in the Carolinas. Fried chicken place. Bowberry biscuits, it's like a blueberry style biscuit. It is delicious. They put a little of that same frosting that they put on top of cinnamon rolls on top of these biscuits. They're delicious. Let's see if I can get a picture for you. He says, nope, fried chicken, just fried chicken. Not driving now. Watching concrete dry. Yeah. That's a good picture. We'll use that picture. There we go. Alright, so since people do not understand the Bowberry biscuit, I will screen share real quick. That's what I mean by Bowberry biscuit. Basically, they make blueberry biscuits and they put frosting over it. It is delicious. These are Bowberry biscuits. They're delicious. So, yes, I'm using OBS Studio right now. But those are Bo-Berry biscuits. They're very delicious. I can't go to Bojangles without getting a Bo-Berry biscuit. It's just, there's just no way. And I'm sorry you have to watch concrete dry, KR. That's rough, man. So, yeah, 5 more minutes. They should be back. Well, we'll see what happens. KR said his wife would kill me if I got them without her. So, I understand that completely. But I, personally, when I go and get Bojangles, I always have to get them. So, but I get your reasoning. So, what else is going on, guys? Anything interesting? Anything new? Again, once the Senate returns, unless anybody jumps into the panel, I'm just going to mute the microphone and we'll just listen along. But again, if I have anything to say, I will jump out and say it either on the YouTube side in the chat, or I will turn the microphone on and say something. Nope. Why do I want to keep it PG-13? Why am I trying to? Well, I'm trying to make it more family friendly. Not that it is, but I'm trying to make all of my videos more family friendly so I can possibly get some revenue off of it, because I don't have any revenue right now. So, other than what I'm working on with, side jobs right now. So, I'm just trying to, I'll be honest, I'm just trying to get some advertising, get them to allow me to put ads on here, because honestly, they don't, a lot of gun videos, they won't let you put advertising on anymore. Unless you do it a certain way, it's awful. Also, I think in order to have super chats, you also have to have advertising turned on. Don't quote me on that, I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm just trying to keep things going. Plus, if all you're doing is cursing to get a point across, it doesn't always seem genuine when you curse to try and get a point across all the time. Sometimes it's necessary, but too much cursing and not enough trying to get your point across, it just seems disingenuous. That's the second reason. So, or the proper reason, really. So, I'm honest, at least. Oh, man. So. Oh, I forgot I have chips. Yay, chips. Today, what do I have? Lay's barbecue flavored potato chips. See if they're back yet. Well, it's 2:30 and they ain't back yet, so they'll probably be another 5 minutes. Yeah. I know. If you were a Marine or you were in the Navy or you were in the Armed Forces, just any part of the Armed Forces, cursing is like second nature. But the problem is, in business, especially when you're in business for yourself, cursing is not preferable when you're talking to a client or a customer. So, it can get you in trouble. And for advertising, doubly so. They don't want to put advertising on videos that have cursing. This is the aftermath of Adpocalypse. So, then I believe their standing orders for Marines is you're a Marine even if you're not active duty. You're only a former Marine if you die. So, at least that's how that was explained to me. So. I'm Gabriel says that sword and mace thing took me to Cult of Athena and all kinds of weird knives. Yeah. Yeah. But again, as we mentioned yesterday, the South Carolina Senate sword was donated to the South Carolina House in 1951 by the Lord of Halifax of England. because again, the sword is supposed to symbolize that North Carolina and South Carolina were once the province of Carolina, before they both became colonies. They were a province of Carolina, and the capital was Charleston. I can imagine a military cook. My great uncle was a military cook. For the duration of World War II. Because he was a pacifist. So they made him cook. And Gabriel, now I want a sword, and it's all your fault. It's all your fault going on about maces and swords. Here we're supposed to be talking about guns and hoping for guns. It's like, no, swords. Actually, I think it's legal to carry a sword in South Carolina. Not sure.
Senate will come to order. Senator from Oconee.
They're back.
Ask for a call of the Senate.
Senator from Oconee moves the call of the Senate. Clerk will ring the bell. Meeting clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams, present. Mr. Alexander, present. Mr. Allen. Absent. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Allen is present. Mr. Bennett is present. Mr. Campson. Absent. Mr. Cash. Present. Mr. Clymer. Present. Mr. Corbin. Present. Mr. Cromer. Present. Mr. Davis is present. Mr. Fanning. Mr. Fanning's present. Mr. Gambrell. Mr. Gambrell's present. Mr. Garrett. Present. Mr. Goldfinch. Present. Mr. Grooms. Present. Mrs. Gustafson. Present. Mr. Harpootlian. Present. Mr. Hembry. Present. Mr. Hutto is present. Mr. Jackson. Present. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Present. Mr. Michael Johnson. Absent. Mr. Kimbrell. Present. Mr. Kempson is present. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus. Absent. Mr. Malloy. Present. Mr. Martin. Present. Mr. Massey is present. Mrs. Matthews. Absent. Mr. McElveen. Absent. Mr. McLeod. Absent. Mr. Peeler.
Present.
Present. Mr. Rankin. Absent. Mr. Rice. Present. Mr. Sabb. Present. Mr. Scott. Absent. Mrs. Sin is present. Mr. Setzler is present. Mrs. Shealy. Present. Mr. Stevens. Present. Mr. Talley. Present. Mr. Turner. Present. Mr. Verdon. Present. Mr. Williams. Present. Mr. Young. Young is present.
Is present. Senator Michael Johnson is present. Senator Loftus is present. All senators answered the roll. Polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. 41 members are present. A quorum is present. Senator from Oconee, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to distribute some material to the body and to make a very brief announcement.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator from Oconee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to inform the body that Darius Rucker will do an exclusive performance benefiting the For Every Kid and Souls for Souls. The country superstar will be performing a 3-song show benefiting For Every Kid. For $20, you'll be able to have access to this exclusive performance to be able to provide a brand new pair of athletic shoes to a child experiencing homelessness. It will be May 13th, 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be a virtual performance and online auction. There are more than 1.5 million kids in the United States that are homeless. For every child experiencing homelessness is a new pair of shoes means dignity, education, and health. And for this $20 donation, a child who is homeless will be able to get a new pair of brand new athletic shoes. So I want to make that to the body, and I'm having that distributed, and it would encourage folks to participate in that on the 13th at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you, Senator. Clerk will post the next amendment.
Amendment number 11 by Senator Kempson amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator Charleston, Senator Kempson is recognized on his
Thank you,
amendment.
Mr. President, colleagues. I hope we all had a good lunch. It's important to have a good lunch. Gives us the energy. So as I was talking, and I think that one thing I took away from the discussion on yesterday about the Second Amendment, it was a very educational discussion. Very educational discussion. I took constitutional law, one of the few subjects that I got an A in. And we learned about the Second Amendment, but there's a whole line of cases before Heller that were pretty consistent, restricting guns to a organized militia. And of course, Heller changed things. But even Justice Scalia, and I think those points were made very eloquently by the senator from the majority leader, the senator from Edgefield, is if you read the Heller decision, Scalia left no doubt that their states have the ability to make reasonable restriction. Now, that's not the debate here. There was a big debate yesterday. But if you believe in stare decisis, the lawyers know what I'm talking about, the weight of the body of case law. The weight of the body of case law recognizes that this is not a right that can't be limited. Now, we got a decision that's coming this summer. And arguably, the decision that's coming this summer, we should all pay attention to. Because what we're going to do here today, I'm told this bill will pass today. That's what I'm told. I don't know. But there is a case right now in front of the Supreme Court that may bear on what we do here and if we pass this bill. It's a New York-based case. I think New York Rifle Association and Pistol Association versus Corlett. And so we may be really wasting our time. I know we want to send a message, just like we did on the abortion bill. Wasn't a week after that we passed the abortion bill that federal court judge enjoined the bill. So we spent hours and 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 hours on that bill.
The real question is, how many hours do we have to spend to shut them up?
I'm told to litigate that bill in just down the street It's going to cost the state a lot of money. We know we lost $11 million in the budget yesterday because we're not going to allow SLED to collect fees, to process the CWPs, and we're going to give a tax refund for all those folks who paid for the training class. We're going to give a refund. So between the $5 million and the tax refund, we're talking about $11 million. I know some shaking their hand. I may have not articulated that the correct way, but y'all didn't have a problem when Trump used to always tell the untruth.
Senator Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you have?
The point of order will come later, but I rise to see if the senator would yield for a quick question.
I do.
He will.
Senator, did you know that the funds you're talking about right now were in an amendment that was ruled out of order?
Appreciate the clarification. I think the import is that that's what we were debating. And so the bottom line is, my only point is, and we got a lot more amendments, and as I mentioned, I'm going to be taking my seat soon, but I understand that there are a lot more amendments up here that are narrowly crafted. And so I reserve the right to get up and talk about those amendments. But my only point is this. We passed that bill earlier this year. Nobody in the state of very few people in the state of South Carolina were crying out. We're crying out for us to take up abortion again. I understand that people represent interest. But if you were to poll that issue, the majority of South Carolinians didn't think we should be spending hours and hours and hours and months and weeks. I've cited to you a statistic with this bill that this is not what the people of South Carolina want. I've been here since 2014, we've spent more time between those two subjects than any other subjects. And on the abortion issue, we're going to spend millions of dollars in court. We know, and we said this when we passed that, it was an unconstitutional bill. But the important part to this discussion is the Supreme Court has already told us they're about to take this issue up. And so we're going to have to send lawyers. Now, I know y'all trust Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett. Of course, when they denied cert on those cases, federal court judges appointed by Don Trump, we didn't trust them then. But the Supreme Court knew that the election was fair and that Joseph Biden won by 7 million votes. I'm going to be interested to see if this New York Rifle, Pistol, and Association versus Corlett, if you get an adverse ruling to overturn what we're about to do today, open carry, whether you're going to believe in the Supreme Court or you're going to call that fake news too. And so we can spend a lot of time on these subjects, which we will today. But the bottom line, in closing, I will say this. My conscience is clear. My conscience is clear. I've advocated for what I believe is right. And I think the senator from Spartanburg expressed that yesterday. He was advocating. Don't really, he's a man of parliamentary rules, but his job was to get the issue on the floor because he believed in this bill. My job, and I believe I've accomplished my job was number one, to share my view of the overwhelming weight of evidence against this bill offered in subcommittee. I've done that. I've read to you the testimony of the medical profession overwhelmingly against this bill. I've read for you the testimony from the business community overwhelmingly against this bill. And what I find really important is that the very people that are going to have to deal with military artillery on Main Street and on the front seat of the car are begging us, are pleading with us. Please don't make our jobs harder. And then finally, when you look at the poll, and I know y'all not guided by polls. That's clear. Some people do pay a lot of money for polls. But when you poll the issue, it's not popular. It's not even an issue in South Carolina. And so I just wanted to make sure that the body understood where I stood, where I stand on this particular piece of legislation, and where I've stood since 2014. There are a lot more advocates.
Senator from Morrisburg, Senator Stevens, what purpose do you rise?
The senator yield for a question.
I yield.
Or two. Senator, what do you think will be the fiscal impact of a centralized court reporting system, as well as do you think that there is some advantages to such?
Are you talking about the amendment that was adopted yesterday?
Yes.
Well, I don't know the fiscal impact, but what's going to happen, I think, and this came out in some of the subcommittee meetings that I participated in some of the committee meetings that I participated in with the clerk of courts, is they're going to have to add staff because they got a shorter period of time to upload the data. And there were at least 2 different computer systems to report the data. And when we initially contemplated the protocol set forth, the proposal was to go to one uniform system. So they're going to be, I don't know what the impact will be, but there are going to be some costs, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we're going to speed reporting so that we can have more accurate information real time. And it's also a good thing to any extent we get on a uniform system with the reporting of criminal data that's going to be used by BRAP and SLED and NICS. It's a good thing that we would invest in that kind of process.
So is this something that SLED as well as local sheriff departments and public safeties are in favor of?
The court reporting system, I haven't. The senator from Darlington has been closer to the issue recently than I have been, but my understanding is that I know that SLED was for it some time ago. I have not talked to the other parties involved, but I think that was a good amendment. Yeah. Thank you for those questions. Mr. President, move for adoption. Move for adoption.
Spartanburg, what purpose do you rise? State your point, sir.
Same point of order I raised under Amendment 9 and 10. I was holding off to let him be heard.
Anyone want to speak to the point?
Mr. President, I'll speak to the point.
Okay.
As discussed previously, the amendment deals with the background check period. The background check period is important because that's the basis on which a CWP, the data they use to approve a CWP. CWP is important to the bill because under this legislation, you can't open carry without a permit. I don't know how more germane you can get than that.
I'm ready to rule. I sustain your point, Senator from Spartanburg.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 15 by Senator Kempson. Amends the bill.
Senator from Charleston moves to carry over the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, number 16 by Senator Harpootlian, amends the bill.
Senator from
Adds
Richland,
new
Senator
section.
Harpootlian is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you.
Please give Senator Harpootlian your attention.
The good news is I have filed 7 amendments. I'm going to pull all of them down except the 2 I'm going to talk about now. So less of me today. That's probably the best news you've had in a while. The bad news is I do want to talk about some serious things. I had some humorous amendments, but nothing's real funny at this time on a Thursday afternoon. This amendment would require those who open carry, who are carrying a permit, to wear some sort of identification so law enforcement would know that they were legally carrying the pistol. And why is this important? Let me first of all start off with an analysis here, and I'm going to give you a historical perspective in just a second, but based not only on history, but my personal relationship with law enforcement over a number of years. But I realized something the other morning. I may not be in touch with current culture. And nothing drove that home to me more. I've been a music aficionado my entire life. I picked up the New York Times on Sunday to see what the top Billboard music was. Number 1, Moneybag Yo, A Gangster's Pain, number 1 song in the country. Sorry, am I insulting somebody's favorite musician? Number 2, second musician, Slime Language. I don't know what their hit is. Number 3, Young Thug. Number 4 and 5 are by some guy named Church, who I think is a country western person, maybe? Senator from Georgetown? And he has a song called Soul and Heart. And what this made me realize is maybe I am out of touch with culture today. I'm probably out of touch with culture today. I'm not what most folks would call politically correct on both sides of the aisle. And I would tell you that my opposition to open carry is earned me some criticism from my constituents and others who believe I'm anti-gun, which is interesting to me because I'm getting criticism from many of my constituents who think my amendment to the death penalty bill allowing execution by firing squad to be the act of a reactionary, I think somebody told me it was a fascist, cruel move. So I'm a man without a party. I am neither here nor there. I was going to take that one step further. Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey, what purpose do you rise?
Question?
Just one little one.
Just one little one. Senator, I understand that the senator from Fairfield is in a caucus of his own. So maybe y'all could team up.
Then it wouldn't be a caucus of our own. I was about to say someone who is neither this nor that, but that would be so politically incorrect to go with that, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Okay, so we won't go there. I do want to talk about this, though, that my positions are based on my experience, my personal experience, which is different than most of you. The death penalty provision I proposed was based on my experience of having participated in the execution of another human being by electrocution. I found it to be cruel. It did not make me feel good about what I'd done. I regret that process. That's why I proposed the firing squad, which I think is instantaneous based on everything I've read, and you don't die a horrible, tortured death. Just like my opposition to this bill is based on my experience, and let me give you a history lesson that I think is fascinating. The idea of banning open carry is not new at all. In 1861,
Arizona, still a territory. Many of the cities there, towns there, banned open carry. Many, Dodge City, Abilene, Deadwood, all prohibited the carrying of pistols openly. And on October 26, 1861, the sheriff of Tombstone, Marshall, I'm sorry, was a guy named Virgil Earp. You may remember his brother Wyatt brothers Wyatt and Morgan. And he deputized his pal Doc Holliday. And 3 cowboys came into town, Billy Claiborne and 2 brothers, the Clanton brothers. And they refused to do what everybody else was required to do, either disarm at a hotel or a lawman's office, and they gave you a token, and you could get your guns back when you're leaving town. So the Clantons were asked to disarm. They refused to do so. They were met on Freeman Street near a place called the OK Corral. Now, we've all seen the movies. I was just talking to Senator Kimbrell about the different variations of what we've seen on the screen, starting with Kirk Douglas's movie where he played a Wyatt Earp. And then there was Kurt Russell, and then there was one more recently with Kevin Costner. And in all those movies, I can't think of a single one which revolved around the Clantons refusing to disarm as required by the Tombstone Law. Several of them, one of them had shot one of Earp's brothers, and I mean, there's all kinds of twists and turns. The fact of the matter is, the Earps and Doc Holliday approached the Clantons and a couple of guys named McMurdy, and told them to disarm. And when they did not disarm, the Earps and Doc Holliday shot them down before they drew their guns. Okay? Enforcing the no-carry law in Tombstone at the time. Very, very often that was a result. So my point is, historically, the ban against carrying weapons openly goes back to the Wild West, where everyone understood that the carrying of weapons openly in town could lead to violence, and many times did lead to violence. And so let me bring the history forward a little bit more. And what I want to talk to you about is those of you who profess to support a movement called Blue Lives Matter. Blue Lives Matter. That is, we want to make sure our law enforcement officers are protected, not put in danger, not put at risk, not put in a position where they have to draw their gun. And this bill, I suggest to you, is opposed by the chief of SLED. My sheriff, Leon Lott, thinks it's going to lead to showdowns, just like the Earps. It's going to lead to instances of violence because people are going to be unwilling to give up their pistols or even show identification. So as we sit here today voting on this bill, I want to tell you that I believe, based on my experience, that police officers are going to die and other people will die. Now, my personal history is, as many of you know, as a solicitor, I prosecuted nefarious criminals, and you all cheered me on for that. I remember Christmas 1991, Christmas Eve, about 11 o'clock. I was doing what many of us have done that have small children. I had a 5-year-old, 4-year-old at the time, and I was putting together some toy whose instructions were drafted by, can I say, Chinese, unintelligible, had not enough screws or too many screws when the phone rang. It was the sheriff of Richland County, the one prior to, Alan Sloan was his name, the one prior to Leon Lott. And he was crying. He said, I got a man down, can he come out? So I drove out North Main Street, a little bit after midnight. And it was sleeting, I can remember sleeting, and it was out in the country, and there were blue lights everywhere. And there was a police car, a sheriff's deputy's car with both front doors open, and laying next to the passenger door was a guy named Joe Alva. And Joe Alva had been a courtroom deputy that protected me and the judges who had been at a Christmas party with me at my office the week before. And Joe was proud of the fact he was going back on the street. He'd been a courtroom deputy. He wanted to get back on the street. And he had received, or Central received, a complaint that a mental patient had been given a Christmas furlough, had gone home and was terrorizing the family, and they responded. And as he got out of the car, this almost 300-pound mental patient tackled him and was trying to get his gun out. In the confusion of what happened, his partner tried to shoot the mental patient and hit Joe right behind the ear with a 9mm, and it took Joe's head off, basically, when I saw him. Now, I remember Joe the week before with his 2 small children at the Christmas party. And he's now dead on Christmas Eve, and his children waiting to open presents the next morning. There's nothing more devastating to a family when their father is put at risk. And then this was a needless, senseless death. And I'm afraid, and by the way, I just couldn't, I stood there and just couldn't believe this guy I'd worked with for a couple years was dead, that I'd been, having eggnog and cookies with the week before with his kids, was dead, his head blown off by his partner. Senseless, made no sense whatsoever. This bill, I believe, will lead to that senseless death. And that's why I propose this amendment. I'm not proposing this amendment as a poison pill. It makes sense, and I talked to my sheriff about it. What it would require is someone carrying a weapon on their hip to wear something that would let law enforcement know that they have a permit. So law enforcement doesn't have to approach them, not knowing whether they're, some psycho that strapped a gun on, or whether they're a legitimate permit-carrying citizen. So this doesn't defeat, I'm not in favor of the bill, this doesn't defeat the bill. What this does is make the objections law enforcement has, which is as they walk down a street and run into 5 large, and let me say this, the word thug comes from the Indian word thuggy, okay? That's not a racial, there are white thugs, black thugs, yellow thugs, red thugs, they're thugs. And we all know what they look like. And you can be apprehensive and intimidating. And if seen in the wrong place, that police officer has a right to walk up and ask them, if they're carrying a gun, to see their license, their permit to carry it. Is he or she putting themselves in danger by doing that? So the easiest way is for them to have some sort of identification. And I'm sorry, if it's not a good fashion statement, if it is something that they're embarrassed with, I'm sorry. That may be the price of being able to carry a gun. And again, I don't quite understand this need to carry a gun. Is it going to be the apocalypse or the zombie apocalypse as we see on The Walking Dead? I don't quite understand why you have to walk around with a gun on your hip. But if you insist on doing that, you should have to display in some way a decal, have SLED design it, I don't care. It's readable from 10 feet away so they don't have to get in your face. And that protects the police officer. So if blue lives really do matter, why shouldn't we do something to ensure they don't have to put their lives at risk to check to see if that person is legitimately carrying that weapon or there's some psycho? So as to I'm not going to belabor this. I think it makes sense. I think it's something that law enforcement wants, and it will save lives.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Sabb, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. See if the senator will yield for a question or two.
I will.
He does.
Senator, you, as you were talking, and I think when I listened to you talk, I hearkened back to the senator from Spartanburg when he was talking, and you could literally feel the sorrowed passion that both of you have when you're talking about an issue like this. And so I just wanted you to know that I feel your sincerity on it. But Senator, did you know that I don't believe we could be debating a gun issue at a worse time in America's history? Did you know that?
I know that.
Senator, there is so much unrest right now in our country. And frankly, people are dying. And we are aware, are we not, Senator, about some of the marches that have taken place because of persons of color being killed and there being an outrage in their community. And that was at the hands a number of times of police officers. You're aware of that, weren't you?
I am.
And then, of course, recently we had a couple of police officers who went answering a call in the line of duty, and 2 officers were killed as a result of that. And so, Senator, the tension that is in our country right now, both as it relates to police officers and as it relates to persons being approached by police officers, do you agree with me that the tension is high?
Absolutely.
And I believe, Senator, did you know, and perhaps members of the police were against this bill before this present point in time in our history. Senator, did you know that if ever we're going to listen to their voices at a point when our nation is trying to mash the pause button, trying to hit a reset button, and trying to figure out how we go forward as a nation living peaceably, if there's ever a time when we need to listen to law enforcement and others about some of the dangers out there, don't you think the time is now, Senator?
It should have been before now.
And so, Senator, what you're trying to do, as I understand it at this point, is at least try to create a situation where there are no real surprises.
Yes.
Because, Senator, did you know that we have all of these instances where a person said, well, I thought he or she had a gun. And quite honestly, that has been a reason in the past for persons to pull their guns and from time to time, unfortunately, pull their trigger.
Well, and Senator, let me say this, and I was just thinking about this. A police officer I knew, a good police officer, who was sent to a house, and he was a little portly. He was not in the best of shape, but he was sent to a house to apprehend someone for who there was a warrant. And not for a violent crime. It may even been for a car theft. And as he came to the front door, this young African-American man, ran out the back door. This would have been about 1984-3. And this police officer gave chase. And back then, the police officers didn't carry Glocks. They carried a police special, and this was a snub nose. That would be a .38 caliber police weapon, not very accurate, lead bullet. And this young man got probably 200 feet away from him. And the police officer's chugging along, out of breath, bends over, comes up with his gun, sort of fires in the guy's direction, maybe to get him to stop. Went in the guy's back and blew his heart out the front, killed him, dropped him right there. Now, that police officer, when I got there, was on the ground crying. He ultimately moved to an upstate police department, couldn't do this anymore, where he was like a dispatcher. He was then apprehended robbing banks. He then hung himself in his jail cell. He had no family or friends left. We all had to chip in to pay for his casket. So not every police officer who kills somebody, if there's this idea that they relish it, enjoy it, look forward to it, or happy they did it. That's not been my experience either. So,
in fact, Senator, it's been the total opposite, hasn't it been? I mean, I don't believe there are many of us, regardless to our professions, who ever want to find ourselves in a situation where we are called upon to use deadly force. I think that's, by and large,
I hope that's true. The problem with this legislation is it's going to put people in a position where their first reaction may be to reach for a gun, as opposed to, back in the old days, somebody just gives somebody a bloody nose. This is going to give them a 9mm in the gut.
Senator, you and I have both been prosecutors in our careers, and we have, unfortunately, experienced situations where, like you've just indicated, back in the old days, somebody would go home perhaps with a tooth knocked out, a black eye, but they would live to see the next day.
And I might say, growing up, most of the time that was me, believe it or not.
I kind of sort of believe that, Senator. But nowadays, people are not going home.
No.
And the reason why they're not going home is because we don't have fair fist fights anymore. Somebody's armed, and in the heat of the moment, the next thing you know, they've pulled the gun and they've used it. Senator, do you know that there's this movie called Juice? Have you by chance ever seen it?
I just told you, culturally, I'm out of
I get it.
sync with the rest of the world. Is Arnold Schwarzenegger in it?
No.
Okay, I probably didn't see it.
Senator, but there is this scene in the movie where the young man has a gun. The other young man does not. And the young man with the gun says to the other young man, "Hey, man, don't you understand that I'm God? With what's in my hand right now, I control whether you live or whether you die." And the other young man simply held his hands up and said, "Okay, man, you got the juice. You got the juice." The point that I'm making, Senator, is that there are those, I believe, in our society, when they have a gun, they become emboldened and feel themselves superior, almost to the point of that young man, because they literally have the power of death in their hand because they're armed with the ability to take a life. And so, Senator, did you know that what troubles me about this legislation is a part of an example that you began to give? But can you imagine the situation where, and I'm using police officers because there's so much tension in our society right now, and police officers have a reason, I believe, to be fearful, and I believe people have a reason to be fearful of police officers, and it's simply the time of the day, in my opinion. But the situation where they go to a house, and all of a sudden the person comes to the door with his gun on his person that the police officers see. Do you think that that's just a normal kind of a reaction that both of them are experiencing? Now, this person is lawfully in possession of his weapon, but what does it do? Does it heighten?
It heightens and raises tensions on both sides. And we saw this case a few weeks ago where a young woman police officer thought she pulled her taser, and it was actually a pistol, and killed somebody. I mean, people in those kinds of situations make bad decisions. You and I, both as prosecutors, saw people that made decisions, horrible decisions, based on an instant, based on what they thought was a representation, or based on their unwillingness to concede, ego's the wrong word, but concede any giving as if they're weaker than the other person. All those things come and they go off in an instant, and people die. And in this case, what I'm worried about is police officers are going to die, or just as bad as I talked about my friend, the police officer that hung himself, they kill somebody and they never, ever, ever get over it. So this is a lose-lose situation, and this legislation, as currently drafted, is setting us up for deaths that could be preventable. You know, we pride ourselves on what we do, whether it's safety in vehicles, safety in airplanes, safety in whatever. I mean, this is we're going to put armed people in the streets, nobody knowing who should have a gun and who shouldn't have a gun.
Last question, if I might, Senator, and thank you for yielding. What's clear, Senator, in my mind, and I was curious as to whether or not you would agree, this legislation will encourage more South Carolinians to become armed as they travel. Do you agree with me or disagree?
I mean, I think they'll be openly armed. I mean, right, you know, as you and I both know, there are a number of folks out there without concealed weapons permits who are already armed.
Yes, sir.
And we see, just in my neighborhood, we saw a drive-by shooting this week in 5 Points at the Starbucks I walk my dog to every morning. I mean, this is getting close to home.
Yes, sir. And police officers, obviously we can't look in their minds, but I think it's common sense, also believe that this legislation will encourage more South Carolinians to be armed. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Chief Keel's made that clear. Sheriff Lott's made that clear. Those are the two folks I've consulted with.
And when they approach folks, what do you think one thought that might be intensified in their mind might be, Senator?
Well, that they're in danger, and they're going to be apprehensive, and their hand's going to move to their weapon, and the other guy's hand's going to move to their weapon, and then we're back in Tombstone. And and the Clantons did not fare well.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Toto, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator will yield for a question.
I will.
You will.
Senator, did you know that we had Chief Keel up here yesterday in a committee hearing and under oath? He told us that this year, 2021, 427 people who had been issued a CWP had their CWP revoked because of breaking the law.
Yes.
Which means that's about 100 a month, right?
Yes.
So 100 people in January that had gone through the training, had submitted to the background check, had been issued a CWP, had it withdrawn. And
revoked.
Revoked. Same thing happened in February, same thing happened in March, same thing happened in April. And so these are folks with concealed weapons permits, 100 that became law breakers every month. And now they're going to be walking around on the streets openly displaying guns under this law. Is that right?
Well, and that's sort of the problem is why should the police officer have to go up and ask them to see their CWP if they've been revoked? And going up to by the way, let's say they don't have a CWP. The police officer's walking up to them. That person has a gun strapped on their hip in the open, and as the police officer approaches them, and of course with my bill, they'd have to have a decal on, so at that point you know they don't have one, or if and SLED does a pretty good job of making sure that decal is not forgeable. You know, they're going to walk up to somebody, and that person knows if police officer finds out they don't have a CWP, they're going to be arrested. So, I mean, how many of them are going to? I mean, is it going to be the Wild West? I mean, that's my concern. So, and I'd say, look, again, this is about blue lives mattering. This is about protecting police officers. This is what Chief Keel wants. This is what Sheriff Lott wants. This is what and I'm sure there's a couple police chiefs around the state that don't want that, but the vast majority, the overwhelming majority, believe this bill is going to put police officers in danger. And in conclusion, I'd say this. That night I saw Joe Alva's brains seeping into the ground. I thought to myself, here's a guy who gave his life to protect us. What could we have done? And there were things we could have done to prevent that from happening there. There's something we can do here today to prevent that from happening in the future. And again, it may not be the fashion accoutrement one wants. But if you want to carry that gun openly, you ought to be able to display what would be a driver's license on a car to let the police know that you're legitimately carrying that gun. So the first time we read, if this amendment doesn't pass, the first time you read about a police officer was killed by somebody open carrying, remember whose fault it was. Remember who could have done something about that. Remember who could have stepped up today and stopped that. I can't tell you how you'll feel, but you should feel bad. Thank you. Move adoption.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
Roll call.
Question is, adoption of the amendment. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Evening clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams? No. Mr. Alexander? No. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Campson? Not voting. Mr. Cash? No. Mr. Clymer? No. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Kromer? No. Mr. Davis? No. Mr. Fanning? Aye. Mr. Gambrell? No. Mr. Garrett? No. Mr. Goldfinch? No. Mr. Grooms? No. Mrs. Gustafson? No. Mr. Harpootlian? Aye. Mr. Hembry? No. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson? Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson? No. Mr. Kimbrell? No. Mr. Kempson? Mr. Kempson not voting. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus? Mr. Loftus votes no. Mr. Malloy? Not voting. Mr. Martin? No. Mr. Massey? No. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. McElveen? Aye. Mr. McLeod? Aye. Mr. Peeler?
No.
No. Mr. Rankin? No. Mr. Rice? No. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mrs. Sin? Not voting. Mr. Setzler? Aye. Mrs. Shealy? Shealy votes no. Mr. Stevens? Aye. Mr. Talley? No. Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? No.
All senators voted. Senator Malloy votes aye. Senator Sabb, state your request, sir.
Leave for the senator from Charleston, Senator Kempson, for the balance of the day.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Final senator voted. Senator Campson votes no. Last call of all senators voted. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 15 to 28, the amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 17 by Senator Harpootlian, amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator from Richland.
Unanimous consent to withdraw amendments 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Next amendment is amendment number 22 by Senator Harpootlian.
Mr. President,
the bill adds a new section.
I'd like to speak.
You recognize, sir. Please give Senator Harpootlian your attention.
So this is my good for the goose, good for the gander amendment. As I think I said several weeks ago, if you're a pregnant woman with a toddler on each hand walking down Main Street and you confront 5, and I don't mean this in any racial way, thugs, strapped, 2 9mm, camo, or maybe they're in gang colors, the Crips or the Bloods, and they're walking down Main Street. That woman, black or white, is going to be apprehensive. Matter of fact, she's going to be scared, and I don't blame her. I would be scared. I would be scared. But this bill will allow that to happen every day, everywhere in the state. And what I say is this. If that poor woman has to confront that on a daily basis and worry about whether she and her children are going to get shot, then we should experience that same apprehension. This bill would allow folks with concealed weapons permits to bring their guns into the State House, sit in the balcony, sit outside the governor's office. Senator Martin, you for me on this one? Okay, well, might ain't good enough. This would put us in the same position as them. If you're going to submit your constituents to the apprehension and risk of walking by somebody armed, now at least here, they'll check to see if they have a concealed weapons permit before they get in. So you're less at risk than her, but they'll still be sitting up there. And I was talking to a senator from York earlier about the kind emails he got from folks around the state when he voted against constitutional carry. Well, those folks can sit up there too and express themselves in a more graphic way, perhaps. But if we're afraid to do that, if you're afraid to do that, why would you subject your constituents? Are we a privileged class? I know we get license plates and we get parking places and we're the honorables. We ought to be subjected to the same risk you're asking your constituents to be subjected to. So, without belaboring the point, either vote for this amendment or slither out tonight. Ask for a vote on the amendment, please.
Question is, adoption of the amendment. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll. Reading clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Campson? No. Mr. Cash? Not voting, Mr. Clammer? No. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? No. Mr. Fanning? Aye. Mr. Gambrell? Mr. Gambrell votes no. Mr. Garrett? No. Mr. Goldfinch? No. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mrs. Gustafson? No. Mr. Harpootlian? Aye. Mr. Hembry? No. Mr. Hutto? No. Mr. Jackson? No. Mr. Kevin Johnson? No. Mr. Michael Johnson? No. Mr. Kimbrell? No. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus? No. Mr. Malloy? No. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey not voting? Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. McElveen? Aye. Mr. McLeod? No. Mr. Peeler?
No.
No. Mr. Rankin? No. Mr. Rice? No. Mr. Sabb? No. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mrs. Sin? Aye. Mr. Setzler? No. Mrs. Shealy? Mrs. Shealy votes aye. Mr. Stevens? No. Mr. Talley? Not voting. Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Williams? No. Mr. Young? No.
All senators voted. Senator Clymer votes aye. Senator Talley votes no. Senator Adams votes aye. Senator Scott votes no. Senator Cash votes no. Senator Massey votes aye. If all senators voted, polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 14 to 30, the amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is number 23 by Senator Corbin, amends the bill, page 6.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, recognized on his amendment. Please give the senator from Greenville your attention. Senator Corbin.
Members. Now, this is a very brief amendment, and I won't be up here but a minute. Within the bill that we're looking at, there are some provisions in which a governing body like a county or municipality can usurp this state law and not allow the open carrying of a weapon. Regardless of how I feel about that, I did want to ensure that no municipality or governing body, because the reasons at which they can do that is that if they're in a festival or something like that, you know, or as we discussed earlier with another amendment, all this amendment does here is says that the duration in the event may not be scheduled for such a length of time as to frustrate the intent of this section. In other words, if you're going to say have a festival and not allow the guns, that you can't have a city can't have a year-long festival and override what we're trying to do here. That's what the amendment says, is the duration of the event may not be scheduled for a length of time as to frustrate this section. Move adoption.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sin, what purpose do you rise? Senator Hill for a question.
Yes.
He will.
Senator, have you read subsection B in the current bill? Because it does just that already. It says a governing body exercising the authority, blah, 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 must be specific in the area, duration, manner in which the restriction is imposed and provide prior notice of the restriction when feasible. In no event may the restriction extend beyond the beginning and conclusion of the event or the location of the event.
That's what's in my amendment too, but that is not specific. Senator, in other words, under that language, you could still have a year-long festival. It says you just have to be specific in the duration. A city could say, we're going to have a year-long festival, or we're going to have a 10-year-long festival. My amendment just prevents that.
I think subsection B already does that. I've never heard of a permit lasting for a year for a festival.
Well, I haven't either, Senator, but you never know. There's nothing in the law that preclude that unless we adopt this amendment.
So we're going to create a fix again for a problem that has never occurred before.
No, not at all, Senator. This is just, if we're going to give the municipalities the ability to override what we do here in Columbia, which is done occasionally, then we're going to give them some guidelines to go by.
Senator, did you realize that what we've done, what this bill does is strike the section that actually does give municipalities and political subdivisions the ability to regulate in certain times and in certain events, such as insurrection, riots, invasions, things like that. That has been stricken from this bill. So the only thing that's in this bill now is dealing with things like that's been in there for a while, but it's dealing with fairs, rallies, protests, festivals, that kind of stuff. It's basically what you're asking for is redundant.
Right. No, Senator, this amendment is just what it says. It just says that a county or governing body cannot, for lack of a better word, have an extended festival that goes on indefinitely. So it's not to frustrate the intent of the bill.
Does it? I don't have it before me. Does it set forth a time limit on how long these festivals can last?
No, it doesn't.
Well, then neither does what's already in the bill. So I'm trying to figure out what we're doing.
Well, Senator, because we're giving them the ability to set the duration, and we do not want that ability to frustrate the intent of this bill. As simple as that. Move adoption.
Question is, Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Does the amendment, in fact, strike the language that Senator Sinn's amendment that was adopted yesterday?
My second bill.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sinn.
Just so that I may answer that inquiry, one of my amendments went through. The other one that deals with the permits and that kind of stuff, that was carried over, so that'll be coming up shortly.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, I'll give you a roll call. You want a roll call? Ayes have it. Ayes have it, too late. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment's 24 by Senator Gambrill, amends the bill, page 4, strikes lines 30 through 31, inserts subitem 4, the actual firing of the handgun in the presence of the instructor, provided that no more than 25 rounds may be fired.
Senator from Anderson, recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment attempts to address a problem that my CWP instructors are telling me in our part of the world, that they're having to actually cancel CWP classes because nobody can find the ammunition. So this amendment simply, to do a CWP, you have to fire 50 rounds, and this simply reduces it to 25.
Senator McCollerton, Ms. Bright Matthews, what purpose do you rise?
If the senator has finished explaining his amendment, I would move on to 24, germaneness, since the CWP issue in reporting has already been ruled not germane.
Anyone else wants to speak to the point? Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, I'd just like to speak to the point that I think the entire bill is about our permits.
Mr. President.
Of our permit.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin.
This is in reference to training, and it is not in reference to open carry.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the point, I'm not aware of anything that was ruled out on this portion of the permit, but it seems to me that I believe what I fought for was constitutional carry. It did not pass, but we do have a permit. This is related to what you have to do to get the permit, so I think it's a logical extension.
Mr. President.
Senator from Macon, Senator Young, what purpose do you rise?
If I could be heard on the point.
You recognize, sir.
The bill that the House sent over, Mr. President, has 4 additional training requirements that it includes in the language of the bill, and this amendment would simply amend existing language under one of the requirements of the training, so it's clearly germane.
Senator Colleton.
Support my motion. This bill specifically refers to the supply in order to train. It is not in reference to open carry.
I'll overrule your point, ma'am.
I am truly surprised, Mr. President.
Well, no editorial comments, getting kind of rough. Senator from Newberry.
Yeah, for a question.
Yes, sir. I'll use.
Senator, you know, and I agree with you. I called the chief about this some time ago, and he was not in favor of lowering it below the 50 rounds. Would you be willing to consider an amendment to say that the instructor could make a determination if the ammunition was available. However, if the ammunition were not available, then the people could qualify with 25 rounds. That's so that we'll still keep the 50, because I think it really is. That gives them more training and all with the 50 rounds.
Yes, sir. I'm not married to the 25 rounds, so I'd be willing to entertain that.
Senator from Clarendon.
Well, Senator, will yield for one question?
Sure.
He will.
And my question is somewhat related to the question for the senator from Newberry, because it's my understanding that you know that one of the selling points of this bill is the training. And do you agree with me that if we go in the training from 50 rounds being fired to 25, that's going to make this training less efficient, or will weaken the training that's required? Some people can probably do 25, but some people probably need 50 shots in order to make sure that they're well trained and qualified to fire the firearm.
Yep. And that's where I would be amenable to something with the will of the instructor. My point is, we've got this bill in front of us that requires you to carry open, allows you to carry openly with a permit. Well, my folks can't get enough ammunition to give the training, to give the CWP class.
Would you yield for another question?
Right.
Would you yield for another question?
Sure.
Do you have any opinion as to why maybe there's a lack of ammunition?
That I don't know. I can't find it myself.
Could it be that we have an overabundance of guns out already, more than enough, and all the ammunition is being purchased?
Well,
I mean, could that be a possibility?
Anything could be a possibility, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Question is adoption of the amendment. Senator from Lawrenceburg, Senator Stevens, what purpose do you ride?
Would the senator yield for a question? Yes, sir. Senator, that individual who on yesterday didn't know what end the bullet came out of, you think this person will have enough bullets to figure out what end?
I think he would if he had a good instructor.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you ride?
I'm just trying to get a point of clarification, Mr. President. I thought that the senator from Newberry was asking for a change in the language, and I don't know that we've cleared up what that language would be.
You're right. You're right. It wasn't cleared. I think it was just a musing from the senator from Newberry. I don't know. Did you have an amendment? And you're welcome to put up another amendment if you'd like. Senator from Lexington.
Sure.
So are you carrying over your amendment, or are you going to vote on your amendment?
In deference to the senator from Newberry, I'd like to vote on it, and then just if I have another amendment that changes it, I have no problem with that.
Question is the adoption of the Senator Kimbrell's amendment. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Not voting, Mr. Davis. Aye. Mr. Fanning. No. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Not voting, Mr. Harpootlian. Not voting, Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Mr. Hutto not voting. Mr. Jackson. Not voting, Mr. Kevin Johnson. No. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Kempson. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. No. Mr. McElveen. Not voting, Mr. McLeod. No. Mr. Peeler.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting, Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. No. Mr. Scott. No. Mrs. Sin. Aye. Mr. Stetzler. No. Mrs. Shealy. Shealy votes aye. Mr. Stevens. No. Mr. Talley? Aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Young? Aye.
All senators voted. Senator Rankin votes aye. Senator Cromer votes aye. Senator Sessler votes aye. Senator Jackson votes no. Senator Hutto votes aye. Senator Gustafson votes aye. Senator McElveen votes aye. All senators voted. All senators voted. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 34-9, the amendment's adopted. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
I'd like to be heard very briefly, but then I want to make a unanimous consent motion.
You recognize, sir.
Mr. President, we're moving along pretty well right now, and that's good. And I don't really want to stop that because I think we're working in good faith and we're moving along pretty well. But we do have approximately 40 amendments that are on the desk. I don't know yet how many of those are in order, but we'll deal with that as they come up. But what I'd like to do is to ask unanimous consent. It is now 3:50. I would like to ask unanimous consent that we cut off amendments at 3:55.
Is an objection to the unanimous consent request? Objections heard. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 25 by Senator Kimbrough, amends the bill, page 2, strikes line
Senator
22.
from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrough is recognized on his amendment. Please give the senator from Spartanburg your attention. Senator Kimbrough.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is different than the senator from Richland's amendment in that it would respect private property rights but still expand the opportunity for CWP holders to carry. So it's a strike and insert. We're striking out the right of public or private employers to prohibit the carrying of a weapon with a CWP. So we're effectively saying that public property, the state, including the State House with a CWP, you would be allowed to carry a weapon that does protect the private property rights. A private business can still restrict carrying even with a CWP. It does not prevent banks from holding signs or having signs on the door that say you cannot bring a concealed weapon into the building. So nothing prevents any private employer from having restrictions as to carrying, but it does expand the right for a CWP holder to concealed carry on public property. And I would move adoption, Mr. President.
Senator from Oconee.
Senator, you have a question.
He does.
So you're saying purely on public property. How about a industry? I want to be clear about if a manufacturing company has a policy that you cannot have a gun on their property, are they protected under this, or
just require a sign?
Yeah,
Please,
Senator,
just
they
require
are.
a damn
It's
sign.
very clear that it's only property owned by the state of South Carolina. It does exclude schools because there's federal implications there. So this does not provide for carrying on school property, but state property, including government office buildings, only buildings owned by the state of South Carolina. It does not preclude a private industry in any way from having restrictions.
You said, Mr. You said a building owned by the state. Would that include county and municipal buildings as well?
Yeah, public building.
Any government building, any level.
With the exception, sir, of schools because of federal implications. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Martinsburg, Senator Hutto.
Would you yield for a question?
He does.
So what about, university campuses or arenas or football stadiums?
Senator, this, again, it's a strike and insert for public employees and public buildings owned by the state of South Carolina. So that when you get into universities, there's different implications on that. I cannot speak to every university's policy, but there are certain guidelines that are even federally imposed by the Department of Education when it comes particularly to schools. But this expands, if it's owned by the state of South Carolina, my intention here, obviously I stood up yesterday, I voted in favor of constitutional carry. If we're going to enhance the CWP or enhance open carry with a permit, I'm trying to give more rights to permit holders. I think we've all established in the course of our conversation that we feel that the vetting process for a CWP is pretty rigorous, and this is for CWP holders.
So that would include, I just want to make sure we get state parks.
Yes, sir.
And it would include, do you say it would include county offices and buildings?
Yes.
All right. Right.
Yeah, I mean,
So if the Parks Association owns the playground where the Little League plays, you can carry guns there
when
too?
you start talking, again, Senator, you talk about schools, when school activity.
I'm not talking about school. I'm talking about the city of Orangeburg owns the municipal rec center where the kids all play and the parents yell at the umpires. And right now they're yelling at them without guns strapped on. They're just yelling at them.
I trust the right of a person with a concealed weapons permit to carry even at a park. Yes, I defend that principle, absolutely. My point here is on public property owned by this state or public properties, you should have the right with a concealed weapons carry permit to carry. I do respect private property rights. I'm providing for that, as the senator from Oconee asked. I'm not saying if you own a private business, you can't make restrictions, but as on a public property, I believe that I trust SLED to do a good job of vetting. I trust permit holders to carry, and I believe that that is their right.
So walking down the Grand Strand, walking down the beach, people can carry guns.
Well, again, this is concealed weapons permit, so if you can find a way to conceal, if you're talking about when you're out swimming.
You don't have to conceal it now. Yeah. Under this, it's openly carry. You can just carry it right on top of your bathing suit. Yeah. You don't have to stick it in your bathing suit.
Sure. Correct. Look, I'm again, yes, I'm not in any way against that notion. If you want to carry in a public place, you ought to be able to carry in a public place. I support a constitutional carry. In my opinion, this is a step toward expanding gun rights for permit holders, Senator.
Yeah, and are you aware that last month 100 permit holders had their permit revoked for committing crimes?
Senator, you made that point earlier, but I would say I don't know off the top of my head how many permit holders there are in the state of South Carolina, but there are over 5.1 million people in this state. So when you're talking about 100 folks, I don't view that as a significant threat that somebody would be able to carry with a permit.
Senator Oconee, on purpose you rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. See if he'd yield for a couple more questions.
He does.
So when you talk about schools, are you including colleges and universities, campuses? Would they be considered schools?
The schools, as it's currently defined with the federal regulations, are going to be kindergarten through 12th grade. Those are schools where federal regulations would overlap. So to the senator from Orangeburg's point, you would be able to go to a football game. You'd be able to go to a publicly owned stadium for a sporting event, for sure.
Okay. How about mention county buildings? How about my local law enforcement center? How about the jail? Is somebody going to be able to carry a concealed weapon into the jail?
You would be able to carry a concealed weapon on public property, period.
Well, so the jail or
like
the sheriff's office would be public property.
Yeah, I would think it would be considered public property under this definition. Of course, that doesn't include inmates, though, Senator. I mean,
where does it exclude them?
Well, I would think that they're obviously they don't have a concealed weapons permit and they're a felon.
If they're being booked.
Well, if you're under arrest, I mean, at that point, your CWP is going to be revoked anyway, and I'm only allowing this for permit holders.
Okay, thank you.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Sessler, what purpose you rise?
Senator, I'm confused, all joking aside. Explain to me, you say on public property owned by the state of South Carolina, and then you say including municipalities and counties. Does it apply to other governmental entities in South Carolina other than state-owned property?
It would apply to, and I appreciate the question, Senator. Let me be really clear as to what this says. Again, it is a strike and insert, so it strikes out the right of a public employer to prohibit. It goes further to say that private employers are protected. It's largely related to public and private employees, but it also allows for concealed weapons permit carriers to carry even upon Capitol grounds or in the State House building with a concealed weapons permit.
And where else? You didn't answer my question, all due respect. You have said 3 or 4 times on property owned by the state of South Carolina, then you've said it applies to cities and counties. Does it apply to to other governmental entities that own property other than the state of South Carolina?
Yes, it is. There's a strike and insert that says it strikes public employers from preventing.
So then you could carry a gun in the courthouse.
Yes.
And if I understood you, you're saying you can't take it in schools, which is owned by an entity, the school boards, because of some federal law. What federal law says you cannot carry a gun in a South Carolina school?
There are numerous federal regulations regarding the possession of a firearm on a property, and it's tied to federal funding. And so this does not include...
Can you tell me where those are?
Off the top of my head, Senator, I can't quote the chapter and verse of the U.S. Code, but I discussed that with the clerk's office, and that was very clear.
So in the Lexington County Jail, visitors can carry a gun into the Lexington County Jail. That's public property.
Well, again, I want to be really clear on this as best as I can be. You can extrapolate what we want to extrapolate. The idea is for employers largely. So when I read it just a moment ago expressly, the right of a public or private employer. Currently under the code, it says the right of a public or private employer to prohibit the carrying of a gun. We're striking public as an employer. And then I specifically, when we go further into this amendment, we're repealing sections regarding the possession of a firearm with a concealed weapons permit on Capitol grounds on state-owned properties. So it does not specify that you're going to be able to go to the sheriff's office or to the jail with a gun.
It doesn't specifically exclude them either.
It doesn't specifically exclude or prescribe.
Several people want to be heard. Senator from Maurice, Senator Henry, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator from Spartanburg will yield for a few questions.
He will.
So, Senator, you know a little bit about my background. I heard you say, and it got my attention, I believe, that you intended, with this amendment, you intended for persons with a CWP to be able to carry a firearm into a courthouse.
I was asked earlier to view that as a public property. This does not specifically say you can go into a courthouse with a gun. This is targeted largely, Senator, and I don't mean to be confusing anybody in the course of this discussion, but the strike and insert is regarding employment predominantly. So places of employment, and then specifically this State House complex. So the strike and insert is striking the ability to carry on public property as an employee of the government, of a government agency.
And I'm not trying to parse with you, but would it surprise you that I'm a little surprised or confused? I'm not surprised. I'm confused now because I believe I heard an explanation of the bill that presented it one way, and it feels like it's sort of evolved into a different explanation now, and I'm just a little confused. Would you mind carrying this amendment over and let us have a little more maybe offline conversation about it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator from Spartanburg moves to carry with the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's carried over. We'll read the next amendment. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to cut off amendments at 405.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so order. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 26 by Senator Henry amends the bill, adds a new
Senator
section.
Maurice, Senator Henry, recognized on his amendment.
Mr. President, thank you. Rise to explain the amendment.
You're right. You're recognized, sir. Please give the Senator Maurice your attention. Senator Henry.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the amendment before you is fairly straightforward.
Senator from Colleton, Senator Matthews, what purpose do
I
you rise?
sincerely apologize. I just realized we got 3 minutes and our staff is telling us we have a glitch. I was asking for unanimous consent for 10 more minutes to get them time to get this last amendment in, if that's okay.
Is there an objection to the Senator from Colleton's unanimous consent request? Hearing none, so order.
Thank you. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, there are a lot of our debate really focuses on our almost individual and even collective, but individual views of what the Second Amendment covers and what it should and should not cover, and how much restriction we should have on our Second Amendment rights in South Carolina. And it's a debate that is made in good faith by people with differing points of view, and we've heard a lot of that. However, this is an amendment that, in my view, will, along with one other amendment that has been adopted, amendment by Senator Malloy, where we have attempted to tighten up some of the reporting requirements that go to the NICS system. I believe that will help make South Carolina truly a safer place to live. This is the second amendment that I've seen that I believe will help make South Carolina truly a safer place to live. I happened to be on the committee, had the pleasure of serving on the committee. Senator Malloy chaired it. Senator Kempson was on the committee. Senators Gregory and Campson and I toured the state. You've heard about this Second Amendment tour that we took several years ago. Heard from, I want to say, 4 different jurisdictions, a wide variety of I think 2-hour meetings each time, a wide variety of witnesses on a host of subjects involving guns and the Second Amendment. There were 2 messages that became very clear in those meetings. And the first message involved Senator Malloy's amendment. And that message was we need to improve our reporting capability and our reporting efficiency and speed, that would make a difference in keeping guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have guns. The second thing we heard loud and clear over and over again, I remember the police chief, I remember it very well, and I can't remember his name, but the police chief from North Charleston was so compelling in making his presentation that the guns that were killing people were over 90% of the time illegally obtained. These were guns that were purchased on the street. They weren't going into Walmarts and buying guns. These were people that were possessing guns unlawfully. They were people with crimes of violence convictions. They shouldn't have had guns in the first place. Those people don't care about a CWP. Those people don't care about open carry. They're not worried about that. They're in the business of committing violent crime. That's what they do. And they carry guns all the time. They carry them unlawfully. Unfortunately, in South Carolina, no matter how many times, if you're a person who has been convicted of a crime of violence and you have a handgun in your possession, no matter how many times you're caught, once, twice, 15 times, the penalty is the same, 0 to 5. And law enforcement told us we need enhanced penalties for multiple offenses. So we need to attack this problem of people that shouldn't be in the possession of guns having these guns. That's what this amendment does. It's enhanced penalties for a second offense. If a person is a person convicted of a violent crime and they're not allowed to possess a weapon under state and federal law, which they are not, and they have a weapon in their possession, for a first offense it would be 0 to 5. For a second offense, if they've been convicted of that crime and they're caught with a gun a second time, it's a sentence of 0 to 10. If it's a third time, it's 0 to 15. It just goes up and I want to say it's an F, E, and D felonies is how it climbs the ladder on a third offense. So if you want to get guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have them and get serious about it, this is an amendment that I would urge you to support.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Gill for a question.
Be glad to.
He does.
Senator, you made the comment a minute ago that these are guns that weren't, purchased through normal routes, like buying it at a Walmart or whatever.
Typically, right.
Typically. And I was trying to find the code section in the bill that we're working off of, our working document, that lined up with the code section of your amendment, and the 162350 is not in here, so I couldn't read it. Which begs the question is whether it's germane, but let me get to my point here. Are you trying to stop the sale of firearms from person to person? Because you said legitimate purchase, like from a gun dealer or a Walmart.
Has nothing to do with the transfer of guns between individuals. It has to do with a person that is legally prohibited from possessing a gun. If they're legally prohibited from possessing a gun, not being in possession of that gun. That
code section, Senator, is the 162350. That's not the same code section we're dealing with.
Well, in Section 3 of the bill, it deals with 162320, which is the penalty offense, and 50 is the penalty offense for that offense.
Yeah,
okay, so the penalties are contained in 50 for 162320, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. The only section was 162320 here. And I understand what you're trying to do, and I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I would raise the point of germaneness because it's in a different code section, Mr. President, just to be fair to all.
Certainly.
So it's clear. Are you just talking about it, or are you making the point?
I'd like to know if it's germane.
I'm sorry?
I raised the point of order of germaneness because the code section's not referenced in the working document.
Any additional comments to the point?
I'll speak ever so briefly on the point, Mr. President, that as I say, Section 3 does reference the unlawful possession of a weapon section of the code. That this is the penalty section 4. Additionally, it's a natural extension of the bill. There's no question that this has a great deal to do with people in possession of weapons lawfully and unlawfully. It inevitably will lead to additional investigations and arrests for those offenses. And I would submit that the penalties are essential to that the enforcement of that law.
Senator Greenfield, I sustain your point. I will publish the next amendment.
Okay. Next amendment is amendment number 27A by Senator Hibbery. Amends the bill, strikes section 8.
Maurice, and him is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this section does a bit of cleanup work on something we've been talking about earlier regarding the ability of local government to regulate or to restrict open carry during a festival or a permitted event. Here's what it does. It adds this line to what is in the existing proposal. Nothing in this item prevents a person or entity hosting a public event, rally, fair, parade, or other organized event from prohibiting the opening carry of a firearm to the event. What this means is it extends that ability to restrict to a private party. So in other words, if I am hosting as a private person, not the government permitting an event, but I'm hosting an event that doesn't, let's say it doesn't require a permit, but it's my event, and I'm hosting that music festival at my, I've got a bar and out back, I've got fundraiser, could be a fundraiser, right? But I'm hosting a fundraiser, and I've got a band out back, and it's my private event. I have the authority as a private citizen under this addition. That's what this would do, is it would give me the ability to post signs just like the government would do and say you can't bring a gun into my event. The second part of this is in Section B. It tightens up that that these must be event specific. And the last section, this is important. And I want to touch base with you about this last section. There's a line in here that the governing body may not temporarily confiscate a firearm if in these situations that they are not able to. This changes that, and in my amendment it says a governing body may temporarily take possession of a firearm or ammunition if there's a violation of the section. What law enforcement would be forced to do if someone showed up at an event with a gun, and so they're already violating the law? Under the current proposal, the proposal we've been considering, they can only take the gun if they place them under arrest. So you leave the law enforcement officer with no other option but to place that person under arrest. Everybody who shows up with a gun unlawfully is going to get arrested under these circumstances. However, there could be that circumstance where you got some guy who just messed up. He made a mistake. I like to think about it like I go to the courthouse with my pocket knife in the pocket, like I've done a million times, and they stop you at the metal detector, and I put my knife in the little box, and then I go in the courthouse and come get it when I'm finished. The same thing. This would give the officer some discretion to say, I tell you what, I'm going to have to take your gun, but you can go on in. I don't know how often that would happen, but at least it would give the officer that freedom, that flexibility to take the gun, let the person go about their business, come back and get it later, and provides for a way for them to get their gun back. So at least it gives them that flexibility. Happy to answer any questions.
Senator from Lawrence, Senator Burden, what purpose do you rise?
See if Senator answer a question.
Sure.
You will.
Why can't the person's not being charged? If he's going to have a temporary confiscation, is he being charged with any violation?
No.
Why can't he immediately then, upon conclusion of the event, secure his firearm and ammunition?
Because he's not allowed to take the firearm into the event.
At the conclusion of the event is over.
Yeah.
Why can't he then not immediately regain possession of his firearm?
Oh, sure he could. Yeah. I think that's probably how it would happen. There's a process about that goes about if they, keep it for a long time, but it gives, to retain it. But I think in practice, I believe in practice, Senator. I really do.
Senator, do you know that I don't believe that's what the practice is going to be? Because your language specifically says that the law enforcement agency shall notify the owner when the firearm is available. I dare say 100% of the time it's I'm not going to say 100% of the time. I just don't think it's likely that somebody is not going to make a lesson to someone and they're not going to have immediate access back to their firearm. And it's basically checking your arm at the door, nothing more.
That's what
we need to have a recheck. You need to be able to present your ticket stub and put your weapon back on.
And Senator,
I think we need. Would you be agreeable to language that expressly states that?
My intention, yes, I would say I'm agreeable to that idea. It's not some effort to keep their gun and yank them around and do all that. That's not the goal. That's not my goal here. My goal is to give the officer some discretion. Well, let me finish, please. To give the officer some discretion, because I just know in practice there are people that don't really need to be arrested in this circumstance. But what we are doing by if we adopt the statute as it's written, we are forcing. We are saying you must arrest. Don't have any discretion. Good luck. It's going to lead to more arrests for people in this circumstance that I think could be avoided. And because I just think there are people that when you take that flexibility, that discretion away, which we're doing.
Well, I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing with
let me finish my answer, Senator. Let me finish my answer, and I'll be glad to answer your question. I think of it much like years ago, the General Assembly adopted a policy that any time you arrest somebody for domestic violence, any time you investigate, that you're called to a domestic violence call, you had to arrest somebody. It sounded good, good for women. It had all this, it sort of couched in all this good stuff. But what happened was law enforcement now, every time they got a domestic violence call and they go to somebody's house, somebody's taking the ride every single time. And it led to a lot of needless heartache, suffering, and expense to the taxpayers because the General Assembly took away the discretion of that officer that was in the field. And that came to mind when I read that section. And I thought, this is a bad idea. You're going to have a lot of these gray situations that don't need to be handled with a sledgehammer. They need to be handled with a soft glove, and you can manage through these things. So that's my heart on this.
Senator, can you foresee a situation where someone from Clinton or Lawrence may be down in either North Myrtle or somewhere in Conway, Horry County, Conway, maybe even in Charleston, and they have been a long-time CWP holder. They entered into a festival or public venue event. They missed the signs that were covered up by big crowds of people. They didn't see the signage. And perchance they had a police chief there in that municipality that maybe even testified to the fact that they didn't really favor even the expansion of the permit process and the possibility that I'm 200 miles from home or 170 miles from home, and I've been a 20-year CWP holder without any infraction. Matter of fact, I don't even have a speeding ticket but to my name perchance, but yet I have an indeterminable amount of time where my weapon is going to be kept at the other side of the state instead of immediately returned to me.
So
that's what I see happening. Can you not see that happening with this amendment?
Here's what I see happening without the amendment. You've had a CWP from Lawrence or wherever you may be from. You're a long-time CWP holder, a law-abiding citizen. You wander into a prohibited event, if you want to call it that, without knowing so. That at some point somebody says, "Hey, that guy's got a gun. What's up with that?" The police officer says, "You got a gun?" And you go, "Yeah." And they go, "Okay." So you're going to be going to the North Myrtle Beach Police Department. And you're going to be charged with a crime, and your gun's going to be confiscated as evidence in that crime. Now, not only are you not getting your gun back immediately, you are getting a lawyer at great expense, going to a courtroom and defending yourself on this charge, in addition to having to wait to get your gun back. So you can, that's how I see this playing out in real life. But if you give that officer discretion, I believe that you have, I think each department's going to have their own way of dealing with this. I mean, I can't tell you what North Myrtle Beach is going to do, or Lawrence, or any other police department, regardless of their political beliefs on the expansion of Second Amendment or not. I think they're going to have practices. This requires them to get it back to you within 30 days, but at a maximum. But I think they're going to have all sorts of different, practical methods of handling it. They don't want to, I'll tell you, they don't want to hold on to that gun any longer than they have to, because every day they hold it, if they lose it, guess what? They write you a check for $720 or whatever it might be, because I've had clients that I've done that for. So, there's an incentive for them not to keep the gun any longer than they have to.
Senator, did you realize that I hesitate to even mention possibly what political orientation a municipality or subdivision of government may have towards this permitted carry of weapons, because I don't think it should matter. I, for one, resent any political editorialization from any municipality, any chief, any sheriff who says anything more than I'm here to execute the law of the land or the statutes of the state of South Carolina. To the degree that we've had political editorialization, as a public policy maker, I resent that. That's my job. Your job is to execute what comes from the State House. If you don't like the laws that come from here, remove people like me who are asking you to faithfully execute the laws of the state. So yes, this is, and I haven't touched this point in this debate yet. It just is a flashpoint right now on this amendment. And believe you me, I have no disrespect for any law enforcement officer in this state, but to the degree even that sheriffs that I'm personally familiar with tell me that I'm with you, I wish I could be more outspoken, but the fraternity won't allow it without repercussions. To the degree that I've had that stated to me by law enforcement entities in this state, yes, Senator, would you agree with me? That should not be the case.
So nobody should be bullied in their viewpoints on any subject or any topic, whether they be an elected official or a citizen. So I agree with you that if a sheriff feels like he has been bullied or intimidated by his or her colleagues, let me finish, please. Let me finish. So if they're being intimidated by their colleagues, I find that to be that's offensive to me. I'm one that likes people to speak their mind, but I do disagree with you strongly. I disagree with you strongly that we should ignore the expertise of the men and women that are in the field, and to say you shouldn't have opinions. You shouldn't, based on your real life experiences, you should, because I'm the elected and you just have to live with whatever I do. I don't want to know what you have to say. I don't want to hear from you, because it might be inconvenient to the position I'm advancing. It might be helpful depending on where they are. So I disagree with you all about that. I like to hear from, whether they be teachers, whether they be superintendents of schools, whether on the education space, whether they be police officers on the street, whether they be chiefs of SLED, whether they be prosecutors, whether they be public defenders in the criminal justice system, judges. I actually like to know. I like to hear from them, because the stuff we do here, we most of it we don't know a whole lot about. Okay, we're good at we have to be generalists, so we have to rely. At least I do. Let me speak for myself. I don't know a whole lot about anything. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about any one thing. I know a lot about I know a little about a lot of stuff. And that's what you do, what I feel like I do in the General Assembly. So when I'm trying to craft policy and understand a knotty, difficult issue like the Second Amendment, quite honestly, I like to hear from what law enforcement thinks and what we do. How is this going to, is it going to make South Carolina safer? Is it not going to make South Carolina safer? Is it going to make, how are we going to, is it going to be prohibitively expensive to the taxpayer? I mean, is this going to be a big ticket item? It's going to take a lot more manpower to do this, what we think is a little job that might turn into a really big job. So I don't take offense. you and I disagree about that. I don't take offense when I hear opinions offered by people that actually have to live with these sort of theoretical discussions that we have in here.
Well, Senator, did you know that I don't want to be misunderstood? And yes, it does require greater parsing of the subject to not be misunderstood. As it relates to professional input, as it relates to reliance on the data that's so important in determining these policies, yes, I'm absolutely there with you. As it relates to bringing a peculiar insight and skills to someone that's just a jack of all trades, absolutely. You and I are in total agreement. I used the word editorialization twice, probably not the best word. I consider a certain degree of beyond just being expert witness to have been engaged in by certain sectors of the law enforcement community as it relates. The word's already been used on the floor here today that a certain, well, excuse me, it's been over here in sidebar conversations, a certain level of fear was instilled by certain law enforcement officers, and I know that's nearly would be hearsay in a courtroom setting, but it's still part of the chatter of conversation here. So not to be misunderstood about what I appreciate, especially from those that put their life on the line every day and come face to face, but I was really more trying to make the point that we don't always hear, would you agree, that we do not always hear from rank and file. We do hear from organized association representation, and we hear from chiefs. We don't always hear from rank and file.
Yeah, I mean,
at least not in the hearing room setting.
And I'll tell you, I mean, I hear. I agree with you, and I'll go you one better, I think, or agree on that point. You know, we hear from associations and lobbyists or, representatives of those associations on a regular basis that have to sort of adopt a position. If you've got 46 sheriffs, you got an association that has to somehow amongst these different viewpoints come together with one voice. And that's a challenge. I mean, because you've got a lot of different, worldviews going on there, just like we have in here. That's the difference. We don't really have to do that. We don't speak with one voice. We speak with 46 voices. But they have to speak with one voice. So they have a real challenge in trying to do that. I also think, a lot of times I'd rather hear from the rank and file than from an association because, the agenda is, there's an agenda, there's a reason they're coming in with saying what they're saying. So I think you make a good point on that.
Senator Richland, Senator Scott, what purpose do you rise?
Would the senator from Ory yield to a couple of questions?
I'd be happy to.
Senator, I want to go back to your amendment where we're talking about South Carolina really dependent upon accommodation taxes, really dependent upon these festivals in order to be able to create some accommodation taxes, and probably just about every county in South Carolina has some kind of festival. And
sure.
And it's already hard enough to monitor because festivals are normally just open. And so even the town itself has a festival, the cities have a festival. So really, there's no permit they grant themselves. This is just an annual festival. And normally, did you know, when they have these festivals, people park their cars and they just come from everywhere. And so normally, to protect the citizens, and now we're looking at having open carry. And I can't see how we would even think of beginning to talk about someone coming to a rally, a festival, and having a weapon on them when they know they're going to a rally, especially a rally, and having a gun. And then if they're caught with the gun, because unless the police officer walk up on them, if it's one that a private person is having, there's nowhere in the world that person is going to get that gun taken away from them. I'm just concerned about the public safety part of it. Now, large gatherings, in many cases, a lot of different things happen. People get bolder, attitudes change, behavior change. I'd like to see us provide a lot more protection than this. If you bring a gun to a festival, to an event where a large crowd is, I mean, it's almost impossible if you forget you had your gun on you. Come on, I mean, let's be for real. And especially if you're planning to go to a festival. Normally, somebody with a CWP is going to leave it in a car. Why would there not be punishment for having this gun at an event where large crowds are?
There would be.
Makes sense.
Yeah, if they take their gun into an event that the gun is prohibited, then they are criminally prosecuted for that.
Okay, you said in those places where the government body issues a permit, and some of these festivals are done by nonprofit organizations who have to get a permit, but still yet there's no check and balance. People just come on. Are you telling me because of that permit, there still will be fines as it relates to someone having a gun?
Yes. I mean, he would be that person if they bring the gun into two different possibilities.
Okay.
If they bring a gun into an event that requires a permit, and that the government has issued that permit, then they have to post signs. They have to, so there has to be some notice that you can't bring a gun, concealed or open, into this event, and you carry one in anyway. Then you're in possession of a gun unlawfully, and it's a misdemeanor that carries, I think, up to $1,000 and maybe
30 days in jail.
30 days in jail. I was either 30 days or a year. I can't remember, but it's it's a pretty good misdemeanor. And then the other possibility is they go to an event that doesn't have a permit, but it's a private event, and I, as a private sponsor of the event, have posted the property that you can't have guns, and you come in there, much like it's your private business, same idea. Then that person would be violating the law in doing so.
So tell me those situations where the officer will return the gun back.
Well,
because normally if they take your weapon because you violated, you don't get it back.
So, this is in the last section of this amendment, section D. What it says now is that the officer cannot confiscate the weapon except if there's a lawful arrest. So to kind of give you an example, guy carries his gun into an event that is prohibited. Officer catches him with it. What this would allow the officer to do would be to temporarily take possession of the weapon. All right, he wouldn't have to arrest him. He could temporarily take possession of the weapon, let the guy go to the event, but secure the weapon in a safe place, and then the guy can retrieve his weapon later. What the current proposal, so let me draw the distinction. That's what the amendment would allow. The proposal that without the amendment says the officer must arrest him to take possession of the weapon. So you take the officer's discretion away. That's the part that gives me a little trouble, because I think we're going to have citizens that make honest mistakes. And although I do think it's a little hard to get around, I mean, maybe in a lady's pocketbook, or somebody could have a gun in a cooler bag or something like that and forget about it. It's kind of hard to forget. Well, I got this gun strapped to my belt.
Yeah, you didn't say a weapon that has been disclosed, that is not excluded, that's not in possession, in sight, in clear view. You said a weapon, and so you may need to clear that up. If a lady happened to bring it in a purse, something of that nature, that's different. But if you bring in a weapon and it's strapped to your side,
right, that's going to be hard to forget about that. I agree. Hard to forget about that. But I could see a circumstance. I think it's very foreseeable that someone has a firearm in a bag of some kind.
But it's not in clear view. That's
not in clear view.
Yeah.
So it would be considered a concealed weapon. It would say go into a prohibited event. Somehow law enforcement realizes this person has a gun. Well, they got their choices become very limited then. At that point, they can't even take possession of the gun unless they arrest that person, even though it was an honest mistake. If we don't adopt this amendment, it forces law enforcement's hand. They have to arrest to get the gun to take care of the situation.
Let me give you another circumstance that I had to think about. The person who is in clear view, but that person had no idea that officer was going to catch him, but that person came to actually do somebody bodily harm. Normally, they came to do bodily harm. They may have had an argument or fuss with somebody before, and they know that person come to that event. I'm just concerned about giving a weapon back to somebody at any event of large gathering. Now, even with the one in the purse gives me some concern, but at least that person did not have a weapon in clear view, and possibly it was a mistake. But clear view of a weapon coming to an event, officer stopping them, and I'm gonna give the weapon back to them. That's pretty difficult to try to deal with.
And that kind of goes back to Senator Burden's, one of Senator Burden's points. I think, and we haven't ever tried it, so we don't know what it's going to look like in practice. But I can't help, I've seen, but in other sort of circumstances, different departments are going to have different approaches on how they are going to, some departments may say, hey, you see a guy with a gun, you just arrest him. That's the easiest thing in the world to do. Just arrest him and be done with it. Other departments may say, use your own judgment. If we were to adopt this amendment, that officer could use his or her own judgment to try to de-escalate the situation, maybe take possession of the gun temporarily, return it after the event. Maybe you say, hey, you'll have to come down to the police station after the event's over to pick it up. There might be whatever procedure they want to impose. The trick is they can't keep it more than 30 days, so they have to notify the owner to do all that.
Your amendment probably needs to say that.
Well,
the restriction of giving somebody a gun back at the event and that person kills somebody.
Well, you could say, I give it back to him 2 weeks later and he killed somebody.
It doesn't matter as long as that person didn't do it at that event.
But I really would resist. I would resist that idea to try to micromanage the hundreds of departments and circumstances that they're going to be faced with. I think when you give discretion, there's a reason. So you can be a bit flexible based on the circumstances that you're dealing with in front of you.
So in essence, we're asking law enforcement now really to babysit that person who brings the gun. When that person knew up front, and nowhere in the world they were supposed to bring a gun to an event. And we don't know the motive of what's going on in that person's mind when that person bought that gun to the event. That's one of the reasons why if you bring a gun to an event, they're going to take your gun, you're going to be arrested, something of that nature. And you end up having to explain it probably in court, magistrate court or someplace. But just to take a gun and give the gun back to the person really gives me some real concern about whether or not we're asking police officers now to babysit folk who actually broke the law. The other part, too, whether it's a permit event or not a permit event, if you bring a gun on government property, you got a problem. It's clear. Your permit says you have a rally. It doesn't say you come to the State House with a gun because we got a rally outside and you can carry a gun. I just think when we make those changes and create some loopholes, and most of the lawyers will use those loopholes to get people out of trouble, I think we are setting ourselves up for failure down the road, that someone's going to come to one of the events and will get killed. And the only thing we'll be able to say, well, that's not what the intent of the law is. That's not going to bring the person back. So I've got some real concerns. If you're going to allow them to carry, which I really don't support that, I just think it is asking the state to have more trouble. Not on traditional locations, government properties, these rallies, these festivals and events. And that's in large crowds with large crowds of people actually get hurt.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator will yield for a few questions.
I'll be happy to.
Senator, we've had a number of amendments, and I confess at times I get a little bit confused as to exactly where we're at in this process. Now, this amendment, Senator, is back to talking about public protests, rally, fair, parade, festival, organized events. So, as far as you know, have we adopted something so far in this bill that allows your municipality to prohibit the open carry at these events? Have we adopted that so far, or have we not?
Yes. So, well, let me put it, because it does get kind of, you can't tell one from the other when you got all these versions flying around. So when you look in paragraph A, that talks about a governing body of a county, municipality, or political subdivision, that's already in the bill that we're considering now. All right, that's all in there. The only thing in that paragraph that I propose to amend says nothing in this item prevents a person or entity hosting a public protest, rally, fair, parade, festival, or other organized event from prohibiting the open carry of a firearm during the event. So all my amendment in paragraph A does is it expands that ability to that ability to restrict to a private person. So if I'm hosting, that's why I keep talking about, I'm hosting a fundraiser, and I say no guns allowed at my fundraiser. Okay, it's my event, and I don't want guns at my event. It's an outdoor event, rally for me. And I can put signs up at my rally, and I can say, I don't want you bringing guns to my rally. Now, I'm not saying I would do that, okay? But I think I'm fairly popular in my district still, but you never know. After this is all over with, it could change, I don't know. Get this amendment adopted, and I might have to put up signs. So that's the only, I just want to make sure, that the only thing I'm doing is the government can do it under what we're already considering. All right, that's in the bill that we're looking at. The government can do it if they issue a permit. This expands it to a private person could do it if it's my event. Much like a private party, Senator Kimbrell was talking about that somehow, private party can restrict possession of a gun in their business or, their private property.
So from what you've said, then I would gather that if someone is applying for a permit to have a protest or a rally, that person who's applying can themselves decide they don't want open carry at this event. They're getting a permit for it. And as well, the municipality could decide that, but either one of them could decide that.
You're right on. You're right on.
And the other addition, as I understand it here, at the bottom would be if someone knowingly or perhaps unknowingly violates that prohibition, then the law enforcement could take the weapon and secure it, and at their discretion, as to when the person can get it back, but they've got to get it back within 30 days. That's at the end of your proposal. Is that correct?
Right. So right now, they would not have discretion. They would have to arrest the person to take the gun. This would give them the authority to say, you're not supposed to have it here. I'm not going to arrest you, but I got to hold your gun until the event's over, and this is how you get it back.
Thank you.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Twofold, Mr. President. First, unanimous consent request, and then to engage with the senator.
I'm sorry, unanimous consent request, what?
The unanimous consent, and then to engage with the senator with a question.
So what's your unanimous consent request?
Unanimous consent request would be to conform Amendment 23 with the first section of his bill. Amendment 23 is the one we just adopted a minute ago.
And I don't, not that it matters, but I don't have any objection to that.
Is an objection to the senator's unanimous consent request? Hearing none, so ordered.
Okay, thank you.
Corbin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Senator, you and I are friends. We came in the Senate together as freshmen.
I heard about your nickname.
Oh, did you? Well, let's keep that under wraps for now. Which one, Senator? And I appreciate again what you're trying to do. But defending and expanding the Second Amendment is my passion. I'm down here for multitude of reasons, but my passions are pro-life and pro-gun, okay? And in my opinion, did you know this is gun confiscation? Because this is gun confiscation. Senator, there is no provision or timeline with which those weapons should be returned. They technically could be kept indefinitely. It says temporarily, but that's not defined.
Right. They notify the owner, and then the owner has to retrieve it within 30 days, right? That's right.
No, it says if they're not retrieved in 30 days, then they're disposed of. It doesn't say the owner has to retrieve them in 30 days. Unless I read it wrong.
Fails to recover the firearm within 30 days after notification, then the agency may dispose of the firearm, right?
Okay, so there's going to be some kind of notification process, and that's not spelled out how that's going to take place. And then, and then what that sentence says is that if the owner doesn't come back for it, then the department will dispose of the gun. But there is no time frame set forth that says to which the department has to release it. So this is basically gun confiscation. I know you probably didn't mean it that way, to draft it that way, but that's really what it is, Senator.
Well, I don't agree with you. I think what this is giving law enforcement an option not to confiscate both the gun and the person. And it's not so you're giving law enforcement the option.
Well, Senator, did you know law enforcement?
No, sir, my friend Senator Corbin. Let me answer your questions, and then I promise I'll stop and we'll do this the right way. So it is giving. I don't know how else to say it, and that's my intention. And I think you're about to walk down. I think this body, because I believe this bill is going to pass. And I think this section is going to be in there. If we don't amend it now, we're going to put this section in there that says the only way you can take the gun is by lawful arrest of the defendant. And I'm telling you, what's going to happen is you're going to have some 75-year-old guy that's down there at the festival or at the whatever that he's not supposed to have a gun, and he's going to screw up, and he's going to have a gun, and the officer's going to be placed in this position. He has no discretion at all. Thanks to you and me and others that passed this bill, he's going to have no discretion at all, and the officer's going to have to take this poor old fella, hook him up in handcuffs, put him in the car, and take him down to the jail and book him in, and his poor wife's going to be down there crying, and it's going to be a big mess and a lot of drama, and they might even call you. So, and then, there's no guarantee he gets his gun back, because this is the exact language that's in the bill now about returning his gun. I didn't change anything except that the officer has some discretion. So it's not about gun confiscation. It's about a lot of arrest, or some arrests. I don't think it's going to be a lot, but it's going to be some arrests that could have been avoided, that were going to cause needless pain and suffering for no good cause.
Well, Senator, so you're telling me that within this bill that we're debating,
right,
that the verbiage is in there that they have to arrest?
Correct. They cannot seize the gun. If they're in a prohibited place with a gun, the police cannot seize the gun except under a lawful arrest. You give them no discretion. So they will, I will tell you, they will, let me finish. We're going to get this. We're going to get it. We're going to get it. They're going to arrest that person because you and me have told him you got no choice.
No, Senator, I disagree with you. There's always officer discretion. What I'm thinking about is the father and his wife and the two kids, and they're walking through a downtown area. He's lawfully got his weapon. They're walking through a park or something. Parks are crowded. He doesn't know that there's a festival going on or that you have reserved part of it for a private fundraiser, which would still be on public property. Right. And then he gets caught with it. At that point, you know what I think? I think the officer says, "Excuse me, sir, we're having a private venue." And that's if this amendment passes, which I hope it doesn't. I hope the entire amendment fails. However, if that happens, then I think the officer's going to say, "You are unlawfully in possession of that weapon. You're going to have to leave this area." I don't think they're going to slam the guy down and take him. That's not what I think is going to happen.
Senator, I will tell you, I think you're going to have that circumstance. I think you do have sort of general officer discretion, where it's, he's wandering past, like I say, your hypothetical is a very good one. I think it's exactly how that could go down, where the officer says, "Hey, sorry, sir, excuse me, sir, you can't, this restricted area, you got to go around this way." And I think you'll have plenty of that. I think that would happen. But I also will tell you, if you don't give him some discretion on seizing the gun, it may not be the family. I mean, we can find we can hypothetical ourselves all over creation. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm trying to save us from ourselves on this one.
Senator, I don't agree. Let me ask you this. So maybe it's a way, I still don't like the amendment. Maybe it's a way out of the box since we've cut off amendments. Would you be willing to, by unanimous consent, to amend this to state that if the person agrees to leave the area, that the officer must return the weapon immediately? In other words, that takes care of the situation. If you stumble in there, the officer, which hopefully he wouldn't arrest him and seize it anyway, he would just say, "Hey, you're in a restricted area, you have to leave." But if the person leaves the area and ask for their weapon back, it's immediately given back, because right now there's no time frame for which law enforcement has to give this weapon back. It's not spelled out in here. They could say, I'll give it back to you on the second Tuesday of next week.
And Senator, from a unanimous consent perspective on amending on the fly, which I'm not crazy about on a good day because it usually doesn't work, so it ain't so pretty. But I do. Let me say this. I certainly understand the concern about this sort of this open-ended, sort of deadline on returning the gun. That it's not tight on the top end of it. They have to notify them, and then it becomes the responsibility of the gun owner to do something, right? And they have to go get it within 30, however they're going to get it, and get it within 30 days. I certainly don't. If you have a suggestion about that, I think if that would give you some comfort, I'm certainly, that's a little cleaner and a little brighter line.
Senator, could we carry this over and just you and I talk about it?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All in favor say aye. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Sabb.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, as I understood it, the language that was adopted in Amendment 23 by the Senator's unanimous consent request was merged into the amendment that we are now debating. Did I understood that correctly? Not yet.
It wasn't incorporated with this amendment. It's just that it would not be taken away.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I don't understand.
Staff will come down and explain it to you if that's okay. So,
while I get an understanding of this, Mr. President, I'd like to have just a brief pause while I get some understanding here.
We'll pause for 1 minute. Senator, come to order. Senator from Williamsburg.
Mr. President, I appreciate staff's information, and I'm now satisfied.
Thank you. Senator from Horry moved to carry over his amendment. Senator from Clarendon, what purpose do you rise?
That's probably okay. I was going to see if he would hold it so I can ask a question, but I can go along with the carryover.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's carried over. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is Amendment Number 28 by Senator Hembry. Amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator Morey.
On the Senate, let's try this one last time. This amendment deals with the penalties on violations of when you take the gun into a prohibited area. It conforms those penalties. There was some conflict in that to maximum a misdemeanor that carries up to no more than $1,000 or imprisonment for 1 year. It did have a provision where the the CWP was, in one section it said the CWP was lost for 5 years. In another section it said the CWP was lost for 1 year. This would change that, so all of it is 1 year. And
Senator from Newberry, Senator Comer, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, see if Senator will yield for a question.
Sure.
Senator, this may be stretching it a little bit on my part, but I did call one of my CWP instructors who is also a gun shop owner. And he said that the way this is written, and we'd be charging him $1,000 of putting him in prison if he carried a weapon into a police station. I don't know how we skin this cat. And excuse me to Peter or anybody else out there that didn't mean that figuratively. But anyway, he said that he sells weapons to law enforcement officers. And under the way we've got the bill written and your amendment now, he cannot take any of those weapons into a police station, a sheriff's office, or whatever, without being in violation.
Well, I'm not adding, so I would say that this doesn't change in any way the elements of the crime of carrying a weapon into a prohibited place. This amendment does not touch on that. That is current law. So there's nothing about that. What this does is it changes some conflicts in the penalty, on the penalty side of it, and on the cancellation of the permit, or the what's the word I'm looking for? Revocation of the permit, because one section says for 5 years, another section says for a year. This brings it all back to 1 year. So, and it also requires a willful intention to do it. So you have to be intentional in your effort to commit this crime.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Senator, so I'm trying to, and I didn't have the old language in front of me, so walk me through again what you're trying to do here. How is this different from the current penalty?
The current penalty is split. So you have a conflict in the current penalty. You've got a list of places where if you take it...
And is this, Senator, are you working off of our working document? Are you going back to the CWP laws?
Yeah, I'm in the CWP law. in the CWP law that it's our working document, but it has to do with the CWP law for sure. But this is, I'm working off of the proposal that is before us right now.
What code section are the CWP laws, Senator? Do you know?
I think I'm in 2331-215, 2331-220. Those are the two code sections that we're in.
And they're referenced in this bill?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me again how your amendment differs from our working document here.
It changes the penalty. It makes the penalty uniform for carrying a weapon into a prohibited place, a courthouse.
Is it stiffer than what's in this? Is it a more stiffer penalty, or?
It's stiffer for one category. It's the same. Okay, it's the same on about 12 categories. So it's the same for that. There's one category of carrying a gun on private premises. Okay, that has a different penalty. So it changes the penalty for that, and it brings it into alignment with the other penalties.
Right, but it's raising the penalty.
It raises the penalty to the 1 year, $1,000. So the penalty's the same.
Right,
no matter where you're taking it.
Senator, I think you know this, but did you know that any law that we pass here with the penalty that carries a year or more or over $1,000, you're prohibited from carrying a firearm?
This doesn't carry
under federal law.
This doesn't cover over a year. So it's over a year could trigger that. Yes, but that's existing law. This is our existing law. I know.
That's why I don't want to bring this penalty up to that. Well, you're increasing it up to that.
It's already there.
I think with this, Senator, and you may not realize, I think with this, then you'd never get a CWP back. You couldn't even have a firearm.
No, it would, you would lose your CWP would be revoked. It says so here in the bill. Instead of 5 years, it'd be revoked for 1 year under my amendment. Under current law, it would be up to 5 years.
But I believe the law also states a fine of over $1,000 captures that too.
Up to $1,000.
Right, and this says, and yours fines them $1,000. Could we say less than $1,000?
It says not less than $1,000 or in prison not more than 1 year or both at the discretion of the court.
So if it's not less than $1,000, then it's $1,000, and the federal law says.
Oh, so you would like to do a unanimous consent amendment to do no greater than $1,000?
No greater than $1,000.
I don't have any. If you want to make that
unanimous consent to change it to no greater than $1,000.
Objections heard.
Well, Senator, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to engage anymore. I'm just going to urge the body to vote the amendment down.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Senator Marconi, what purpose do you have?
Thank you, Mr. President. See if the senator would yield for a question.
I'll be happy to.
I just want to make sure, did you know, as I read your amendment where it says a person willfully brings a concealed weapon onto a premises or workplace in violation, so that's a criminal charge or penalty from that standpoint, correct?
Correct.
So in no way are we impeding if a company has a zero tolerance or any policy of that company or that business, if they're working in an environment that they just simply just say that we cannot have weapons, they would not be, if they have disciplinary actions for that, you're not impeding them from having
None whatsoever. Doesn't affect that at all. But they could be criminally charged if the company says you don't bring, guns are prohibited. Then they could not only be reprimanded by human resources or by company policy, but they could technically be criminally charged.
This would be in addition to, but not superseding anything that's a policy of the company or industry.
Correct.
Thank you.
And of course, the company can allow it.
Right.
They can
That's
allow
correct.
it. So there's that too.
Senator from Colleton, Senator Matthews, what purpose do you have?
Senator would yield for a couple of questions.
Be happy to.
Very well.
Senator, quick question. What are the elements that would require for a law enforcement officer to bring a charge for a willful violation? What are the elements there of willfulness?
Well,
it's spelled out.
I think in the way you would indict it that way, that there was some level of intent or knowledge that you committed this crime.
What factual?
So from a factual scenario, let me. So I think trying to get to essentially giving somebody a defense if they make a mistake. Okay, if they go into their workplace and they by mistake left their pistol in their briefcase, okay, and they just plain forgot, and they walk in the door and they open the briefcase and the secretary sees it and she's mad at the boss anyway and runs down the hall and reports him. He would certainly have a defense that could say, look, I made a mistake. It was just negligence. Simple negligence would not be sufficient to charge.
I get that, but what I'm asking is, does your bill lay out the specific factual findings that an officer must find in order to say that it is willful? Because here's my problem. I'm from a small town, and it doesn't matter what your race is, or in my little small town, it's usually who's your family, okay? And so, and officers, and we have to realize that officers come to the job with certain information and knowledge about different people in their community. Sure. That's why we are so in favor of community policing. So here it is, we got little Billy Bob who comes and say it was a mistake. But that officer has a lot in his background as it relates to dealing with Billy's family. So I'm wondering, so therefore, he's going to make a subjective determination that Billy is lying, or that it is a willful violation, that he didn't just mistakenly forget to take it off his person. And so as a result of that, wouldn't you agree that it would be better in this amendment that you have here, that the elements of willfulness would be laid out so you don't have all this subjectiveness that we usually have in our communities based upon prior contact with other people in that person's family or based upon how that person looks. Billy might be all tatted up, or I think you might have said, or somebody said earlier about he might look like a thug. So my question is, my concern is, do you understand, is that willfulness throughout our statutes is usually defined by certain definitive, yes, on whether or not where you are. Okay, I'm going to let you go ahead. Well, but wouldn't you agree that it should be some specific findings by the officer? Because we're talking about, and I agree with the senator, and I forget where Senator Corbin is from, so I apologize, Senator. But I agree with him wholeheartedly that, did you know that a person who violates under your amendment here, they lose, $1,000 is a lot of money for some people. Yeah. And you're at the top of the scale, and it says that they can fine them up to $1,000. So you and I both know from criminal court, for you to fine somebody in general sessions $1,000, that means with the court costs and fines, it's usually doubled 105 to 10%. So they're going to be paying $2,200 for this offense. Isn't that right?
Well, that's true. And let me, there was an amendment offered, a unanimous consent request to change that to not more than $1,000, which made good sense to me based on the very point that you've made. Yet someone objected to that request.
Because the majority, and you're in the majority party, but your majority leader had cut off the amendments about an hour ago.
Right.
So I'm not the architect of that dilemma.
I guess I'm mystified why.
I'm having to because
I agree with your policy statement, and that's why I was certainly open-minded to entertaining such a change.
But here's the deal, Senator. I still haven't, and this is a real reason why I objected, not only because of the cutoff time. The other part of this is just what both senators was referring to. Your amendment makes a person, they can go to prison. It's there for a year, because you and I both know that you can't go to the county detention center for anything over 90 days, 89 days. You have to go to the Department of Corrections. Are you?
But let me clarify on that point real quick, and I'll let you finish your question. But that's existing law. Okay, that sentence is existing law.
Yes.
So I just wanted to.
Didn't I hear you say, and isn't it in here, that for a first fined not less than $1,000 and prison not more than 1 year or both, so they could get so. That's what you're proposing.
No.
What are you proposing?
That's existing law on nearly every. There are many different prohibited places set forth in statute where you cannot carry a gun.
My question is, what is the penalty for first offense that you're proposing?
No less than $1,000. No. Here's what I'm proposing. Current law is for this list of about 10 places that are statutorily listed. If you carry a gun into one of those places currently, right now, today, you're subjected to a fine of not less than $1,000 and not more than 1 year in prison. If you carry a gun into a private business, okay, unlawfully, I put a sign on my business that says you can't bring it in here, right? Can't bring it in here. And I bring it in there anyway, that penalty is lower. And so, for whatever reason, that penalty's lower. I don't understand personally why why, as a private citizen, me being victimized by this is somehow, less important than the courthouse being walked into, or the hospital being walked into, or any other building being walked into. It seems to me, just as a matter, I kind of feel like fair is fair, and that everybody who is if you want to call it a victim of this crime, whether they private business, government building, school, whatever, the list is rather long. that if you violate, then you should be treated equally, not one set of circumstances for private businesses and one set of circumstances for everything else.
Senator, if you would, I'm sorry about asking it again, but what is the specific what are you proposing in this amendment as the first time penalty and then a subsequent penalty for a violation? Is it a year?
Okay. The penalty, current penalty.
No. What are you proposing?
The only thing I'm proposing here is twofold. It would increase the penalty for a person that goes into a private business.
To what?
That is posted and says, you can't come into my business with a gun. Okay? And you come into that business, that penalty would become not less than $1,000 and up to a year. It would be the exact same penalty as we have for everything else in this section.
Therein is my problem, Senator. Here, from a practical standpoint, that means that, number one, and I was concerned because when I read this, I thought maybe you were, in lessening the penalties, you would lessen it so that it would become a misdemeanor or a magistrate or summary court offense for the first one, because if it's truly this as a gun offense, that to me seems to be something you ought to be able to handle in magistrate's court, because if we pass this, I can bet you our courts are going to be overrun with these types of charges. Well, the second problem I got, did you know, is that if you get, and that's why this is a double negative within your amendment, under the concealed weapons permits, as I am understanding them, and I've took my time and tried to read it as clearly as possible, if you have an offense in your background, just like the Senator was asking you earlier, if you've been convicted under your amendment, you're putting in this amendment that they would lose their concealed weapon permit for a year. Why are you putting that in there? Because the conundrum is you are not eligible to get a concealed weapons permit if they get convicted of anything.
So let me, that's not necessarily true, that there are things you can be convicted of and still get a concealed weapons permit. There are many offenses, many crimes that you can be convicted of and still get a concealed weapons permit. This would not preclude you from getting a concealed weapons permit after the year had expired. Okay. So, and let me say this. Under current law, we've got sort of these two classes, and why I say two, it's really a conflict. I don't even understand it as classes. You've got one section of the code that says you lose your ability to get a concealed weapons permit for a year. You got another, this is current law. I'm not talking about the bill, I'm not talking about the amendment. What I'm trying to do is clean it up. This is all about cleaning up. I got one section of the law that says if you get convicted, you lose your concealed weapons permit for 5 years. I got one over here that says you lose it for 1 year. That doesn't make any sense. It's just bad drafting somewhere along the way. So what I'm doing is just saying 1 year across the board. So you lose it for 1 year if you're convicted of one of these offenses, right? And this is convicted of this offense. Now, you get convicted of burglary, you ain't getting a felony. You're not getting a concealed weapons permit, period, unless you get a pardon.
Did you know, Senator, it's confusing to me, and maybe it's hard, and I agree. And thank you for bringing this, because I get it where private versus public, it should matter. But what's confusing to me is if you willfully violate the law as it relates to concealed weapons permit and carrying, why then would you even have the option of getting another concealed weapons permit ever? Because you have willfully violated a statute as it relates to owning a concealed weapon. It's just the reasoning just does not follow for me. And that's one part of my question. The second part, and I'm going to sit down, is as it relates to that, does your amendment as it relates to, say, Senator Corbin, since he asked the question about this and it made me start thinking about it, say he has his concealed weapon permit and he has been found by a court either by plea, forfeiture of bond, whatever. where he has to admit that, yes, Your Honor, I willfully violates. The judge gives him that sentence. He stays in jail. He gets out. He can stay in up to a year, pay $2,200. Then he gets out. Does the year start running from the time he pleads, or does it start running from the time he gets out of jail, or what?
It would typically run from the date of the conviction. That's how how that's calculated. There are lots of examples of things that you can't do for a period of time, and that clicks. That the bright line test on that is when the day of the conviction, the year starts.
Okay, so what if he reoffends?
Let me finish one thing too, and I know I promise we I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't want to miss this point that you raised earlier, and to kind of set your mind at ease. I think we've had the concealed weapons permit program in South Carolina now for 25 years, something like that, long time, pretty long time. And most of that time, I was a criminal prosecutor. So, the whole time, well, most all of it until I got here. And it was exceedingly rare. Almost never, ever did we see a violation of this law. Because people that are going to get a permit, they're by their nature rule followers, by and large, okay, by the vast majority of them. And so they don't want to, they had to go get that thing. They sort of cherish it in a way, and they don't want to do stupid stuff and take their gun in the courthouse and get themselves arrested. So it was in my 14 years as solicitor, I can think of one case. And now I'm sure there were others. And you could run the code. There's a code for it somewhere in the system. An offense code, and we could run that. But I'm telling you, when you say we're going to have this sort of tsunami of cases that hit the court system, I don't mean to pick on you, but that ain't gonna happen.
You didn't pick on me.
Yeah, it's just it didn't happen.
Senator, do you know I don't take an offense? I'm just saying that if you're saying that this is rare, why present the amendment? Because I'm just calling it what it is. It seems like it's unnecessary if it doesn't happen. If concealed weapon permits persons never or very rarely violate the law, and this is never going to apply, then it begs to differ. Why even have it, and why even have the penalties? But that wasn't my question. Did you know?
But the penalties are already there. I want to make sure you know
I get that. I know that.
I'm messing one subgroup of all the list. I've got one little subgroup that I'm trying to amend the penalty on to bring it in conformity and the same as the ones that we already have. So,
Senator, while bringing it into conformity, then what happens if after you have been found and you've served your time, you get your CWP back? What happens if you violate again? Is there any consideration for that? Since you've talked about enhancement of penalties,
I want to.
Do you get it again?
I don't want to say this categorically because I didn't. I'm wanting to say. Let me put it this way. I believe this to be true. But somebody could call me on it. I would say, okay, I believe you. I don't believe there is an enhanced penalty for second offense, third offense, fourth offense. Like I was proposing for, earlier that on the amendment that was.
Do you think there needs to be?
If I had in my career seen a lot of these cases, like DUIs. DUI, you need to have enhanced penalty. That happens a lot. If I had seen a lot of them, I would say, possession of a gun unlawfully. You see a lot of that by an unlawful person. I really believe that will make South Carolina a little bit safer. And it was non-germane, and that's okay, and I respect that. And I'll file a separate bill, which I've done before, and take another run at it. But I think there are things that are common crimes that are that are a danger to the public, like DUI, like unlawful persons carrying weapons, that need to have enhanced penalties. Well, this is such a small problem. I don't know that even. I don't think
you
the
really
juice
don't
is
have
worth
a
the
crystal
squeeze.
ball, do you, Senator? You don't know if it's a small problem because we don't have open carry yet.
Well, we know from concealed weapons, but we know from 25 years of experience. And I remember when that debate went on, and here's what the argument was. It was going to be the end of the world as we know it. And I'll tell you this, a bunch of law enforcement came down and said, this is going to be, it's going to be blood running in the streets as a result of the concealed weapons permit. And it was really a very similar, a lot of the same arguments are coming up. And, it just didn't happen that way. It just didn't happen that way with concealed weapons permits. So, even if you believed it at the time, you can't ignore the truth. You could say, I don't like it, but it's not, the truth is it just hasn't been the big problem that everybody, predicted that it might be. And we've got a lot of other states that had the same experience, not a problem. And that's why, and I don't think this amendment will cause any problem either. So.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
I just wanted to rise to, I didn't know the senator from Newberry was going to stand, but I wanted to be heard for a few minutes when the senator was finished with his remarks.
Senator from Newberry, Senator Cromer, what purpose do you rise?
For a question.
Sure.
Senator Wright, quick, let me ask you, I didn't see banks in here. Is that covered in another part of the code somewhere?
Sorry, which one? Banks?
Banks. Because they don't allow, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a different part of the code. If you enter a bank with a firearm, that's a much more serious crime. That's not. That's entering. It's called entering a bank with intent to steal, and I want to say it carries up to 25 years.
That being said, get on the rest of my question is, what would be the reason for that going into a bank? Because they have money in the bank, right?
Right.
Well, in here you got the medical clinic, hospital, doctor's office. I don't see pharmacy in there anywhere. Do you know what's in a pharmacy, Senator?
Yeah. And I will. That's
not money, but
Senator Cromer, that's existing law. I didn't change a word of that. Okay, I didn't add that. That's existing law. So I'm not saying that it's not a good idea to add that.
Yeah.
But I was just renumbering those paragraphs to conform it with some of the other amendments I was making. So
would you be willing to allow me to make a unanimous consent request?
Sure.
To just add pharmacy in there also, because we have all those heavy-duty drugs like hydrocodone, codeine, morphine, all that stuff.
I don't mind, but let me add this. Every pharmacy, I think the reason that it wasn't included, I would suggest the reason it wasn't included back 25 years ago was because your pharmacy is a private business. And all you have to do is put a sign up in your private business that says, I don't want any guns in my private business.
Well, the doctor's office is the same thing, though, Senator.
Yeah, right.
They're private businesses.
Right. So they're private business. So I think that's probably the what was contemplated at the time. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
That he didn't add those. I don't mind at all. I'm just.
Mr. President, if I could make a unanimous consent request that we just add one word, pharmacy, after doctor's office in his amendment.
Is there an objection to the unanimous consent request? Objection is heard. Senator from Spartanburg. Senator Spartanburg, Senator Martin is recognized on the amendment. Please give the Senator your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I'm up here. I'm on Amendment 28, but my point of being here is not on Amendment 28. My point is we're getting very late in the debate, and I think when everybody came here, they realized that probably my amendment on constitutional carry was going to be the elephant in the room. We've gone through that. Unfortunately, it didn't pass, but here we are. I think what everybody's been sort of waiting on now is the open carry with the training, the Second Amendment sanctuary state language, and we've done a couple things to make it easier to provide ammunition or reduce the amount of ammunition needed for some of the training classes. I worry right now that after reading this, and I applaud what the Senator from Maurice is trying to do, I really do, but I think one thing we're learning right now is our CWP laws, I think they work well, but they're complicated. They've got a lot of issues with them, and I thank him for pointing that out. I worry right now, especially in this late hour, that we're going to mess around and do something or adopt an amendment that we may regret. Not saying this is the amendment, but I just feel like we're getting to the point, if this body, and I know we're getting a lot of phone calls, we're answering constituents, I know some of us are for the bill, some of us are against, but I think the main theme that people are expecting today is to have the open carry with the permit, Second Amendment sanctuary, and that's about it. So that's why I'm here today. I want to caution you, if I vote against amendments that are coming up, it's not that I'm thinking that the people that are filing them have any other motives. Not that I'm thinking they're trying to mess the bill up. They're probably actually trying to make the bill better. But I think at this point, we need to just stay focused, and that's why that I will be voting against a lot of amendments coming up. And I just want to say that and thank Senator Moree for yielding the floor for me.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sin, what purpose do you rise?
To see if the senator would yield.
I'll yield.
Senator,
Question.
I certainly understand your point. It's very late already. I think there's 67 or so amendments, and I think we were just on 28. So
Don't tell me, I didn't want to count.
yeah, so I get it, but I just wanted to point out that this is what happens when a bill avoids the committee process, because what we have here is a bill that really needs a good many changes for it to be good. And I recognize that we can send it back over to across the hall and try and fix things in conference committee. But right now, the way this thing is worded is going to cause a lot of problems in the future. So I do hope that you will at least pay attention to some of the legal arguments that will be coming up.
And I appreciate that, Senator from Charleston. I think you bring up a good point. I think what we're working on now is existing law and not really the emphasis of the bill. And I think you're actually helping make my point, that we're working on areas that have been through subcommittee and been passed for 25 years. That's what this amendment is.
I don't know what his did, but I can tell you.
I'm talking on Amendment 28.
Okay, I'm not talking about 28. You just said you're going to forego voting on a lot of amendments.
No, I didn't say that. What I said was, and I'll repeat myself, what I said was you're going to see me vote no on a lot of amendments coming up that I feel start to deviate from the intent of what this body's focused on right now.
Okay.
And if I wasn't clear, I want to make myself clear now.
Thank you, Senator. For
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you
I'd like
rise?
to speak on the amendment.
Oh, I was hoping he was going to ask me a question, but I'll yield to him. Thank you.
Senator from Greenville is recognized on the amendment. Please give Senator Corbin your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we're talking about two different kind of people here. There are two kinds of people in South Carolina that carry weapons, guns on them. Those that carry lawfully, the law-abiding citizens, and those that don't. Somewhere over the years, we've stripped the God-given right to protect yourself away from our constituents, which is wrong, and now we're fighting to get it back. As I said, there are two types of people that carry weapons. Those that carry them unlawfully, they don't care. They don't care what we pass in this body. They're going to carry their guns anyway. But yet we make the law-abiding citizens jump through all kinds of hoops, get background checks, go to training classes, pay big fees in order to carry a weapon. I think that's wrong. I voted for constitutional carry. It failed. I hated it, broke my heart, but that's where we are. And now we're wanting to raise the penalties on the law-abiding people who may inadvertently walk into a building and not see a sign, or walk into a place perhaps inadvertently and forget that they had their gun in their pocket. And that too is wrong. Senator from Compton, you are exactly right. Some people get charged and treated differently than others in this world, and I completely agree with you. I'm going to pause for a second here and ask unanimous consent requests to change all of the code sections in the amendment dealing with the penalties and fines, both in this bill and CWP bill. Reduce them all to the first offense, not more than $100 or no more than 30 days. Second offense, no more than $500 or 60 days. That was objected to. I understand that. I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, got his CWP, studied the laws about the different states. We have the harshest penalties of any state I know of if a law-abiding citizen inadvertently walks into an establishment with their weapon. It's like we're just trying to take it away from them.
Senator from Darlington, Senator Malloy, what purpose do you rise?
Just want to tell my friend that next time you make a unanimous consent request, make sure you hold the floor.
Yes, thank you.
You won't be like the senator from Richmond who just lost the floor.
Thank you, Senator. And listen, we've got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of amendments to go through, and I'm not going to stand up here and pontificate anymore. I just wanted to stand up and say the penalties are too high in this state on our CWP holders if they inadvertently make a mistake. I'll relinquish the podium.
Question is, adoption of the amendment. Senator from Colleton, what purpose do you rise?
Well,
motion is to table the amendment. Motion is to table. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Meeting clerk will call the roll. Tabling motion. Call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Bennett. Not voting, Mr. Campson. Not voting, Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Not voting, Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mr. Fanning. No. Mr. Gambrell. Mr. Gambrell votes aye. Mr. Gambrell votes aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Mr. Goldfinch. Not voting. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Not voting, Mr. Harpootlian. Not voting, Mr. Hembry. No. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Not voting, Mr. Kevin Johnson. Not voting, Mr. Michael Johnson. Not voting, Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus. Mr. Loftus not voting. Mr. Malloy. Not voting, Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. McElveen. No. Mr. McLeod. Aye. Mr. Peeler.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rankin. Aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Scott. Scott votes aye. Mrs. Sin. No. Mr. Setzler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. Aye. Mr. Talley. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Aye.
All senators voted. Senator Campson votes aye. Senator Harpootlian votes no. Senator Clymer votes aye. Senator Johnson, Michael Johnson votes aye. Senator Gustafson votes aye. Senator Bennett votes aye. Senator Goldfinch votes aye. Senator Jackson votes aye. Senator Kevin Johnson votes aye. Senator Allen votes aye. Senator Adams votes aye. Senator Malloy votes aye. Senator Loftus votes aye. Have all senators voted? Have all senators voted? Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 39 to 5, the amendment is tabled. Clerk, publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 29 by Senator McLeod. Amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator from Richland, Senator McLeod, what purpose do you rise?
To speak to the amendment.
You recognize, ma'am. Please give the senator from Richland your attention. Senator McLeod.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have been here a long time today. I don't plan to keep you long. I just want to talk briefly about an incident that occurred first before I get to the amendment, talk about an incident that occurred in my district this morning. As the senator from Charleston, Senator Kempson, mentioned earlier, a Fort Jackson soldier hijacked a Richland 2 school bus at gunpoint. And that school bus was full with elementary school students. And thank God the bus driver and the students were not physically hurt. But it could have ended very differently. Incidents like this are becoming a lot more common because we're still not even attempting to address real issues like mental health that affect real people in our military, real people in law enforcement, and real people in our homes and in our communities across the state. This soldier, though, was carrying a gun legally and openly. While we don't know the state of this soldier's mental health, I think it's safe to assume that he obviously had some challenges. And it saddens me to think that we don't hesitate to put our brave young men and women on the front lines to fight for us. But then we constantly refuse to fight for them. If this bill passes, I'm concerned that law enforcement, at face value, won't be able to tell the good guys from the bad guys. Yesterday, a Ware Shoals student shot himself in the head outside of the school in front of the principal and some staff members and the student who rode to school with him. Clearly, gun violence is at an all-time high, not just in my district, but all across South Carolina. I'm sure those of you who don't look like me have probably never gotten a voicemail that sounds like this.
Awful, but you're not looking at how many times. I think it's 1,000 to 1, a black attacking whites, and that is never mentioned. Do you realize how white women are afraid to go where black men are wandering around? They're afraid they're going to be robbed. They're afraid they're going to be stabbed. They're afraid they're going to be raped. White women live with this fear all the time. This is nothing new, and you stay out of neighborhoods where this could happen, and you don't go down certain streets because that's where the blacks live, and they're shooting at each other. They ride down the streets, they shoot into the homes, they shoot the children, they shoot, leave people in yards, and if you will look at the newspapers, usually it's about 2 white people wanted for crime and 8 black people. So it just amazes me how you blacks act like that, you just don't do anything wrong. It's just the white people that's doing it. I don't know why that man was in the one you were talking about was in a white neighborhood, but it does concern you when the blacks show up in your neighborhood, what they're doing there. And white people are robbed all the time. We have friends that live in $1 million house. They said, we live in the ghetto. The blacks come in here and rob just break in and rob. And there's nothing the police can do about it. You're just out of luck. So, you know, you need to look at how the white people look at it. They live in fear, and they're afraid of black people, and they don't go down the streets where the blacks are shooting each other because they're afraid they might get in the crossfire. So it's ridiculous. And like Chicago, they kill each other unbelievably. 40 shot in one weekend. And you don't say anything about that. You think, well, that's black shooting black. That's perfectly okay. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me the way these blacks shoot each other and kill each other. And just like every night on the news, they leave them laying in the yard, they shoot them in the road, whatever. And the black people just go, oh well, you know, that's the way they live. So it's okay. And white people don't live like that. And I know you say, well, the whites shoot each other. We don't do that kind of mess. So you need to understand the difference between black and white. And it's a shame that man, that the black man was accosted, but I don't know what he was doing in the neighborhood.
Senator from Richland.
Yes. I'm not done. I just wanted to share that with you. That was a voicemail message that I received after I responded publicly to an incident that happened in the summit in my district. It's obvious that at least two factors that we always fail to consider when we debate bills like this are when we debate bills like constitutional and open carry. But race and mental illness are probably two of the biggest influences on the frequency and severity of gun violence in our state and across the country. Instead of dealing with the challenges folks are actually facing, we'd rather debate unorganized militias and open carry. We've got 3 legislative days left and still haven't passed anything on Medicaid expansion, education and tax reforms, medical marijuana, wages folks can live on, or any of the systemic reforms we need. Just a few minutes ago, the governor announced that he's cutting all federal pandemic unemployment assistance benefits to folks who continue to struggle to recover and keep food on their tables. All of this pandering and partisan political policymaking and rhetoric affects hardworking South Carolinians who are unemployed during this pandemic through no fault of their own and can least afford it. Penalizing them is wrong. So is expanding access to guns right now, which will make our state a lot less safe when it's already not safe enough, especially for people of color. So I won't be up here long, but for the next few minutes, I want us to get comfortable talking about an issue that frankly makes too many of us uncomfortable. And that issue is race, since it's always the biggest elephant in the room. Recently in my district, 15-year-old Sanaa Amenhotep thought her friends, who were also teenagers, were actually friends until they lured her out of her Richland County home into the woods of neighboring Lexington County and brutally pumped a barrage of bullets into her body, killing her. And yes, this horrific incident originated in my district, but tragically ended in someone else's. And that will be the case many times over if and when this bill passes. But all of it happened right here in South Carolina. So it impacts all of us. Where's the outrage? Don't all lives matter? How can we forget Dylan Roof, who walked into Mother Emanuel and gunned down our colleague and 8 of his parishioners during their Bible study? Or the citizen vigilantes who took to the streets of Georgia, probably with their CWPs, to hunt down and shoot Ahmaud Arbery in broad daylight as he jogged in his own neighborhood. Or the officers who pulled up at a park and shot 12-year-old Tamir Rice from their patrol cars within seconds after they arrived and confirmed reports that a kid was playing in the park with what looked like a toy gun. Or Philando Castile, who told the officer he had a license to carry, as his CWP required, and informed the officer that he was, in fact, carrying the weapon. The weapon was in his car. Within seconds, even after assuring the officer that he wouldn't reach for the weapon, the law enforcement officer shot him 7 times at close range, hitting him 5 of those times and killing him. Or like Andrew Brown, who was recently laid to rest in North Carolina after police shot him in the back of his head in his car. Or Walter Scott in North Charleston, who was stopped by a white officer because of a broken tail light, only to be shot from behind and killed when he attempted to run away from the scene. 8 shots, 5 hits, another dead, unarmed black man. The list of unarmed black men and women who have been murdered by white cops and citizen vigilantes are too numerous to count here, but happens almost daily. Yet, there's no real appetite for accountability and never any outrage, even from those who claim they want to protect and save innocent lives at all costs. In fact, these are the incidents that actually gave birth to the Black Lives Matter movement. Yet, those who claim to care so much about when life begins and quickly counter with all lives matter have consistently refused to say with their mouths or affirm with their actions that Black lives matter too. When former NFL player Philip Adams showed up at Dr. Leslie's York County home a few weeks ago in broad daylight and shot him, his wife, and his 2 young, beautiful grandchildren, and 2 service contractors, killing all 6 of them, and then himself. Reverse racism and race-based rhetoric was used to instill
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check over to Karen. Mic check, 1, 2, mic check over to Karen.
That all black men are thugs, and then himself. And like Mr. Adams, they're going to shoot up your neighborhoods, destroy your property values, rob your homes, and rape your wives. So how do we respond? not with sound policies and common sense reforms. We go for the big guns with pro-death legislation, like death by electric chair and firing squads, when lethal injection drugs aren't available. No time, money, or interest in making mental health or race-based hate a priority. If you don't think our rhetoric and our policies have an impact on race and the escalation of racial tension in this state, think about that voicemail I got. After simply speaking out about a racially charged incident in my district, where the victim just happened to be a young black man. These are the types of people we want.
Can you hear me now?
To carry guns.
How about now?
Openly.
I'm still here. I'm listening to this.
Their
It's garbage. But I'm here.
implicit and explicit biases. Victim as the ammunition. Last week, Senator Tim Scott said, kids are being taught that if you're white, you're the oppressor. He also said America isn't a racist country. All of us know that neither one of those statements is true. But then he went on to tout other divisive, inflammatory talking points on reverse racism by insinuating that white people are the real victims of the very policies, procedures, and practices they put in place. This is the racist rhetoric that fans the flames of hatred for people who look like me at a time when we need to be quenching those fires, not starting them. Here's the thing. Black people have been oppressed in America and by America since our ancestors were enslaved. Too many of us have been marginalized, maligned, and murdered at the hands of racist individuals who happen to be white. Not all white people, but yes, by some white people. And yet, we continue to be oppressed through the systemic policies, practices, and policing tactics that were created, instituted, and sustained by the majority white governments that have failed to acknowledge, adjust, or fix the disproportionate, systemic imbalances and inequities and injustices that continue to keep the knees of government on the necks of people of color. Refusing to acknowledge racism doesn't negate or change it, it exacerbates it. Race and racism have always been the biggest elephants in the room. Just because a black man says in one breath that he has been racially profiled and discriminated against because of his race, but then quickly pivots to his partisan talking points in the next breath by saying America is not a racist country, doesn't make his statements true, doesn't make them right or any less offensive. They're wrong. They're deceptive. And they're hurtful. To suggest that racism isn't alive and well in America or the great state of South Carolina is to deliberately deny the truth. And it denies all of us the opportunity to acknowledge and address the obvious so that we can begin to heal and move forward. The journey towards common ground that Senator Scott talked about starts with the truth. If you don't like the actions of your ancestors who enslaved my ancestors, change them. You have the power. Look in the mirror. All of us should. Ask ourselves, if we bear any responsibility for the state of race relations and whether our actions or inactions bring us closer or further from racial reconciliation and healing. And should we really be debating open carry or any other expansive gun bills at a time when racial tensions are so high? Here's a postcard I just
Yes,
got.
we should. Get over yourself.
It says, and it's very short. I'll be brief. I'm closing. Let's look at the true story of Sergeant Pentland.
I've never heard a
How
Democrat
you're
be
using
brief.
it for your own radical socialist agenda. He is a Doberman and is very territorial. Your little friend, with his accompanying camera woman, went looking for trouble for at least the third time. Pentland bit, and the rest is history. You equate this little thugger with your own sons. As a stereotype, you have no husband, just little gangbangers that you are enabling for your own left-wing feminist agenda. The goal is the destruction of the white male power structure. So the coward who sent me this anonymous typewritten racist rant, and the anonymous caller who shared her true, raw racist beliefs, are undoubtedly a very accurate depiction of the state of our state as it relates to race. And because of our collective refusal to acknowledge and discuss these issues, racism will continue to run rampant in South Carolina. My sons aren't thugs, never have been or will be. Neither was the young black man who was victimized in the summit. But if wearing a hoodie can get them killed, what do we think carrying a gun openly will do? And for folks who believe, like the ignorant author of this postcard does, that the destruction of the white male power structure is our goal, let me assure all of you who are listening, those of us who are on the receiving end of this kind of venom, and the venom in that voicemail that you heard, we don't have that kind of power. Truth be told, our goals tend to center more around protecting our basic human rights, like making sure our sons and daughters come home safely every day, or survive a simple encounter with a racist cop, or have access to equal opportunities and equal pay and equitable education and health care. Finding the common ground that Senator Scott talks about starts with the truth. So yeah, we're longing for the day when all of us can hold these truths to be self-evident, that all of us are created equal, that all of us are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Hopefully, that'll put us on a path of mutual understanding and respect, so that one of these days, we're not being stalked and hunted as prey for sport. As a CWP holder myself, I want responsible gun owners to have the rights and freedoms that the Second Amendment provides. I want all of us to be trained to use our guns responsibly. I want white people to not have implicit biases and preconceived notions about black people, and vice versa. I want people to see the content of our character, not just the color of our skin. I want them to not be fueled or ignited by the unwarranted, inaccurate, racially charged rhetoric they hear or see or read. I want them to rise above the hatred spewed by disgraced, defeated, wannabe dictators. But then reality reminds me that the racist who sent me this postcard and the racist who left that voicemail, they probably have CWPs too. All of us can't be considered equal when privilege allows folks like them to boldly brandish their firearms on their person like predators, while people of color are relegated to being their prey. Bills like these are easy for you to pass because you won't be on the receiving end of hatred like this, or fears about what will happen to the white male power structure. You won't have to worry about someone shooting you first and asking questions later. But I will. My sons will. At least a third of the population of this state will. To debate a bill like this at a time like this, with or without training, is not only inconceivable, but grossly irresponsible. This amendment is a pro-law enforcement, pro-citizen amendment, because all of us are going to need training and guidance to help navigate this new environment we're creating. I'm just trying to figure out why this, why now, and how we can work together to ensure that open carry doesn't mean open season on the rest of us. Move for adoption.
Senator from Macefield, what purpose do you rise?
The amendment.
Senator from Macefield moves to table the amendment.
Roll call.
Senator from Fairfield, Senator Fanning, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
The words from the senator from Richland be recorded in the journal.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Roll call has been asked for. 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Meeting clerk will call the roll. Tabling motion.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. No. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Not voting, Mr. Cash. Not voting, Mr. Clymer. Mr. Clymer not voting, Mr. Corbin. Not voting, Mr. Cromer. Mr. Cromer votes aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mr. Fanning. No. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Not voting, Mr. Harpootlian. No. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. No. Mr. Jackson. No. Mr. Kevin Johnson. No. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Mr. Malloy not voting. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? No. Mr. McElveen? Not voting. Mr. McLeod? No. Mr. Peeler?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rankin? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? No. Mr. Scott? Not voting. Mrs. Sin? Aye. Mr. Setzler? Mr. Setzler not voting. Mrs. Shealy? Aye. Mr. Stevens? No. Mr. Talley? Aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Williams? No. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes aye.
Of all senators voted, Senator Clymer votes aye. Senator Campson votes aye. Senator Corbin votes aye. Senator Adams votes aye. Senator Gustafson votes aye. Senator Cash votes aye. Of all senators voted, Senator Malloy votes no. Last call of all senators voted. Polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 29 to 12, the amendment is tabled. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 30 by Senator McLeod amends the bill, adds a new section to read.
Senator from Richland, what purpose do you rise?
To speak to the amendment.
You're recognized, ma'am. Please give Senator McLeod your attention. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I raise a point of order that under Rule 24, this amendment is not germane.
Anyone else want to speak to the point?
I'll
take it under advisement. You want to speak to the point, Senator McLeod?
Yes, I do believe that it is germane because it's it's just a logical, I think it's a logical expansion. We're talking about mental health evaluations for law enforcement to deal with some of the implicit biases and other issues and challenges that law enforcement officers we know have. This is something that would be under the direction of the Law Enforcement Training Council, so I think it is germane to this bill.
Senator, I sustain your point. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is amendment number 31 by Senator McLeod, amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator McLeod is recognized on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would simply create a Race Relations Advisory Committee. As I stated before, we
Senator
have...
from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I raise a point of order that the amendment is not germane under Rule 24.
Anyone want to speak to the point?
Absolutely. I won't reiterate or regurgitate what I just talked about, but we know that race and racism are issues in this state. And if law enforcement is going to be equipped, they will need advisors. And I have put together an advisory committee in this amendment that would be able to advise them on racially charged issues.
Senator from Edgefield, I'm ready to rule on your point. I sustain your point. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 32 is by Senators Goldfinch, Malloy, and Campson, amends the bill, section 1417, 325, subsection B, item 4, and search item 4.
Question is, explanation has been requested. Senator from Aiken, Senator Young, what purpose do you rise?
I'm going to yield to the senator from Darlington. I think it's a cleanup amendment.
Senator from Darlington is recognized on the amendment.
Yes.
So, Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is something that was brought to our attention by the senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch, and joined with the senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, and it was just a cleanup where they had on the restraining orders that they had for the court administration to provide the form which came out of our disposition bill. Move adoption.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 34 by Senator Malloy amends the bill. It strikes sections 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 and inserts the following.
Senator from Darlington is recognized on his amendment. Senator Malloy.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, if you haven't seen this amendment, it may take just a moment to end up taking a look, and I hope that we'll adopt this. This is something that some of the law enforcement members asked us for. They came in and basically it's joined by a few. It says that if you're going to have the open carry, that it should be open on one's person in a shoulder or belt holster. And so, we are talking about how this is done. So it's not an adverse amendment to the bill. I know there's another state that actually does it. And I hope that we get a chance to end up going forward with this because we still going to end up having to go to conference. I don't see any problem with this. And so if there's no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose you rise?
I just respectfully move the table.
Okay, I thought you had a question. So
I'll withdraw that motion, Mr. President.
Okay. Senator from Darlington.
So I think that one is that I think for just clarity as it relates to the open carry, I would hope that we get a chance to end up having some parity as it goes over to the House of Representatives, just to see where our state wants to end up going. This is not adverse to the bill. Thank you.
Question, Senator from Pickens. Senator Rice.
With Senator Yield for a question.
I will, yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand your amendment. You said that, explain that again. You say it has to be in a shoulder or a belt holster?
Right. So if you're doing the open carry, so it doesn't stop you from having a concealed weapon permit. I mean, you can have it concealed because that's what CWP is. But when we're talking about if you're going to be in an open carry situation, right, and it can be shown to the public, I mean, what do you want? You don't want to walk around with it in your hand, okay?
The reason I ask this, and maybe I ought not to say this, but I carry mine in my back pocket.
Well, that's concealed.
But it's not in my belt. It's not in a belt holster. But it's not concealed. If it's my Glock 19, it's going to stick out, so it's visible.
But you don't do that now because
that's where I do try to carry it though. But when I carry it in my back pocket and I've got a heavy jacket on,
right? And I'm saying that you can still do that.
I know that, but if I take that jacket off, now I can't open carry it in my back pocket.
So that's just a rare situation. What I would just say to you is get you one of those little belt holsters and stick it in there, and it'll be easy to do, and it won't hurt your back. So because what you want to do is that you don't want to have like for the same reason you don't carry a wallet with all your money in it.
I got my wallet in my front pocket.
I know that's why, because you got a lot of money in it, so it don't weigh you down. But the thing is that I think, Senator, and I hear you. We're talking about freedom and how you end up doing this, but for you, I think this is in support of the bill. I think what it does is that it brings some clarity, and I think that one of the issues that we have is that what happens when you don't want to open a person can have it and they're walking around with it in their hand.
I don't disagree with that. It only ought to be in your hand if you're going to use it.
Right. But I think
be holstered otherwise.
I think that this helps with law enforcement because it brings some clarity to it. Because if someone is walking around in their hand, it's bad intentions. Okay. Yes, right. And so I think that too, it'll end up keeping them from being unlawfully targeted because you don't want them pointing and presenting. And so I think that what we have is that, if you got a long gun now, you can walk around with it. But if you don't have a way to protect it, then it gives them some clarity. Thank you. Move adoption.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Those have it. Amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 36 by Senator Matthews, amends the bill by adding the appropriate numbered section to
From
read.
Collington's recognized on her amendment. Please give the Senator from Collington your attention. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've heard enough talk, and it's late on. This is a legislative Friday for all of us, and for me, it begins my Mother's Day weekend. 5 o'clock did, so I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible. We've heard a lot of complaints about the problems of us not hearing from law enforcement in reference to this, and at the beginning of this, I'd heard those complaints, and I made a motion to recommit. We've heard about the problems when the senator from Horry came up and gave his amendment. I remind you, I moved to recommit at the beginning of this because this is a very important bill. I heard a lot of things from some of the senior senators in this body. I know oftentimes you think I'm not listening, but one of the things I heard that I'd like to talk about before explaining the amendment is where when there were amendments earlier and a discussion regarding the concealed weapon permit presentation from the committee was that I think it was the senator from Charleston. He said, well, if you got your permit, you just show it to an officer and everything's okay. Well, if he has his permit, maybe it's okay. But you and I both know that subjectivity goes into everything. Just the same as in this body, you remember we had a senator that did not run this year, and he was involved in an accident. And that particular time, I believe that he was treated unfairly, primarily because he had the Senate tags on his car. It goes both ways. So don't assume that just because you have a concealed weapons permit that you're going to be treated properly. The other thing that one of the other senior senators that have, Mr. President, may I be able to talk, please? Some quiet. One of the other things that one of the senior senators said earlier was that sometimes you know when you're in a minority party that a bill that is presented has the traction and that it is the agenda and that it's going to go forward, and that what we have to do is try to make the bill better. I am not going to, I've presented a lot of amendments. I am not, I promise you, going to try to present any that I feel that is just going to waste your time. I'm sincerely trying to make it better. And I've had an opportunity to sit over and read Jefferson's manual. I don't want any of this to be tedious. And I thought the senator from Spartanburg would be here so I could refer him to page 165. And I'm not going to talk about hypocrisy because the manual talks about that. But I want you to listen to an example. In this amendment, in this bill, there's a reference to having a concealed weapons permit and defending others. Defense of others when you have an open carry. I want you to follow along with me on an example regarding open carry. If you are standing there, not you, but say for the sake of argument, and all of those incidences that have been talked about this year, and let's start with the George Floyd, or start with the Walter Scott killing in Charleston. Under this bill as it is written, any bystander standing there on the street that might have seen what was going on with the police, the way this bill is written, in my opinion, It allows any of those bystanders that's standing there to defend George Floyd and use their gun to shoot the officer for wrongfully kneeling on his neck. Now, I've had my opposition to using a gun to defend personal property because I don't think personal property or real property should be equated to a person's life. Because I've always heard once that bullet leaves the chamber, you can't call it back. And whoever said it earlier, and I think it was the senator from Horry, these officers who have to go through these incidences, they get upset, they get nervous, and deaths happen, and then they go through irreparable harm throughout their life. The irony is we're arguing about guns with so much civil unrest in these police shootings. With that being said, Mr. President, I would move to pull down amendment number 36, which relates to penalties, and I would like to proceed to amendment 37 if the clerk would, if unanimous consent to withdraw.
Is there objection?
Amendment 36.
Being none, so ordered. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 37 is by Senator Matthews, amends a bill, adds a new section.
Senator Matthews is recognized on our amendment.
This is the amendment that I was explaining to Senator Corbin and questioning Senator from Horry about. It changes the penalties of section 2331-250 as it relates to a violation of this bill or potential statute, and basically say a person who unlawfully carries a concealable or open carry weapon in a manner for which no penalty is provided in this chapter. It changes it to a first offense, being a misdemeanor, triable in magistrate's court, and not fined more than $250, and not in prison more than 48 hours. I think if you're saying that this person is supposed to be a law-abiding citizen, I think the maximum they should get is $250, 48 hours. That's fair to a person who's an open carry person. I don't think a year is fair, because I can see, number one, my husband mistakenly forgetting to take off his weapon, and I would hate it if I had to even pay the $250, but at least that is more, to me, fair. Number two, if you have a second offense, it's misdemeanor, then it goes up to a fine of 1,030 days. And a third offense, then that becomes the felony, and it goes up to 1 year. Move adoption if there are no questions.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it.
Okay.
Amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 38 is by Senator Matthews and amends a bill
Senator from
in
Colleton.
section 8 by deleting section 2331-520 subsection A and inserting.
Senator Matthews recognized on our amendment.
Unanimous consent, even though it hadn't been published, to pull down 38 and 39.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 40 is by Senator Matthews, amends a bill. It adds appropriate numbered section to read.
Matthews on our amendment.
That is an amendment that would say that you can carry your open weapon while you're in session if you're a concealed weapons holder. If no question, unanimous consent for adoption.
Objections heard. Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Noes have it. Amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment.
Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Number 41 is by Senator Matthews. It amends a bill. It adds
Senator
a new
Matthews
section
on
to
our
read.
amendment.
Number 41, unanimous consent to pull down this amendment.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Clerk will read.
Number 42 by Senator Matthews amends a bill. It adds a new section to read. Section
Senator Matthews.
2331-215A.
And I had some statistics on this amendment, but I'm not going to go into those because y'all don't want to hear me, much less the statistics. So just assuming. This amendment basically says if you, by carrying openly your concealed weapon, then, and it's discharged, I want to make sure I got the right one, 42, sorry, got the wrong one. You're required to have liability insurance in order to get a concealed weapons permit. If you will recall, I believe Senator from Aiken talked about in the subcommittee, pediatricians and other folks talking about giving testimony about the accidental injuries and death to people who, young children who gain access to guns. This, to me, would protect them and protect others who are accidentally injured or killed by the negligent carrying of an open weapon, open carry of a weapon. Move adoption.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Noes have it. Amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Number 43 by Senator Matthews adds a new section to read.
Senator Matthews recognized on her amendment.
This amendment is a further extension, and Mr. President, I would ask that the right side of the room wake up. But this amendment is a further extension of the amendment tendered earlier, which says that in order to get a CWP or to open carry and CWP, you must have homeowners insurance going to the same premise as previously stated. Move adoption.
Question is adoption of the amendment. Roll call has been requested. Second, 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Meeting clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams? No. Mr. Alexander? No. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett votes no. Mr. Campson? Not voting Mr. Cash? Not voting Mr. Clymer? No. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Cromer? No. Mr. Davis? No. Mr. Fanning? Aye. Mr. Gambrell? No. Mr. Garrett? No. Mr. Goldfinch? No. Mr. Grooms? No. Mrs. Gustafson? Not voting Mr. Harpootlian? Aye. Mr. Hembry? No. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Not voting Mr. Kevin Johnson? Not voting Mr. Michael Johnson? No. Mr. Kimbrell? Mr. Kimbrell not voting. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus? No. Mr. Malloy? No. Mr. Martin? No. Mr. Massey? No. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. McElveen? Not voting Mr. McLeod? Aye. Mr. Peeler?
No.
No. Mr. Rankin? Not voting Mr. Rice? No. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mrs. Sin? No. Mr. Setzler? Mr. Setzler not voting. Mrs. Shealy? Shealy votes no. Mr. Stevens? Aye. Mr. Talley? No. Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no.
All senators voted. Senator Campson votes no. Senator Kevin Johnson votes aye. Senator Kimbrell votes no. Senator Gustafson votes no. Senator Jackson votes aye. Senator Cash votes no. All senators voted? All senators voted. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. I vote of 12 to 29. The amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is number 44 by Senator Matthews, amends the bill by striking Section 3 and
Senator
insert.
Matthews recognized on her amendment.
To pull down amendments 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so order.
Next amendment, amendment number 50 by Senator Matthews. It amends the bill by adding an appropriate numbered section.
Senator Matthews recognized on her amendment.
This amendment is in reference to issues that have been talked about earlier regarding reporting. This is more commonly known as the red flag, so that a solicitor or assistant solicitor or law enforcement agents can file in probate court where a person might be a threat of harm to themselves or others, requiring reporting of that, and the court can consider recent threats of acts of violence toward others, acts of cruelty towards animal, reckless use, display of brandishing of firearm. The court can also consider attempted use of force, involuntary confinement, illegal use of substances and alcohol, and basically there's a requirement that within 7 days a hearing be heard. The state has to show clear and convincing evidence that a person poses a risk of harm, of imminent injury to himself or others, and the court must notice the Department of Mental Health if action is taken. And then weapons, of course, would be kept from those persons. It's just to protect when, we talked about this yesterday, to protect when there is an issue regarding a person who has a CWP, to keep them from getting to it.
Question is.
Move adoption.
Question is adoption. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Meeting clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams votes no. Mr. Alexander. No. Mr. Allen.
Makes them report.
Mr. Allen not voting. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Campson. Mr. Campson votes no. Mr. Cash. No. Mr. Clymer. No. Mr. Corbin. No. Mr. Cromer. No. Mr. Davis. No. Mr. Fanning. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. No. Mr. Garrett. No. Mr. Goldfinch. No. Mr. Grooms. No. Mrs. Gustafson. No. Mr. Harpootlian. Aye. Mr. Hembry. No. Mr. Hutto. Not voting. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson. No. Mr. Kimbrell. No. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus. No. Mr. Malloy. Not voting. Mr. Martin. No. Mr. Massey. No. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. McElveen. Not voting. Mr. McLeod. Aye. Mr. Peeler.
No.
No. Mr. Rankin. Not voting. Mr. Rice. No. Mr. Sabb. Mr. Sabb votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mrs. Sin. No. Mr. Setzler. No. Mrs. Shealy. No. Mr. Stevens. Aye. Mr. Talley. No. Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Williams? No. Mr. Young? No.
All senators voted. Senator McElveen votes no. Senator Allen votes no. Senator Malloy votes no. All senators voted. Polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. Senator from Clarendon, what purpose do you rise? State your inquiry, sir. We'll check. By a vote of 7 to 35, the amendment fails. Clerk will count the number of amendments for Senator from Clarendon. (21), Senator. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, number 51 by Senator Matthews. It amends the bill. It adds a new section to read.
Senator Matthews recognized on her amendment.
Senators, I know that a lot of you aren't really, will probably not hear a lot of what I'm saying, but this is the one that we referred to earlier to protect those children from it's a child endangerment. If a child has access to a gun that discharges, or if a gun is exhibited in front of a child and that child is used in the commission of a crime, this protects the child, and it specifically says that a person should keep the gun in proper storage so that a child will not be affected. I mean, I got to tell you, I have a little a cousin whose 4-year-old son was killed because of a gun that discharged in the home when his father and they were sitting around and they had forgotten the gun was left out and that child died. It's tragic, tragic, tragic. You can't take that back, and I would move adoption of this bill if there are of this amendment if there are no questions.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is amendment number 52 by Senator Goldfinch. Amends the bill, adds a new section to read. A new item to read, rather. New item is at the end of section 2331-240 to read the Attorney General and Assistant Attorney General.
Senator from York, what purpose do you rise?
Over the amendment?
Senator from York moves to carry over the amendment.
Never. I withdraw my motion.
Senator from Georgetown is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Real simple. We inadvertently left off the Attorney General from the list yesterday. The judges, the solicitors, you saw the list yesterday of those wanting to be included. This one just simply says the Attorney General and Assistant Attorney Generals. Move for adoption.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is number 53 by Senator Matthews. Amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator from Colleton, welcome back.
Mr. President, this is simply an amendment which would require that you have a gun lock on your gun to protect children.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Noes have it.
So we're not
amendment
protecting
fails.
children now.
Clerk will publish the next amendment.
The next amendment, taking your job?
Amendment number 54 by Senator Matthews.
Ms. Matthews recognized on her amendment.
This amendment is simply an extension of the one regarding a gun lock, but this one says that while you have it at home, that you have your gun stored away in a locked place so as to protect children. Move adoption.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Number 55 by Senator Matthews. It amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator Matthews is recognized on her amendment.
Considering the prior votes, I would move to withdraw 55.
Without objection. Or is there an objection? Don't think so. Amendment's withdrawn. We'll publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 56A by Senator Massey amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator from Edgefield, recognized on the amendment.
Mr. President, this amendment would say that SLED cannot charge the $50 fee and for the application or for any training that SLED provides.
Question is, adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 57 by Senator Martin amends the bill. It's on page 6, strikes the lines 11 through 14, search section
Senator
9.
Martin is recognized on his amendment. Please give Senator Martin your attention.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This amendment, the senator from Charleston put up an amendment to make the bill go into effect 90 days after the signature of the governor. I voted against that, but I understand the reasoning behind it more now today. But that is for law enforcement to recognize that someone may be having a weapon on their side and out that they're not used to seeing. I get the point. All my amendment does is leaves that intact, what the senator from Charleston did, but it puts the Second Amendment sanctuary state language effective immediately upon approval of the governor. So we get our Second Amendment sanctuary state protection in immediately. The rest of it takes 90 days. I move adoption.
Question is, adoption of the amendment. Senator from Clarendon, Senator Kevin Johnson.
Senator, you for a question.
Yes, sir, I will yield.
Thank you, Senator. I asked somebody earlier, and I forgot what he told me, but what is it? What you call it, the sanctuary? What is it again?
That's the language we adopted, I believe, in Amendment 1 yesterday.
What's it called again?
The Second Amendment sanctuary state.
And what does it do?
Well, it just protects our Second Amendment when President Biden comes to try to take our guns. Move adoption.
Question is, adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 58A by Senator Malloy amends the bill, strike section 11, beginning on page 9, line 26, and inserts.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Malloy is recognized on his amendment. Senator Malloy.
To the senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch, there was something that was left off the list, and I talked to the senator from Oconee, where we had a parity bill with the public defenders. What this amendment does is just add them in, active ones, and active assistant public defenders, but also as officers and the members of the Senate and the House. Move adoption.
Question is, adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Amendment's adopted. I'll give you a roll call. Roll call has been requested. 5 members. Second, Senator from Lexington.
I hate to raise the point, but you've ruled.
Okay. All right. Noes have it. The amendment failed. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 59 by Senator Matthews amends the bill, section 8, section 2331-520A by deleting line 41 on page 5 and inserting.
Senator Matthews.
Members of the Senate, I would like to draw your attention to the amendment that is presented under section 2331-520. We've talked about this a lot today. It said, notwithstanding another provision of law, a governing body of a county, municipality, or political subdivision may, and I draw your attention to the word may, temporarily restrict the otherwise lawful open carrying of a firearm. My amendment simply says it gives home rule to these local municipalities, and it basically tells them they shall restrict. The reason why is if you've got, I don't know, a march with civil unrest, and those municipalities, they need to, no matter what, restrict open carry during those times, because as you and I both know, I'm just going to name some groups. Some of the marches that we've had, MAGA march that they had in Charlottesville, and then the one in Ferguson, all the other ones regarding Black Lives Matter, whatever organization, you and I know that people, once they get it, and the March on the Capitol, once they get into that where you got a bunch of people marching for a light cause, sometimes you have bad actors that just basically intensify the situation, and people, when they're in heightened states in those march, they tend to get out of hand, sort of like pack animals situation. And that is why I thought that it should not be a situation where technically, well, I think if there's a march and it's a political or a social march, you don't have a reason for it to have open carry, because those are instances when things can get out of hand. And that's why I simply just changed the wording from may, that the subdivision shall restrict. If they're going to have a march of a bunch of people and they don't have control over those people, then they need to restrict open carry, just limited for that march. Move adoption.
Those in favor of the amendment, vote aye. Those opposed, vote no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is amendment number 60. It's by Senators Matthews and McLeod. Amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator Matthews is recognized on her amendment.
This is an amendment basically saying, and we talked about this earlier, I think, when it was Senator from Aiken, when he was given his committee report, we talked about if a person who has a CWP has a mental breakdown, goes to the emergency room or goes to his physician and has suicidal ideologies and has a severe breakdown. This is just a protection whereby the medical provider has to report it to law enforcement. There's a problem. And it really goes to psychiatrists. It requires that if somebody comes to them and tells them that, yes, I've got a CWP, and I just have, I want to kill some people and I want to kill myself, or I've thought about it or dreamed about it or whatever, that psychiatrist, out of an abundance of caution, should be required to report it to law enforcement, let them follow up on it to protect that person as well as protect the public as a whole. And I just think that this is a win-win for everybody. Move adoption.
Roll call's been requested. 5 members second the call. Clerk will ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams? No. Mr. Alexander? No. Mr. Allen? Not voting. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Campson? No. Mr. Cash? No. Mr. Clymer? No. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Cromer? No. Mr. Davis? No. Mr. Fanning? Not voting. Mr. Gambrell? No. Mr. Garrett? No. Mr. Goldfinch? No. Mr. Grooms? No. Mrs. Gustafson? No. Mr. Harpootlian? Aye. Mr. Hembry? Mr. Hembry not voting? Mr. Hembry votes no. Mr. Hutto? Not voting. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson? Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson? No. Mr. Kimbrell? No. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus? No. Mr. Malloy? No. Mr. Martin? No. Mr. Massey? No. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. McElveen? No. Mr. McLeod? Aye. Mr. Peeler?
No.
No. Mr. Rankin? Not voting Mr. Rice? No. Mr. Sabb? Not voting Mr. Scott? Not voting Mrs. Sin? Not voting Mr. Setzler? Not voting Mrs. Shealy? No. Mr. Stevens? Aye. Mr. Talley? No. Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Williams? No. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no.
All senators voted. Senator Allen votes no. Senator Scott votes aye. All senators voted. Polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 7 to 31, the amendment fails. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 63 by Senator Cromer amends a bill on page 4.
Senator from Newberry, Senator Cromer is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had talked about this a little earlier. The senator from Anderson, his amendment said that on the actual firing of a handgun in the presence of an instructor, provided that a maximum of 25 rounds must be fired. And this amendment just changes it that a minimum of 25 rounds must be fired. That way, if the instructor says that they need to fire 50 to be qualified, he has the right to do so. And Senator from Anderson is okay with the amendment.
Question is adoption. Senator from Clarendon, Senator Kevin Johnson's.
Question?
He will.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. The question I have, I think when the senator from Anderson, when he initiated the amendment, I think he said the reason was because of a shortage of ammunition, that they would go from 50 rounds to 25 rounds.
That's right, Senator. This doesn't change that. He said a maximum of 25, but most people use 50, so all this is doing just says a minimum of 25. Still allows them to do 25, but they can go up to 50 if they want to.
Well, the question I have, which probably cannot be answered right now, is what happens if we have even a greater shortage of ammunition? So will we still say a minimum of 25 regardless?
Yes, sir. We still say a minimum of 25.
Senator from Anderson, what purpose? Oh, no. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Senator, do you yield for a question?
He will.
Senator, is there, and I know we're coming down to the wire and there's a lot of things happening on the fly, is there anywhere in your amendment or in the underlying document that it caps it at 50?
No, sir, that's not in statute.
So an instructor could make you fire 200 rounds.
Exactly, if they wanted to.
I think the idea here was to lower the number of rounds.
Senator, it was, and most of the instructors out there are not going to do that because they understand if there's a shortage, they can't have a class if there's a shortage, and they can't go down to 25. This still allows them to go down to 25. I don't think you want them to try to qualify on 5 rounds or 10 rounds, Senator.
Well, no, Senator, but you have to supply your own ammunition.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's a matter of availability and cost. You can't even find 9mm anymore.
Sure.
So, I mean,
yeah.
Senator from Lexington, Senator
Senator Newberry, yield.
Yes, sir.
He will yield for a question.
Senator, how about straighten me out, particularly the Senator from Sumter now. When you were talking about this earlier, you said you were going to reduce it to a minimum of 25 because of the shortage. Now you've not even mentioned, what if there's plenty of ammunition that they could do the 50 rounds?
Senator, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I guess there's a little bit of a rumble here.
If we could, Come to order,
Originally, you said you were reducing it because there was a shortage of ammunition.
No,
If
Senator,
I
that was the
understood-
senator from Anderson that was reducing, and I agree with him that they should be allowed to go down to 25 if necessary.
And you, in response, you said, what about if we put it at a minimum of 25 if there is a shortage? Now
Yes.
you're just eliminating any reference to the shortage?
There were a lot of folks that said, are you going to leave it up to the instructor to determine whether there's a shortage or not? And that's kind of ambiguous. How does the instructor determine or not? But this will allow him to go down to 25 without determining a shortage.
With the
Senator from Richland, what purpose do you rise?
would the speaker yield for a question?
He will.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, the senator from Lexington has confused me, which is pretty easy to do at this time of night, or any time, apparently. So, if you were applying for your CWP and it took you 200 rounds to qualify, that's okay, right?
I would certainly think so.
Good, because I wouldn't have a CWP if it was less than that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Move adoption.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
See if Senator from Newberry would yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
He will.
Senator, could you explain again why this amendment will be better than what we've already done?
Well, the one
senator
we
from
had,
Anderson?
Senator from Anderson had a maximum of 25. That means you can't fire more than 25 rounds. And he may think, the instructor might think that you need to, if you're a first timer, never had a gun, and he's instructing you on how to use it, he might think you need to fire 50 or maybe 75 rounds. So it
And
leaves
what's the exact verbiage on yours?
It just says the actual firing of the handgun in the presence of the instructor, provided that a minimum of 25 rounds must be fired.
Do you think we should add maximum of 50 since that's what it was before?
There's nothing in statute on it.
But there is, we got a maximum in this bill right now as it exists.
Maximum is 25 right now.
Right. I'm just confused. If we don't open this up, then it's going to go even higher.
Senator, there's no number in statute, but
Oh, I
there
understand
is
that.
now in the bill, there is a maximum of 25.
Right. So I need to think about that for a second.
Senator from Sumter, Senator McElveen, what purpose do you rise?
Just ask the Senator from Newberry to yield for a couple of questions.
He will.
Yes, sir.
Senator, I'm going to ask you a question because I don't know the answer. But earlier when we had the senator from Honeypath's amendment up, that actually took the number from 50 to 25, right?
It did, yes, sir.
50 was in statute, right?
Well, no, it's not in statute. That's what has been being used as a prerequisite by SLED. And that's what all the instructors have been using was 50. But they asked if they could lower it to 25 because of the shortage of ammunition. And when the senator wrote the amendment, that's what he was trying to do. And I did too. I kind of wanted us to go down to 25 while we got a shortage. But I didn't want to limit it to 25 from now on in statute. I wanted to allow them to go to 25, but if they need to go back to 50, they can with this amendment.
So, Senator, did you know that I think the senator from Honeypath's amendment earlier was absolutely well-intentioned because nobody can dispute the fact that there is a shortage right now. You know?
That's right.
And to the senator from Lexington's point earlier, did you know that what I thought I heard earlier was if we were going to say basically we like the 50, but if someone's got a hardship on finding ammo, then we understand if the instructor makes the call to go to 25.
Exactly.
So would anybody suffer a friendly, unanimous consent amendment to this to say no more than 50? Make it 25 to 50. I mean, wouldn't that fix the problem here?
Well, this minimum of 25 would make it. What you're saying is cap it at 50?
I understand, yes, sir, and I understand. I mean, I have no problem personally, did you know, with an instructor requiring more rounds if that instructor wants to do that. But to the senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin's point, if you have an instructor who's got the reputation of making everybody shoot 200 rounds, 250 rounds, he's probably not going to have a lot of business for a real long period of time because that's going to cost a good bit of money.
Senator, I don't have a problem with that if you can get a unanimous consent request from 25 to 50.
Senator from Aiken, Senator Young, what purpose do you
I'd like
rise?
to ask the senator from Newberry a question.
You can.
Senator, the current law, is it correct that the current law, the bill, I mean, not the bill, but the law, the statute that currently is in existence does not have any number specified?
That's correct.
And it says that the person who is applying for the permit has to be able to successfully show that they can actually fire the handgun in the presence of the instructor.
Correct.
So the way the law is currently written, isn't it correct that if the person is able to successfully shoot the handgun and they only have to shoot it 10 times and the instructor is satisfied, they know what they're doing, that would satisfy the statute?
Senator, there's nothing in the statute as we see it. It's not the statute.
So
I think it is a requirement or regulation by SLED that's what is required for.
Where is a SLED regulation that says 50?
So we're just trying to give them the option to go from 50 down to 25 if the ammunition is not available. Well, that would be the next step.
Is this, Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry?
Statutory inquiry, sir.
Is this the last amendment on the desk?
It is not.
Mr. President, I've heard some of them that would like to cap it at 50. I will make that unanimous consent request that we use this amendment, a minimum of 25, capped at 50.
Is an objection to the Senator from Newberry's unanimous consent? Is there an objection to the Senator from Newberry's unanimous consent request?
No.
Objection is heard. Senator from Newberry.
Sir.
Senator from Clarendon, Senator Kevin Johnson.
Thank you. Would the Senator from Newberry yield for a question?
Order. I know we're in the short rows. I know we're ready to go home. I know people are tired, but not as tired as I am. And I'm asking to give us some order. Senator from Clarendon.
Senator, Mr. President, I'll yield for a question.
Thank you, Senator. The question I have is, I know that there is the 50 rounds, but when you take the CWP test, and when you're at the firing range, don't you have to score a certain score? You just can't go and just shoot 50 rounds and get approved for a permit. So don't you have to have a certain score at the range in order to get approved after you pass the classroom training?
Senator, I don't remember. It's been so long since I got my CWP. I think it's a certain number of rounds from a certain distance, and then from a shorter distance, you've got to have a certain number of rounds in the target. But I don't remember exactly. But I certainly, Senator, I'm willing to carry this over since we got some other amendments in.
Yeah, but when you carry it over, please check it up, because I remember, did you know, when I was taking my test at the range, there's several folks, they shot the 50 rounds, but they didn't qualify and had to retake the part of the test that's taken at the range. So if you would just clarify that for me as you do the research once you carry it over, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. President.
Senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise?
Before the senator carries it over, may I ask a couple of questions, and maybe we can get through this.
Senator from Newberry, yield for a couple of questions. He does.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator, the way that I read this saying is the floor is 25.
Correct.
I think we should be looking at this. The instructors, we have a lot of really good CWP instructors across this state with a lot of experience that have been handling firearms for a long, long time. They know what they're doing.
Correct.
If I were to come to them and under this amendment, I were to come to them and I shoot 25 rounds, and they determine that I'm proficient with that firearm, and Senator, that's really, I think, what we're getting at. Exactly. Proficiency with the firearm. If they determine that I am proficient at 25 rounds under this amendment, we're done. You can certify me, I'm done, I qualify. He may or she may say, you know what, that wasn't that great. And we need to work on your stance, or we need to work on your grip, or we need to work on your trigger pull, a number of different things. And he may help me, or she may help me add some more rounds to that. If we put a cap at 50, and during those exercises I get to 50, they're pretty much obligated to say, sorry, you can't have it, right? So I think what you've got here is perfect. We've got a floor that we got to show some proficiency. And if there's room in there that we need to get you some more, Senator, we're going to shoot some more. And if that takes another 25 to get to 50, it takes another 75. And they're training me, they're teaching me. Wouldn't we want to not cap it and give me the opportunity to get that, as opposed to blackballing me and saying, sorry, come back later?
Senator, I would certainly think so. And I didn't intend for this. I thought it would just pass through just like that, because all we said was we just set a minimum of 25.
Senator, I think we should try again and move for adoption. I think this is a good amendment.
Yeah. Mr. President, move adoption.
Question is, adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is Amendment 61 by Senator Clymer, amends a bill. Page 1,
Senator from York, Senator Clymer is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under current law, there's a list of folks who are allowed to carry, and it includes current law enforcement, members of the military in their conduct of their duties, governors, constables, and retired commissioned law enforcement officers employed as private detectives or private investigators. This amendment just would delete employed as private detectives or private investigators and end that at retired commissioned, very important, commissioned law enforcement officers.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose he rise?
Senator, you for a question?
He does.
Senator, if I'm not mistaken, under the federal law, LEOSA, if a law enforcement officer retires, he can still carry his weapon in all 50 states.
Not according to South Carolina law. So this would fix the South Carolina law portion. And the genesis of this amendment is retired law enforcement in York County have been asking me about this for 5 years, and this is the opportunity to fix it.
So this is following the federal statute.
It's just fixing this provision in South Carolina law.
Senator from Oconee, Senator Alexander, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator yield for a question.
He will.
So Senator, you're taking folks that are employed as private detectives,
no,
or private investigators?
No, it's just deleting that requirement. So this would be all retired law enforcement, not just retired law enforcement employed as private detectives or private investigators.
Okay.
Senator from Clarendon, Senator Kevin Johnson, what purpose do you rise?
Point of order.
State your point, sir.
I understand the premise of the amendment, but I'm wondering if it fits under Rule 24.
Anyone want to speak to the point? Senator from York.
Mr. President, the entirety of the legislation speaks to who can carry where and how, and my understanding is this code section is referenced elsewhere. We already added judges and constitutional officers.
Senator Spartanburg.
President, I was just going to add that it's, to speak to the point, Mr. President, I was just going to add that it's a logical expansion of what we've already worked on and adopted amendments on this bill already.
Senator from Clarendon.
I don't know if this falls into the underlying subject matter of the bill, and I think there also was an amendment earlier that added other, or at least one other group to the list, and that amendment was defeated. So I still wonder if it's under Rule 24, if it's germane.
And to these, 1 minute. Let me check with the three wise men. So far, they're not so wise. Senator from Fairfield, you want to sing Man in the Mirror while we wait? Never mind. Objection heard. Senator from Clarendon, I sustain your point. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 62 by Senator Rice. Amends the bill, adds a new section.
Senator from Pickens, Senator Rice, recognized on his amendment.
Brief explanation on the bill. Mr. President, fellow senators, this was an attempt to have permitless carry with training and with a background check. Earlier today, or just a little while ago, the senator from Edgefield offered an amendment that took the fee down to zero on the CWPs, which is a part of what this would do. The other part of this amendment would require you to carry the background check and the training information with you. What would happen now with the no cost, if you go ahead and get your CWP, it wouldn't cost you anything. You'll have that to carry instead of the training information and the background check. And Mr. Speaker, or Mr. President, with that, I'm going to make a unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment.
Is there objection to withdrawing the amendment? Hearing none, so ordered. Amendment withdrawn. Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 64 by Senator Matthews amends the bill in Section 5. Section 2331, 225 adds a new subsection.
Lost my sheet here. Mr. President, basically,
Senator from Colleton, Senator Matthews.
I'm getting it together. Thank you. This amendment is pretty forward for 2021. It basically adds that we have it in the statute already that you have to, with particulars about how you have to post at your place of business, whether or not concealed weapons and open carry would be allowed in your business. This is simply requiring that any business that will allow open carry or not allow open carry, if they already have a social media presence, that they place that notice on social media, because a lot of the young folks, they check a business out online first before they go. That way it'll cut down on those people who might accidentally appear at, say, a restaurant or something like that and not know whether or not it will keep them from having to go to the restaurant, look outside, but they can find it out online. It's a pretty harmless amendment, and out of all the amendments I've presented today, this one at least should be palatable because it doesn't hurt anything. It's just putting it on what you've put on your business, put it on your Facebook page if you have a Facebook page. It doesn't require that you put it on. It's not a requirement. Move adoption.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Noes have it. Amendment fails.
Okay, Batty, what is the number? No.
Clerk will publish the next amendment. Some members are asking if you want to explain their amendment, if you could come to the podium and make it easy for them listening to it. No? Clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 66 by Senator Kimbrell amends the bill. Page 2.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell, recognized on his amendment.
Do you want me here or there, Mr. President?
I don't want you anywhere.
There, okay, I don't care. Thank you for that.
Senator from Spartanburg.
Thank you. Okay, this is a cleanup of the prior amendment that I had offered, amendment number 25, because we had some discussion about what was intended and unintended, so I wanted to be sure we were clear. So at this point, we added now the exception for all provisions of section 2331-215. Now I'm going to read off a few of the items that are excluded now from expanding the categories of where you can carry a weapon with a CWP. This now excludes law enforcement, correctional detention facilities, courthouse and courtrooms, polling places on election day, offices or business meetings of the governing body of a county, public school district, municipality, or special purpose district, school or college athletic event, daycare facility or preschool facility, place where carrying of firearms is prohibited by federal law, church or other established religious sanctuary unless express permission is given by the appropriate church official, hospitals, medical clinics, doctor's offices, or any other facility where medical services or procedures are performed unless expressly authorized by the employer. And so this is including existing statute, excluding all of those categories. But then it goes on to say that we're striking the right of public employers to prohibit the carrying of a weapon with a CWP unless it's on that existing schedule of prohibited places, namely courthouses, schools, things of that nature. Further, this it strikes Section 2331.520 of the 1976 Code, which would prevent a local municipal government from further restricting your right to carry with the CWP if it's not already on the existed Section 2331.215 prohibited list. Finally, it allows for a CWP holder, to carry a firearm on state capitol grounds or within the Capitol building, again, as long as they have a CWP. So hopefully this clarifies what I was trying to get at before, and Mr. President, I'd move adoption.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise?
I raise the point of order under Rule 24 that this adds new matter. It contains reference to Section 10.11.320, which is not referenced in the bill and is not a logical extension of the bill.
Anyone wish to speak to the point? We'll allow questions in the meantime. Let me check. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Sapp, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I want to be heard depending on how this ruling is. I want to be heard on the amendment.
Stand at ease 1 minute. Senator Spartanburg, you want to further explain your amendment while we're checking on the point of order?
That essentially does explain it. I mean, obviously, in terms of speaking to the point, I think it's a natural and logical extension. We're talking about where you can use the CWP. Yeah.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
You interested in hearing the senator from Williamsburg at this point instead of just standing at ease?
Yeah.
I'm ready to overrule the point. Question is, Senator from Colleton, Senator Matthews, what purpose do you rise?
I have a parliamentary inquiry first.
Let me get some order first. Senate, please come to order.
And I'm going to have to rely upon the desk on this. When I did that last amendment, when I presented it, and it was done by the desk, it was my understanding that that was the cutoff, the last amendment on cutoff, other than the one from Senator Sin. Was that amendment timely presented?
Your unanimous consent request today had 10 minutes to the cutoff.
That came afterwards? Because...
It came within the time.
Okay, then I would move to table.
Move to table.
No, this isn't.
Senator from Spartanburg's amendment. Senator from Colleton moves to table the amendment. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second the cause. 5 members do. Senator from Morey, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you rise?
To ask the senator from Colleton if she would withhold her motion to table for a moment.
She will.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak on the amendment.
Senator Sabb had already, Senator from Williamsburg.
I certainly yield, Mr. President, yield to Senator Sabb.
Speaking on it, and then after the 2 senators, I would then table.
Senator Sabb, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Yes. Mr. President, candidly, my interest was in seeing whether or not whether or not the amendment was going to be tabled. I have no intent to just speak for the sake of speaking. But I intend to speak again, so I would yield to the senator from Ori.
Senator from Morey, Senator Hembry is recognized on the senator from Spartanburg's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I had some questions about amendment number 25, which was sort of the predecessor to this one, and there was a little bit of confusion, and Senator from Spartanburg and I he did a little work on the amendment and submitted 66, and it was kind enough to pull me aside, kind of help me work through it with him. I really just want to highlight what the amendment does. I think we need to take a moment here and give this some thought, because it's got some components that are rather they were very significant in the bill, or to the bill. The first thing, and Senator from Spartanburg touched on this, that it removes public employees or public employers from the category of entities that can prohibit their employers with CWPs from bringing guns on in the workplace. So if it's a government building that is not on the designated list that the senator from Spartanburg talked about, courthouses, it's existing law, schools, there's a list of buildings that you cannot take guns. But every other government building that is not specifically on that list, and there are many, any other government building or public building, the employees would be allowed to bring guns into those buildings with or without their employer's permission. Okay, so if you were the treasurer and you say, I really don't want you having guns in the building here, too bad, state law says I can, and you cannot restrict that no matter what the circumstances are. So that's the first thing that this amendment does. And just consider whether you believe these are good ideas. The second thing that it does is it completely takes out the section in existing law as well as in the proposed bill involving the cities and local government's ability to issue permits and restrict open and concealed carry at these events. That's a totally different part of the bill. And I got to talk about this a lot earlier, and I don't intend to go into great detail again. We've spent a lot of time on that. However, if this amendment is adopted, then existing law lets cities regulate it. The new law, if we were to pass it, lets them regulate it in a more restricted manner. It's a much more restricted manner than the current law, but it would take both of those out. So it'd be if it's a march at the State House, and on this side you've got the KKK, and on this side you've got the Black Panther group, which we had in Columbia, 2-3 years ago. We all remember, it was in the news. I mean, it was a big deal, and you've got them all right there at the same time. The government cannot say you can't have a gun. You can have a gun if this amendment passes. So let's think about this. At any festival that you might want to restrict, any sort of rally, any sort of protest that might require a permit, this takes all that out. So it's open season, if you will, or you're going to be able to, anybody with a CWP can bring a gun open or concealed at these events. And third, it allows the carrying of the carrying of weapons on State House grounds and in the State House. In the State House and on State House grounds for anybody with a CWP. Those are the three pieces of this bill. I will not be making a motion on the bill, the amendment, but I will be voting against the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment as well.
Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, with Senator Year.
He will for a question.
Senator Famori, the way the amendment is currently drafted, if you are a county recreation facility where you have members of the community go in all the time for pickup basketball leagues. I don't know about your county recreation facilities, but the ones that I grew up in, my sons and others still play, they play pretty rough basketball, and at times they lose their temper. So if the county wants to say that you cannot bring a weapon into that area doing that, they cannot do it if this amendment passes. He has recreation, he has school recreational, but not necessarily county facilities or city facilities or just community gyms. Right?
Well, on the list, so let me just give you what's on the list, that it would still be prohibited, okay? Because he was really careful to incorporate that list and thoughtful about that. Senator from Spartanburg was. But he says, officer business meeting of the governing body of the county, public school district, municipality, or school. So the administrative offices for a Richland 1 would be off limits.
Right.
Can't take it in there. Can't take it in a school.
What about a recreation facility that's not an administrative office, just a Blythewood community recreation facility?
No, that's not on the list.
Right, and so that's right. Those are the places where you have sometimes outbreaks of anger and just good competition. Someone's playing pickup basketball, and they are allowed to bring their weapons there. That the weapons could be right there. I mean, that scares me. And if a county wants to say, every county may not do it. I mean, Spartanburg may say, we don't have a problem. You know, you can bring your guns in if you play basketball, but maybe Horry County says we would prefer them not to be able to bring their weapons in while they're going in to play competitive community league basketball. We are prohibiting a county who wants to ban that from actually saying that, right? That's what his amendment does.
That's correct.
Right.
That's that.
And I'm
that's
just...
not, well, I'll say that's not on the list. Okay?
That's not on the list.
That is, that remains a place where guns are not permitted.
Right, and I guess my question is, why don't we just leave it up to the county or the city or the local government to actually make those decisions? Look, I understand, and if I know someone, friends or sons, who's going to play pickup basketball in a place that allows people to carry guns, I would strongly advise my sons, don't go there, son. Don't play basketball at this gym in this county because you don't know who's able to bring a weapon in that facility. Correct. Thank you, Senator.
I understand, yes.
Senator Morey.
Be glad to yield.
Senator from Williamsburg.
Just want to be heard when the senator finishes.
Sure.
Senator from Clarendon.
Want to see if the senator will yield.
Be glad to
He
yield.
will.
Senator, did I hear you say a while ago that you were going to be voting against the amendment?
I will be.
Did you know that one concern that I had, and I talked to the author briefly about the amendment, is that, you know, we have a lot of state agencies in South Carolina. We have a lot of state employees, and the way I understand the amendment is that employees who have a concealed weapon permit of a state agency can bring their guns concealed to work.
Yes, that's the first part of the amendment. That's what the first part of the amendment does.
Senator from Lawrence, Senator Verdon, what purpose do you rise?
I desire to be heard on the amendment after the senator from Williamsburg. I desire to be recognized on the amendment at the appropriate time.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler, what purpose do you rise?
Senator from Horry, yield.
I'll be glad to yield.
Senator, just clarification on this state agency. Did you know I agree with you? But besides that, are we? Does this amendment say that citizens with a CWP can take it into SLED? Can they take it into SLED?
That's not the way I read the amendment.
Okay.
That citizens could, because law enforcement facilities are on the list of prohibited places.
It's on order.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Williamsburg, you had mentioned you wanted to be heard. Is that correct? Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Sabb is recognized on the amendment. Which one of you want to go first? Sir. Senator from Darlington.
Move to table the amendment.
Senator Sabb a long time ago asked permission. I normally don't give permission, but have you changed your mind, Senator from Williamsburg? Senator from Lawrence, Senator Verdon is recognized on the amendment. Senator Verdon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the Senate. So I rise to speak in favor of the amendment. I appreciate the senator from Spartanburg's effort here. And what I'm going to ask of those who favor the expansion, not the limitation, but the expansion of safe gun rights under the permit process, to give favorable consideration to this amendment.
Senator Marconi, Senator Alexander, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. See if the senator yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
You will.
So, to your point, we're talking about law-abiding citizens that have gone through the course and have been certified and have a active CWP permit. Is that correct?
Thank you, Senator from McConey. This was a deep breath moment. That's what I'm asking for, and I appreciate that. And as regards to process and procedure, I appreciate Senator from Darlington about queuing up. My request earlier was just to give deference to the Senator from Williamsburg who had expressed desire to be heard. Primarily, I dropped the mic, Senator from Horry, because the second kick of the mule is the reason I decided not to engage in a questioning of your opposition. I think that the best way for any of us to passionately express any position is to, one, drop the passion notch down just a couple of notches, and then if the information is clear, express it for yourself. So my request of you is consider what we're trying to accomplish here. Law-abiding citizens who are not inebriated, who are not intoxicated, but have proven themselves to be law-abiding citizens, to be effective CWP holders. Stop right there. Now, Senator from Horry, the speculative engagement you have with the senator from Clarendon was predicated on potential fears based on the workplace, the particular environments. Now, we had a debate in here years ago that was a knockdown drag-out. It was all predicated on what the inebriated person would do. And we got over that. We got over based on what had been the which had been the transactional effect of the law over a decade or more's time. We proved what was capable. We could actually mix alcohol with the carry of a concealed weapon, at least the proximity to the alcohol. So, love you to death, but I can't abide the fear-mongering. Just the suggestion, because we're in close proximity to a government building. Actually, I would consider those in public service as CWP holders. I would have near-level comfort that we just gave to those retired law enforcement officers. I appreciate that amendment. And if we have public servants that are working in maybe a heightened environment of needing to be confident in the ability to protect themselves, bless us for empowering and enabling them. And if it's on this ground here, I believe that we all enjoy the benefits of their being one more law-abiding, carrying presence.
Senator from Lawrence, are you ready for questions?
Yes, sir. I'll yield.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, a brief question, if the senator would yield to it.
He does.
Senator, do you know, I agree with what you said, so I'm on that team. But I do have one question about this amendment, and I wonder if you could speak to this, because there's one part of this amendment that gives me a little bit of heartburn, and that is the part that would allow for the carrying at protests and rallies of the sort. I mean,
yeah, I appreciate you mentioning it.
You've seen some of the protests on television that I've seen where the emotions get higher than normal. And so that concerns me. Could you speak to that?
Yes, sir, I'm going to speak to it.
Make me feel better about that part.
And I appreciate you bringing it up because I don't feel like I adequately responded to you yesterday. For one thing, I couldn't find you. I didn't know you were sitting over here. My peripheral vision was failing me yesterday. But, Senator, you brought the First Amendment into your arguments yesterday. And I tell you, the free exercise of a religion and assembly means more to me personally than this Second Amendment. I can only bring my family, I can only bring my community, I can only bring the loved ones or people I influence in life. I can only bring them truly with the power of my convictions to influence their convictions. So if I cannot freely speak to my circle of influence, I feel that I am inadequate and will fail them in time and eternity. That's how important the First Amendment is to me. So, I haven't had to live my life this way for 57 years, where I felt compelled to get down to the courthouse to either raise a banner or carry a placard. I don't think I'd have to hoist a bullhorn. I am getting older and weaker in voice. One of the things that amazed me about my granddaddy, who lived to be 91, is that his voice got weaker and his skin got thinner to the point it would bleed anytime he knocked his hand into something. And I would always ask him, and even my dad, I said, "What's wrong with you?" And they say, "Well, you got old man's hands." And now I've got children and grandchildren that ask me the same thing. But if the day comes to serve my family, to serve my community, that I have to be down there at the courthouse or out there petitioning this body here, if I'm not fortunate enough to have that voice inside the chamber and I need to exercise that voice outside the chamber, I want to do it in the confidence that I've done everything I can to safeguard my ability to do so. And I don't believe there's any such thing as multilateral disarmament. Based on what I know about human nature, if I am at the point that I have to exercise the First Amendment out here or anywhere else, and I've unilaterally disarmed, it's going to chill. It's going to frost. It's going to make me have second thoughts about exercising what I know to be more important duties under the First Amendment. So no, I'm not concerned about armed standoffs and OK Corral shootouts. It may arise on some occasion under a certain scenario, but there are much more safeguards in place to ever prevent that, and we see that. I'll agree with the Senator from Oral Reed. There was a breakdown. There was a degree of breakdown here several years back. It happened not on the grounds. It happened blocks away. And that's documented. Mr. President, I'll risk taking a question from the Senator from Richland.
Richland, Senator Poulin, what purpose do you have?
Trepidation and fear that I stand here.
I think I formally need to ask, will you yield to take a question from me?
Yes, sir.
You will.
And I'm not going to ask you about the OK Corral. But I will ask you, I've read this amendment, and it seems to me to allow, and this really makes a big difference to me, guns in the balcony. Does it not?
I don't have the benefit of holding the amendment, but it may allow guns in the balcony carried by qualified carriers.
Which was the amendment I had earlier that was soundly defeated by the cowards who were afraid of guns being up there. Now, we can wear them down here under this amendment. We can carry guns, and they can carry guns. And that's what that amendment
I'm not sure about all. We've had 60 or more amendments. Now, the amendments.
Correct.
The senator from Darlington asked me about amendment an hour or so ago, and honestly, I believe my posture towards that amendment was that I would not want to reserve something unto myself that I didn't reserve also to my constituents.
Well, I mean, I've talked to the spot where we chat, we sit next to each other, and I'm sure I'm correct in saying that this amendment would allow guns in the balcony, and I think would allow us to also have guns down here.
You know, Senator, I will gladly let you query the amendment author, as I'm not even holding. I will gladly yield the floor and let you query the author of the amendment, as I'm not even holding a copy of the amendment.
Well,
so,
Mr.
President, I appreciate it. I yield the floor.
Senator from Spartanburg is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, it does say that you're allowed to, with a concealed weapons permit, carry upon the grounds of the Capitol or within the Capitol building. And in full fairness, it doesn't specify that you can go into the balcony, but it doesn't say you can't either. I would think there would be discussions with the Sergeant-at-Arms office and others as to how we would follow this allowance, but it does specify it would allow a concealed weapons carrier to be in the building or on the grounds.
So in the building would include the balcony?
Again, it doesn't specifically prohibit or authorize that. It says in the building
lobby?
or the grounds.
In the lobby?
I would think so, yes. It says the Capitol grounds or the Capitol building. Yeah, so the Capitol, the entire, it does specify the Capitol complex. Yes.
And the block building.
With a concealed weapons permit, yes.
Right. And you can,
but so the members would also be able to carry as well. You'd be able to carry too, Senator. So.
Yes.
With a permit. If your 25 rounds worked, if the 25 rounds you used or the 200 rounds you shot.
Well, it was 200 rounds, it worked.
Okay, so if you have a CWP, you could carry.
I have a CWP. Senator Jakey Knotts was my trainer. You know I can. What? So think about me carrying a gun in the chamber. That's all I got to say.
Senator from Spartanburg, will you yield for some questions? Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson.
Yield for a question?
Yes.
Yeah. Senator, can you take them at the well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
That still doesn't mean I want you here.
You made that clear, Mr.
Senator from Spartanburg.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, would you agree that there are times when there are good people with concealed weapon permits who may have a temporary mental breakdown? Would you agree?
Senator, I think any good person at any time could suffer a mental breakdown. I think that's
it could happen to anyone.
But it could happen to anybody.
Which I think you actually making my point. So let me finish so I can ask the question. So under this amendment, a good person with a concealed weapons permit who have a temporary mental, and Senator, look, I serve in a profession where I've had people that I've known very well that have temporary mental breakdown. As a matter of fact, let me go a step further, a temporary violent mental breakdown. So under your amendment, a good person with a concealed weapons permit have a temporary violent mental breakdown can come to the Gresset building with their concealed weapon and go to whatever floor you're on, and I am on, and confront their legislator.
Senator, let's turn the tables around just a little bit, because you're asking me a hypothetical to try and point out that somehow this is an irresponsible move. But if we believe that concealed weapons permits, if we go through the proper vetting process, if we're doing the proper background checks, why would we be any more concerned with somebody with a permit carrying in this building than carrying at Walmart, if they allow it, or carrying in a park or on a sidewalk, or carrying any other place? I mean, so
let me answer that.
Well, my view is, let me elaborate further. My view is that the Second Amendment is there to protect you against other folks and also against government overreach. And that doesn't mean, I don't think we should be insulated inside the government here from folks who have a right to carry, to exercise that right. I don't believe that we should say that we should be insulated in a bubble whenever folks in other areas where we trust people to carry with a concealed weapons permit would be allowed. I don't think we're so privileged as to not be exposed to that. But conversely, Senator, we're not saying that only the general public could come into this building with a concealed weapons permit. There's a lot of members of this body that have concealed weapons permits, and this would allow us to carry as well. And one thing I have found is that an armed society is oftentimes a polite society, and contrary to popular belief, in jurisdictions where people have been allowed to have greater gun rights or greater access to their Second Amendment rights, that we have a lower propensity toward violence, not a higher propensity. In fact, some of the strictest jurisdictions in this country, whether Chicago or Boston or New York, where there's extremely restrictive gun laws, the violence is much higher because we're unilaterally disarming innocent folks and law-abiding citizens.
So let me get you back on track, because you've somehow gotten off track there. Perhaps that's why they didn't encourage freshmen to talk as much when I was here. I mean, that was a long time ago. But so once again, someone, and by the way, the people at bylaw don't raise people's taxes, okay? The people at bylaw are not responsible for passing laws that are accused of be overreaching laws. So once again, I just help me understand this, because I haven't said much in the last couple of days. Someone with a temporary violent mental breakdown comes to the state capitol armed. The sergeant at arms cannot prohibit them from bringing their weapons to the 6th floor, Senator Jackson's office, to confront me about why I'm allowing the Martians to take over this country. Okay.
Well, I'm not going to speak to the question about Martians taking over the country, but do I think that, Senator, I go back to my point, and at risk of you accusing me of talking too much, when I was trying to stay in my seat over there, actually, but I believe that the principle of a person with a concealed carry permit responsibly carrying should extend even to the premises of this property. I mean, you disagree with me, and that's okay, but I don't feel like that there's any significantly greater risk of doing that than a person with a CWP carrying any other place.
Sure. Senator, but would you agree that there are some places that would generate perhaps more of an emotional response? For instance, someone's going to Walmart to buy groceries. It's not the same as I am really angry at my senator. And Senator, when I tell you, and I'm sure you've experienced this before, but as a trained counselor, I've had to go in the homes of people who've had good people, great people. As a matter of fact, some of them were religious leaders who've had temporary mental breakdowns, violent temporary mental breakdowns. I would be terrified if the sergeant of arms cannot say, to protect everyone on the Gressett building, we would ask you to leave your weapons in your car. We aren't saying that you can't have weapons, you can't come to the Gressett building, but we'll ask you to leave your weapons at the car. Perhaps you haven't been here long enough to deal with people, but the sergeant can tell you there have been people on my floor, in my office, and I would say that their mental breakdowns perhaps were more than temporary. But the sergeant and the previous sergeants can tell you that they were people who had mental struggles or challenges at the time. And quite honestly, the sergeants at times had to chase people from my office, other floors in the Gressett building, with other security guards looking out for them. I would hate to think what would have happened if that person was not screened or checked for a weapon when they came up to my office in an irate, vocal, loud, and somewhat violent tone. And what you're saying to us is that that person can no longer be screened if they are a legitimate concealed weapons permit holder. They could bring their weapon to see their legislator, although they are going through, at that time, a medical condition. Listen, I'm not stigmatizing mental illness. These are serious medical conditions. But I'm not sure if I would want that person walking up to the Gressett building with the concealed weapons with this temporary mental sickness coming to visit me, thinking something that is totally delusional, Senator. That's all I'm saying. Listen, you guys got the votes to do whatever you want to do, okay? And I compared this earlier. Somebody asked me, said, how is it going to go? I says, how do you think it went when Clemson played the Citadel? Okay, I pulled for the Citadel. We hoped that they would do well. But the goal of the Citadel was to play a good game and don't get hurt, okay? And so you've got 30-16. It's Clemson versus the Citadel, okay? Run the ball down our throats. Just run up the clock, run up the score. Do whatever you want. But then there comes a time when you really have to be logical. And I hope on this issue, someone will be like, I'm not the only one. I'm sure many of you may have had constituents who were good people. Listen, one of the constituents, great person, was a former educator, actually had a mental breakdown. They took them from the Gressett building and institutionalized that person. And they were institutionalized for almost a year. I hate to imagine what would have been the outcome if that person was a legitimate concealed weapons permit carrier.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Sapp, what purpose do you rise?
Senator's finished. I'd like to be heard.
So, hold on just a second. Senator from Morey, what purpose do you rise?
Very, very brief questions.
You yield for questions, Senator.
Two quick questions.
You will.
Senator, and I guess I was listening to Senator Jackson, Senator from Richland, and I was trying to imagine how this works in practice. You know, as we're in the Gressett building or we're in the Capitol, and currently we have a metal detector in the Gressett building, which. So would you perceive, in your view, you would have two lines basically going in the Gressett building, one for CWP holders, and they can walk in and show their CWP, and there's no purpose for them to go through a metal detector because it's permissible for them to have a gun in the Gressett building, and then to be a line for everybody else would go through the metal detector. Is that sort of what you're thinking?
Senator, I would imagine there would be some discussion as how that would be implemented. There are several other states, and I don't have it in front of me right now, that have this in practice now, and I'm sure there's other states to look at that allow the CWP carriers to be on Capitol premises, and we could look at those states as a model. I'm not prescribing here how we would go about doing it. I'm just saying that with a concealed weapons permit, we would allow a person to come to the Capitol grounds. But there are other states that do it, Senator. I'm not prescribing a method in by way you check people into Gressett building.
These persons, if they have a CWP, regardless of who they are, if they've got a CWP or they're rest of it, they've got a CWP, then they would be allowed to attend committee meetings, any other public hearings, any other event or official business that's being conducted on the Capitol grounds. That's what this would permit.
Well, Senator, to Senator Jackson's point earlier, there would be no screening. I don't think that someone who comes over here obviously belligerent, obviously wanting to settle a score or enact some form of violent behavior would be admitted to the building. I mean, this doesn't say that under no circumstances can a person be denied access to the building. I mean, we have various reasons for that now.
Sure.
So if somebody comes in here and says, I'm ready to go over to Senator Henry's office because I'm mad at him and I want to go teach him a lesson, I think there would still be reason to deny access to the building for that individual.
Did you know I'd be a lot more worried about the one who doesn't say that than the one that is saying I want to kill him. I know somebody's going to stop that person if he's coming in the door saying, I just want to stop by and see my senator for a moment. That would be the one I'm more nervous about. But my last question, and this kind of goes back to Senator Verdon's point about, and I get it. I mean, the law-abiding gun owner. I mean, I am as determined to respect that person's ability to exercise their Second Amendment as anybody. However, were you aware that just last year, there were 1,221 permits revoked in South Carolina?
I've heard some statistics throughout the day about the number that are revoked per month. I'm not sure the reasons as to why. It could be technicalities or elapsing or any number of things. I don't know the reasons.
Revoked, not lapsed.
I understand, but I mean, I don't know all the criteria for which you might be revoked.
Senator from Lawrence, Senator Verdon, what purpose do you rise?
See if the Senator yield for a question.
He will.
Senator, how many State House shootings did you hear about last year?
None, Senator.
Is that because there were no guns in any of these state houses and therefore there was multilateral disarmament?
No, sir. There are some states that allow for guns at the State House.
Were you aware that, that our sergeants are affiliated with a national association? I don't know, I don't want to put our sergeant immediately on the spot. That would be inappropriate. I'd almost wish he wasn't in the chamber so we wouldn't even have to worry about a head nod. But I'm aware through some of the work that I've done with our national legislative associations that our sergeant's office has been extremely active through the years in professional association. And I bet if we were to have had the subcommittee process and there was opportunity for our employees to testify to their level of interaction with their colleagues around the 50 states, that they would tell you that there are many protocols in place, there is much established process and procedure, and intuitively, the people that are going to show up to create mischief and mayhem, are they going to come into one of the most secure environments, or are they going to seek the least secure environments?
Senator, it's been my experience and what I've seen over the years that typically if someone's going to engage in violent act with a gun, it's in a gun-free zone, not a place where other folks can carry.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
See if Senator answer a question.
He will.
Senator, following up on the point of the senator from Richland about the Citadel, were you aware that on November 21st, 2015, the Citadel beat the Gamecocks 23-22?
Senator, I'm aware of that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
I was just letting that sink in a little bit. Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, what purpose?
Mr. President, two reasons. One, the senator will yield, and I'll respond to Senator from Berkeley. That's why I didn't use the analogy of the Gamecocks. I said that Clemson Tigers versus the Citadel and not the Gamecocks, because the Gamecocks, anything could happen. You're right. Senator, to follow up on what the senator from Lawrence said, good point. You said you've never heard of any attack on any Capitol to this point, right?
Yeah, state houses, not Capitol.
State house. Prior to January the 6th, how many armed attacks on the federal Capitol building have you witnessed or heard of?
Including the British in 1812? I can't ask a question back.
Modern history. And
not a lot.
Any?
I'm not aware of them.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Clarendon, Senator Kevin Johnson. What
If the
purpose?
senator would yield?
He does.
Senator, thank you. Under your amendment, will guns be allowed at the governor's mansion?
Senator, it doesn't specify this, and so I do not have that included in this amendment as a place where someone can carry a weapon. I'd have to go look at the schedule of excluded places. I don't believe it's on there, but it's not specifically.
I think you said state agencies, I believe, and the state capitol.
Speaking of, sorry, Senator, go ahead.
I'm asking.
It's speaking to public employees, so I would imagine based on the exemptions that are the current exemptions in law, which would be 2331, 215, it does not exempt the governor's mansion. I did not take the step in this particular amendment, as I did with the State House grounds, to specify the governor's mansion, but I would think it would be a not natural logical extension based on the employees would be able to carry with the CWP there as well. Yes, sir, I would. But it doesn't provide for the general public to do so.
The other question I would have is if we're going to be allowed, those of us who have CWPs, to bring them in the Gresser building, in the chamber, in the lobby, then do we really need the sergeant at arms staff and all of the other law enforcement officers we have from DPS and all the ones we have around this building? Do you remember back, I forgot what was going on. Maybe it's when I know what it was now. It was when the riot in Washington on January 6th, and we had all kind of law enforcement around here. And so if we're going to be able to bring our weapons, I guess, for people to protect themselves, do we need any other type of armed law enforcement on the grounds or in the building, or?
Senator, I believe that we still would have a role for the sergeant's office. I think they're still better trained. We've heard from the senator from Richland that it took him 200 rounds to hit a target in CWP class. So I would think the sergeant staff would still be better shots. And frankly, I would say that's analogous to the notion of we have private citizens in the general population can carry with a concealed weapons permit now, but we don't disband the police departments or the sheriff's offices. So I would look at it as a corollary that just because some folks in here may choose to carry a weapon with a CWP, I don't think that precludes us from having an armed staff in the sergeant at arms office. No, sir.
Do you have any concern that if something broke out, let's say in the state capitol, in the chamber, and people start pulling out weapons, that the sergeant at arms staff and other state law enforcement officials will be confused as to far as who is the good guy and who the bad guy may be? Because we would have visitors who would have guns, and we'll have some of us who will have guns, and we'll have people who are what you all refer to as the good guys with guns trying to help other good guys with guns, and then when security comes in, they're confused as far as who the perpetrators are, who the bad guys are. Do you have any concern with that, since so many people are going to be allowed to come in here with guns?
Senator, in current environments, and I'll be completely transparent that I am not a law enforcement officer, so I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but I mean, there are currently settings where people have engaged in unfortunate incidents where a concealed weapons carrier, concealed weapons permit holder with a gun was able to defend themselves and others against an armed perpetrator, and I'm not aware of instances where that led to mayhem in which the police were shooting law-abiding CWP holders. So, I mean, I guess anything is possible, but it's a hypothetical I'm not aware of happening in reality.
Hypotheticals could pretend to be dangerous, but you know, when I was at the podium yesterday, I asked that we really think about what we're doing with these bills and everything, because, you know, as the senator from Richland alluded to, I read all my emails. I have 3 email accounts, maybe 4. I know I have 4 accounts work. I read all of them. And some of these emails tend to be sort of violent. They tend to be sort of hateful. They tend to be racist. And I think one thing that probably protects us, I would think, is that right now, these violent, hateful people are not allowed to come in here with guns. But I think, did you know that if we pass your amendment, that some of those folks are going to be so full of hate that they're going to come in here with their weapons? And as the senator from Richland said, did you know, I don't think we can compare the average person walking around Barlow or Walmart with people who are upset about their road not being paved, or about a bill that we passed, or about a bill that I may not have passed. And I've been here long enough to have received myself a lot of hate mails involved in reference to my position on medical marijuana, on this bill, on the fetal heartbeat bill. And so now what we're telling these folks is, not only are you going to be angry and irate, but you can come up here now with your angry, irate self with a weapon. And I'm afraid that, you know, that some people, although they have the weapon and they're irate and they're angry, may be able to constrain themselves. But my concern, that you know, is that all of them may not be able to constrain themselves, and we're going to have a tragic situation up here that could be avoided if we just don't allow that type of potential danger on our grounds.
Senator, I understand your question. I find that when I feel most, I guess the word could be vulnerable as a member of the Senate, would be when I leave the building, not when I'm here. I go to Senator Lawrence's point earlier that the notion most shooting incidents happen where one side is unilaterally disarmed. And so I find it's still a more secure environment here. If you're going to perpetrate gun violence, I don't feel like that's as likely to happen in a place where there are armed guards and where they know that other people are allowed to have a CWP as well. I'm more concerned about when you leave the building and you're driving home and you go home, and if you're like me, your home address is published at the State House website or your campaign website, so is your office. I've been threatened in my neighborhood before. So honestly, sir, I'm more concerned at home, and that's when that private carrying of a firearm comes particularly in handy, frankly.
I understand what you're saying, but the other point I wanted to make, and you alluded to it a while ago, about people not being willing to or not feeling as free when the area is well protected.
You're just scared. Just a minute.
Security. But did you see the amount of security at the United States Capitol on January 6th? National Guard men and whatever they call themselves, Capitol Police, and that did not deter. Those folks had a made-up mind that they were going to breach that facility and they were going to do what they were going to do. People lost lives, and it was just something I never thought that I never dreamed that I would witness happening in our country. So people are, like I said, they're angry, they're hateful, And everybody just cannot constrain themselves, did you know? And so I think, like I said yesterday, there have been some things that we have done, well-intentioned, but we look back and we say, I wish we hadn't have done that. I feel very secure here with the security we have. And did you know whenever we receive notices of possible threats, the security is beefed up? Now, home is a different story, and I think that's where you carry and those types of things, but I'm a CWP holder. I've never come in here and felt a need to carry because I feel confident in the security that we have, not only with the sergeant at arms, but all the other law enforcement that's in and out this building when necessary.
Well, Senator, I would say only to the point of the United States Capitol events of January the 6th. I mean, I would point out they did not allow CWP holders to be in the building at that point in time, and that incident still happened in spite of there being a prohibition against firearms carried by law-abiding citizens. So I think that actually makes my point that you frankly have those kinds of things that happened in absence of allowing law-abiding citizens to carry a gun, and perhaps the incident would have gone less tragically or aggressively if law-abiding members of the Congress, for example, could have carried a weapon. That's my opinion.
That if law-abiding members of Congress and other visitors or whatever were armed and were able to be armed, that we would have had a lot more death and shooting, and that the law enforcement that was there to protect and defend, again, would have been confused as to who the good guy and who the bad guy. And I just don't know I wonder if you just agree with that. It could have potentially have been worse instead of being better, the fact that people were allowed to have weapons on those grounds.
Senator, I don't necessarily agree with that. I go back to what I've said a few times here, and the senator from Lawrence made the point earlier. Typically, incidents with violence with a gun happen when one side is unilaterally disarmed. That's my personal view of that.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Adams, what purpose do you rise?
Chief, just Senator Deal, just for a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
He does.
Senator, do you believe our Sergeant Arms and staff, do you know that they're been trained through the academy and got all the certifications and prepared to protect us?
Yes, sir.
Do you have confidence in them?
Absolute confidence, yes, sir.
Do you believe at any time right now, if 1,000 people went out front and they stormed the doors, that it'd almost be impossible, even as of right now, to maybe stop them if that was their sole desire?
Absolutely. I mean, in spite of their excellent training and remarkably impeccable credentials, yes, sir. I think they would be hard pressed to stop a 1,000-person mob, yes, sir.
And my final question: would you ever be opposed?
Senator, come to order.
Would you ever be opposed to, if let's say this bill passes or this amendment passes, to where the Sergeant at Arms says, okay, we need to take steps to make sure that we need to put in place our policies where we are being checked, but we also need to be prepared in case there is somebody that comes in to where we are taught by them and be prepared for an event where we might have to evacuate quickly, whether there is an action by 1,000 people or by one person?
I would be open to their guidance and suggestions and training, absolutely, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield for a few questions.
He does.
Senator, in this bill already, are there not places that people cannot carry?
Yes, sir, that's true.
Courtrooms, so on and so forth.
That's true.
And the reasoning, what's the reasoning behind that, Senator?
Senator, to make sure I understand, to the actual amendment that I'm offering or the underlying bill or existing CWP?
Well, I'm just asking, what do you think that the bill as it's written has about 10 or 11 places that even if the bill passes, you're not allowed to carry? So why have we chosen 10 or 11 places, do you think?
Well, I can speak only to my amendment as to why I chose those, and that's because it's an existing statute in Section 2331-215, and I incorporated that in for clarification as to schools and colleges and football games, things of that nature, Senator.
Right. Senator, did you know that I voted for the constitutional carry amendment?
I am aware of that, Senator.
Did you know that I agree with some of the concerns that have been mentioned here that when people come to the State House, it's not necessarily the same thing as making a trip to Walmart?
Yeah, you've made me aware of that now.
Sure. And so, do you know, I would agree with some of the concerns that sometimes people come because they're angry, and at times, some of the things that people get angry about, would you not agree, seem rather irrational to us?
I would think that,
I mean,
yes.
to the degree that they get angry, that we would wonder why has that got them so worked up.
I've seen instances where a person becomes quite angry, and it's sometimes hard for me to decipher as to why, yes.
Right. So, Senator, we've included some things in this bill, things that allow officers of the court to carry at all times, basically anywhere in the state. Would you not agree that's because they are more likely to be a target of someone who's upset with some decision they've made that impacts them personally? Is that not why we put that in there?
I think that's a fair assessment. I think that's a fair assessment.
And so would you not agree that some of the votes we take here, some people are going to perceive those in like personal manner, that you've done this to me, you voted this way, that although, you know, maybe you're not sentencing someone to jail, so to speak, they're going to take fairly serious offense at some votes you've taken, or maybe votes that you've taken, so that when they come to see you, they may actually have, a heightened sense of emotion, which is, I think, part of the reason. Would you not agree that we have rules about the courthouse and things of that nature?
I think that's why there are existing rules regarding the courthouse and things of that nature. This is also one of the reasons why I've included this in this amendment. It's not just for the general public to carry those weapons. It's for each one of us to do so also.
I understand that, Senator, and I understand that some of the senators here enjoy hunting and fishing and so forth, and some of the senators here may be like me. I've got a CWP, and I don't even own a pistol. Now, I do have some weapons at my house for self-defense, but is there any way that you might perceive that the kind of thought process that we have gone through here that allows court officers to protect themselves at all times and all places, some of the thought process that goes into the fact that we've identified 10 or more places where this law is not going to apply, even though we agree, and maybe you don't agree with those 10 places, but as a body, we agree that there are some places that we don't want this law to supersede, such as the courthouse or the jail or whatever those 10 places are, because I don't have the list in front of me, Senator. I'd probably just read it if I did, to see if you think there's any kind of similar comparison between that and the State House grounds, where we have to make decisions and vote on things that people are going to like or not like, and sometimes in a very, very serious way in terms of their disagreement with whatever we do here.
Senator, there may be some parallels where people are upset or are emotionally heightened. I don't view this building in the same vein as I would view a courthouse where somebody's on trial. I don't view it in that sense, because as you pointed out earlier, we're not rendering a verdict here or handing down a sentence. This is the symbol of the democratic republic that is the state, and it's sort of the front porch of the state, if you will, where folks get together and come talk to all of us about concerns they have, and we're here to represent them. I find it fitting that if we believe in the right to carry, particularly with a concealed weapons permit, it would be wholly appropriate and fitting that they would do so at the institution and the building that represents their elected government.
And so I would agree with you, Senator, that the kind of feelings or emotions people might have here are not going to be what goes on in a courtroom, you know, where your life's hanging in the balance because of being on trial or so forth. But did you know that I wouldn't say that it's totally dissimilar in the sense that this is a branch of government that acts in ways that affect people on a constant and ongoing basis. And so the tensions that arise over political disagreements and over public policy necessarily end up at a focal point, and that's the Capitol. So I'm simply saying, Senator, that perhaps you don't believe, I don't know, it's for you to say whether there should be any places excluded. But I do wonder, and I'm wondering on my feet and before the whole state, if this Capitol might be one of those places where the security is in the hands primarily of those who are hired to do that and do that on a full-time basis.
Senator, I will kind of give the same example I gave with Senator Johnson earlier when we discussed the riots at the Capitol on January the 6th. There's no right for folks to carry concealed weapons at the United States Capitol, and yet a riot that resulted in violence and in death still occurred. So I kind of reaffirm my view, and I hold that to be true at this building too, that where people are not unilaterally disarmed, it's less likely that an incident occurs. I've never heard of a shooting at a gun show. I've never heard of a shooting at at a Capitol building where folks are allowed to carry a concealed weapon. And I would go back, full circle to what I said at the 10 questions back, that places that restrict the right of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms typically are more dangerous places.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you discussing that.
Thank you, sir.
From Lexington, Senator Shealy, what purpose do you rise?
Will the senator yield for a very few questions?
He will.
Senator, I know we've all been concerned about what could happen here at the Capitol and on the Capitol grounds. And did you know I'm also concerned about that and our security staff?
Senator, you mentioned that to me, yes.
And did you know that I think the way your amendment reads that this would also give people with the CWP access to all government buildings like DSS buildings and DO and those buildings also, CWP carrier holders, the employees, and anybody entering those buildings. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. It only allows employees of those agencies to carry in those circumstances. I mean, I specifically specify the only building that I specifically say that the public would be able to come to would be the State House. The amendment says, the way that the amendment's written is regarding public employees, and then there's a prohibited list of where folks can carry beyond that.
Okay, so the only place the public could enter the building is the Capitol complex?
The only governmental building that I've specified that you could carry as a public member would be the State House grounds. Otherwise, it's this first section of this, Section A, is regarding the right of a public employer. So it's referring to public employees.
Okay. Did you know a lot of children visit the Capitol complex?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you know there's a lot of days that we have, like today, for instance, I noticed there were a lot of children visiting the Capitol complex. There were, I think it was Hammond School. There was like probably 30 or 40 children running around downstairs. I went and visited with some of them. In fact, one of my cousin's children were down there. So we would have a lot of children here in the Capitol complex.
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware that there are oftentimes a great number of children that visit the Capitol complex.
And did you know, I think that would be dangerous, even though I think people with CWPs have had training. I have a CWP. I don't carry my gun in the building, just so you know. But I think sometimes people with CWPs have tempers too. I have a temper sometimes. I mean, I get it in here sometimes, but it probably wouldn't be good for me to carry my CWP in here sometimes. But I think that, I'm just honest. I can't help myself. But I think that maybe, our security staff, how many do we have up here tonight? Maybe 4, 5? I don't know how many we have all during the day, but when we have that many people and that many people in the building, sometimes that may be dangerous, especially if we have children running around. Did you know I feel that way?
You've made me aware of that now, yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I just wanted you to be aware of how I feel about it. But otherwise, this bill, I think, is a great bill, but I just wanted to know how I feel about your amendment.
I appreciate you sharing that.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Sapp, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Few, I'd like to be heard.
Yeah. Okay. Senator Williamsburg heard on the amendment. Senator Sabb.
Thank you, Mr. President. And ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, heard years ago that one of the quintessentials of a good speech is having something to say. And don't know how good this conversation will be, but it's my hope that perhaps it'll be short and sweet. Let me quickly say that I've got an appreciation for all of us who bring with us the experience that life has given them, and as a mouthpiece for our communities, we come and we give of ourselves in the best way that we can. And so let me quickly say that I am not in favor of this bill. But I believe that my responsibility, as was articulated by some senators earlier, is to, number one, voice my position, and number two, in this instance, just vote my conviction. But quite frankly, this issue is just a wee bit different for me. I believe that it's a bridge too far. And so I am prepared to have an in-depth conversation about what I consider to be some of the nuts and bolts, but perhaps that won't be necessary. And so, Mr. President, I have a unanimous consent request.
Please state your request.
Mr. President, I would like to, with me holding the floor, make a motion to table the amendment.
Objection is heard.
Well, that's fine. Well, let's just, all right, well, I'll do it that way.
Question is a motion to table the amendment. Roll call is requested. Do 5 members agree? They do. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Not voting, Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. No. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mr. Fanning. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. No. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. No. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Mr. Harpootlian not voting. Mr. Harpootlian votes aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Mr. Kimbrell votes no. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus. Mr. Loftus votes. Mr. Loftus votes aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. No. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. McElveen. Aye. Mr. McLeod. Aye. Mr. Peeler.
No.
No. Mr. Rankin. Aye. Mr. Rice. No. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mrs. Sin. Aye. Mr. Setzler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens? Aye. Mr. Talley? No. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye.
All senators voted. Senator Alexander votes no. Senator Clymer votes no. Senator Adams votes no. All senators voted. Senator Davis votes no. Last call is all senators voted. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. Of 31 to 13, the amendment is tabled. Clerk will publish the next amendment. Senator from Darlington, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, sir.
How many amendments are left?
We'll check.
And the authors?
4 amendments are left. Senator Sin, Senator Kimbrell. Hold on a minute. 4 left. Read them again. Authors. Sin, Kempson, Kimbrell, and Hembry.
Mr. President, further inquiry, Mr. President. Are all of the amendments carryover amendments?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Senator from Clarendon, Senator Kevin Johnson, what purpose do you rise?
For unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
I think you said one of the amendments were from Senator Kempson.
That's correct.
I'm asking unanimous consent to withdraw that amendment. We have communicated with him, and that's his desire.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request, Mr. President.
State your request, sir.
To withdraw my amendment on the desk, number 25.
Objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Now there would be 2. We'll publish the next amendment. Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry.
Have a unanimous consent request?
State your request, sir.
To withdraw amendment number, I believe it's 27A that I have on the desk.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. 1 amendment. Clerk will publish.
Amendments number 7A by Senator Sin, previously carried over.
You want to withdraw yours too, Senator? Senator from Charleston is recognized on her amendment. Senator Sin.
Dog, I had to listen to this for like all day, and y'all are complaining about my 1 amendment that I'm getting back to from yesterday. So, folks, what this amendment does, if you're really familiar with the bill, if you take a look at it, what we've done is strike Section A, which that is the important part for municipalities, counties, and subdivisions to be able to, at some point, decide that they are not going to allow brandishment of firearms or any type of firearms that are going to be openly carried or otherwise during a demonstration, potential for insurrection, invasion, riots, or other natural disasters. We struck that as part of this original bill, and this particular amendment adds it back in. In addition, what it does is, if you take a look at what we did add into as Section B, what I would like to do is add that we would also allow these firearms for the local governments to determine at those particular events whether we can also add demonstration and picket line. In Charleston, as y'all know, we have various I guess, union groups. For instance, the ILA, I don't know if y'all read in the paper, the ILA has actually steered the big ships away from Leatherman Terminal currently based on an altercation or argument that they're having. So it would add it back into demonstration and picket line. And basically, one of the other things that we're very concerned about is that we are adding here, we're adding a line that says, notwithstanding any other provision of the law. That part is very scary, because if we say notwithstanding any other provision of the law, and then we're going to say what we can do with municipalities or governmental entities where it has to do with the parade, festival, organized event, things of that nature. Then we are going to be basically eviscerating unlawful possession of a firearm. And these are just some that we came up with off the top of our heads with staff. We are doing away with the preemption of colleges and courthouses, and also private businesses and public places of employment where they currently can post that they're not going to allow firearms. So basically, one of the problems we had when this particular bill came over from the House, it did not go through the committee process. Had it gone through, I think, at least full judiciary, a lot of these errors would have been caught, and these errors are going to be very difficult. I know in a lot of your neck of the woods, y'all have a fair, and your people are going to be looking at cakes and cows. You come to a fair in North Charleston, and things are just a little bit different. And I know that y'all were not present when King Street was being looted and attacked. This went on for 30 days. I was sitting at MUSC sitting with a friend of mine whose child was dying when we were put under martial law. I couldn't even go outside. They were locking the MUSC because the picketers and the boycotters were coming around the corner to MUSC, and there was not even any food to be gotten. I couldn't even go and get her a sandwich or anything because at 7 o'clock we were all ordered home. So we have to honor home rule in situations like this. Your areas are not our areas, and for us to use some language that simply is not appropriate to get rid of and say that our local law enforcement officials can't decide whether they're going to permit or not permit something like this, we just can't do it. And another thing that I forgot to mention, that what this particular language says, it says that, hold on just a second. Oh, here it is. Okay, what we do say is, and this is in the current subsection A, it says basically a governing body or county municipality may temporarily restrict or otherwise these certain things when it issues a permit, okay? But then it says, however, if a permit is not applied for and issued to the event, then it doesn't even apply whatsoever. So if anybody just doesn't want to get a permit, then they don't have to worry about the local law enforcement saying that you cannot brandish weapons or bring weapons or openly carry or anything else to these particular events. We have these events really I think it's every other Saturday, where you got the Confederate Memorial, you got people with long guns, and then you got now BLM there with automatic rifles. So I would move for adoption of this amendment. This is something that we really, really need.
Senator Spartanburg. Senator Spartanburg, Senator Martin, you move to table. What? Senator Spartanburg moves to table the amendment. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Meeting clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Campson? Not voting, Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Aye. Mr. Fanning? Not voting, Mr. Gambrill? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mrs. Gustafson? Aye. Mr. Harpootlian? No. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? No. Mr. Jackson? No. Mr. Kevin Johnson? No. Mr. Michael Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus? Aye. Mr. Malloy? No. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? No. Mr. McElveen? No. Ms. McLeod? No. Mr. Peeler?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rankin? No. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mrs. Sin? No. Mr. Setzler? No. Mrs. Shealy? Aye. Mr. Stevens? No. Mr. Talley? Aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Williams? No. Mr. Young? Aye.
All senators voted. Senator Campson votes aye. All senators voted. Polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 28 to 15, the amendment is tabled. There are no further amendments. The question is, third reading of the bill. Roll call has been requested. 5 members second the call. 5 members do. Clerk will ring the bell. Meeting clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? No. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Campson? Aye. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Aye. Mr. Fanning? No. Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mrs. Gustafson? Aye. Mr. Harpootlian? No. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? No. Mr. Jackson? No. Mr. Kevin Johnson? No. Mr. Michael Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Kempson has leave. Mr. Leatherman has leave. Mr. Loftus? Aye. Mr. Malloy? No. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? No. Mr. McElveen? Not voting, Ms. McLeod? No. Mr. Peeler?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rankin? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mrs. Sin? No. Mr. Setzler? No. Mrs. Shealy? Aye. Mr. Stevens? Mr. Stevens not voting? Mr. Talley? Aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Williams? No. Mr. Young? Aye.
All senators voted. Since Stevens votes aye, what was that? Since Stevens votes no. Stevens no. McElveen no. If all senators voted, polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 28 to 16, the bill is given third reading. Senator from Aiken, Senator Young, what purpose do you rise?
And
Let's
read
wait on your microphone. Restate your request, sir.
Adams consent to go to the box and read the road naming bills.
Is objection? And none so ordered.
I amend the motion to read everything out of the box.
Objection to going back to the box. Hearing none so ordered. Clerk will read.
Introduction of concurrent resolution by Senators Young, Setzler, and Massey requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of Highway 1, which is intersection with I-20 to Highway 78, Richland Avenue, Aiken County, the Veterans Memorial Highway, and amending.
Mr. President.
Senator from Aiken, what purpose are you yelling
I
at?
asked that you recognize the chairman of Transportation.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purposes are you yelling?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to give this road naming bill immediate consideration to
Is there
make it over to
objection?
the House.
Hearing none, so ordered. Resolution is adopted. Clerk will read.
Current resolution by Senators Verdon, Matthews, and Grooms requesting Department of Transportation name an interchange of I-95 at US 178 in Dorchester County, Patsy G. Knight interchange, erect appropriate signs and markers.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, this is a road naming bill in Dorchester County. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to take it up and give it immediate consideration.
Objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Resolution's adopted. Clerk will read.
Introduction of H 3873, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of Society Hill Road in Darlington County at Colonel Christopher N. Williamson Road, erect appropriate signs and markers.
Refer to the Transportation Committee.
H 4041 is concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of Old Georgetown Road in Williamsburg County, the William Toon and Mary Boy Cooper Memorial Highway, erect appropriate signs and markers.
Transportation Committee.
H 4125, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation erect a sign in Richland County on the corner of Gervais Street where it intersects with McDuffie Street, City of Columbia, Lion Street neighborhood, containing the words "In memory of Marvin Heller, longtime Lion Street neighborhood president and community activist."
Transportation Committee.
H 4181, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name the bridges in Lexington County that cross Horse and Hollow Creeks along U.S. Highway 378, westbound lane to Twin Bridges West, and name the bridges that cross Hollow and Horse Creek along U.S. 378 East, the Twin Bridges East, and erect appropriate signs and markers.
Transportation Committee.
H 4218, current resolution requests Department of Transportation name a portion of South Carolina Highway 9 in the city of Chester, the Christopher King Sr. Memorial Highway, erect appropriate signs and markers.
Transportation Committee.
H 4281, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of North Old River Road, Florence County, to Judge Taft Guile Jr. Road, erect appropriate signs and markers.
Transportation Committee.
H 4295, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name intersection at Two Knots Road where it intersects Cushman Drive, Richland County, Bishop C.L. Lorick Sr. interchange, erect appropriate signs and markers.
Transportation Committee.
H 4182, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation erect a sign containing the words "In memory of Sam Jerome McCall Jr." along South Carolina Highway 72 in Greenwood County between its intersections with Longview Road and Crystal Bay Drive.
Come to order. Come to order. Transportation Committee. Clerk will
H
read.
4315, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of U.S. Highway 76 in Marion County, the William Penn Troy Highway, erect appropriate signs and markers.
Transportation Committee.
House is returned to the Senate with amendments. S-200, bill by Senator Hembry and others. It's relating to death by electrocution or lethal injection to provide that a person sentenced to death may elect for electrocution or lethal injection if lethal injection is available.
Placed on the calendar.
House has returned to the Senate with Senate amendments amended. H 3539, bill adds a section of the code so as to prohibit the transportation of live swine on public roads.
Placed on the calendar.
Desk is clear, Mr. President.
The desk is clear. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise? Let's get your microphone working. Senator from Charleston.
I have a unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
I ask unanimous consent to go to House Bill 3056 on page 10. This is a bill dealing with removing wildlife, local wildlife commissions that are no longer in existence. And my intent is to then ask the body by unanimous consent to strike.
Let's get to the first one. There's an objection to returning page 10, House Bill 3056. Hearing none, so ordered. Senator from Charleston.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to strike all after enacting words in this bill and insert the amendment that I have on the desk that I will explain.
There's an objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, this amendment deals with non-native venomous reptiles, and this amendment would make it unlawful to possess, sell, barter, trade, ship, or bring into the state, or attempt to bring into the state, non-native venomous reptiles.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted.
Mr. President, I didn't ask unanimous consent to give it a third reading.
Is there objection to giving the bill a third reading?
On third reading.
Hearing none, so ordered. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
I have 2 unanimous consent requests regarding road naming bills.
Give them one at a time, please.
Unanimous consent to recall from the Senate Transportation Committee Senate Bill 787, a road naming bill in Dorchester County, and give it immediate consideration.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, I'd like unanimous
adopted. Senator from Berkeley.
I'd like unanimous consent to recall from the Transportation Committee a road naming bill in Charleston County, Senate Bill 450, and give it immediate consideration.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Without objection, adoption of the amendment of the resolution. Senator from Edgefield, Senator Massey, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, just want to see if anybody wants to stick around a little longer.
And the groans have it.
Mr. President, I move the Senate do now adjourn.
Senator from Edgefield moves that the Senate do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You all have a wonderful Mother's Day weekend. See you 12 noon Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr.
Well, there we have it. That's a wrap. I know it's been a long day. I probably could have waited until they to go live until after they they start talking about the open carry stuff. But I've just figured that I usually have to watch the whole thing and wait until they get to the gun legislation in order to actually be able to go over it. So thank you for suffering with me and going over this with me. It's been a hell of a day. So thank you all. Tony's in here now. What are you doing?
What in the world? I spent half my day. No, I'm supposed to be drawing on customers' jobs.
Because you don't have materials.
That's construction. That's the other part of my business. Mm-hmm. So I'm talking about today was drawing day for design day, right? Doing SketchUp drawings for customers. And I came in here to see some production, 2A production. And look, are you telling me that I did all that waiting for a third reading vote?
Yep.
What in the world? You're going to have to start posting why we're doing what we're doing so people...
I don't want to hear that, Mr. Oh, we got constitutional carry. Get out of here.
You got to put it at the top. You got to pin the note. This is only for a third reading.
Get out of here. Go. Get. Not every state is as privileged as yours. I mean, I have to go through this BS just to trying to get open carry.
What makes me mad is my CCW permit's good for another 3 years, and we're going to have constitutional carry in July.
Well, you realize that the reason you have a CCW is so you can visit other states, right?
Well, I didn't think about that.
Because
I really, honestly didn't.
Even if you have constitutional carry in your state, you still need a CCW permit if you visit another state that has reciprocity.
Well,
Why?
there you go.
Because you need proof, guys. Even if they have constitutional carry in their state, even if they just have open carry, or just let you conceal carry. regardless, you got to have proof that you're a responsible citizen. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have to, obviously, because the Second Amendment doesn't say it. But again, when does the Second Amendment, be the trump all in most situations? Hardly ever with these guys.
I'm glad you reminded me of that, because I was going to take my CCW permit card out and shoot it with my 22.
Well, don't do that. That's probably a bad idea. So anyways, thank you all. Those of you that did stay here and hang with me and suffer along with me. Thank you for suffering with me. Those of you that left and came back, thank you for leaving and coming back, I guess. Tony, thank you for begrudgingly hanging out, even though you could have just, said, screw the world, screw all interaction, I'm just going to go to the drawing board and finish that stuff.
See, I was trying to draw and listen, like I had SketchUp open on another window, another tab or whatever. Not another tab.
Right.
Because it's a separate program, obviously, and I kept going back, and I looked at the comments, and I got hooked on the chat. Right? I couldn't stay in the sketch. And then what's the guy's name? The Kempson,
Senator Kempson.
Yeah,
he's the representative from Charleston. One of the representatives from Charleston. I do not like him. I do not like him at all.
He should be a paid filibuster.
Yeah, no kidding, right? I mean, they said he had 10 minutes, but I swear he went for 20.
No, he did. He went way more than 10 minutes, okay?
Yeah, right.
He took 10 minutes between some sentences, okay?
So some of the people that dropped by with us were Green Box Media, Bradley Tannehill, M. Gabriel, Gun Websites was out there, Mr. FNH was out there. He jumped in for a little bit too. Who else? Jeff Jackson was out there. KR was out there. We had Mr. Knives and Gun Loving Grandpa out there.
G-Webs was there.
G-Webs. I already said G-Webs was out there. Yeah, G-Webs
was
out
did?
there. Yep. Who else we had? We had Gorf Patrol.
Gizzard Gary was in earlier.
Gizzard Gary was earlier. It's true. Gizzard Gary was here. Miles Brown. Miles
We had
Brown
Rob came in for a minute.
Yeah, Rob came in for a minute. Who else did we have? Oh, we had a whole bunch of people. It's huge. So we had DM Foss. DM Foss was out there. Sean Ponery is out there. Who else do we have? We had a couple. Dan A was out there. Haven't seen him in a while. Who else do we have? We had Andre Andrade out there.
Who was the dude I've never seen before? You mentioned him when you first started.
Gun Library Garrett was out there. We can't
the guy with
Gun Library Garrett.
Oh, Green Box Media. Who's that?
I don't know. He's just he's a Second Amendment supporter. He's very vocal about the Second Amendment. Was chatting along with us today and chatting along with us yesterday. And I welcome the interaction, because honestly, remember, we're not going to always agree, but at the very least, most of us can agree on at least the Second Amendment. Correct?
No, I was afraid he was going to start trying to sell me some SEO though.
No, I'll do that off air.
Not you, him.
No, but yeah, no. We who else? I said we had Bradley Tannehill out there, or Tannehill. I think that's how it's pronounced. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Jeff Jackson again. Who else? I thought we had more people out there.
So did they pass any of the amendments, or
right now what they were doing is they were going over the amendments that they were going over. They were discussing the amendments, asking questions on the amendments, and then deciding whether to pass the amendment or to table the amendment, which is kill it. Okay, and that's what they went over today, and then they had the third reading. So.
But did any of the amendments get zapped?
A lot of them got zapped. Some of them got removed because they were like, yeah, let's remove my amendment. They asked her to remove hers, and she's like, no, I want my amendment on there. And they decided to table it anyways. So,
But you're talking about amendments for 3094.
yes,
Okay.
yes, amendments for 3094.
Some of these people just want to have their name on the bill.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. They want their name on the bill somehow in a certain way, so it makes them look good.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
don't actually really support the bill, and they're probably not going to vote for it. You know, and that's pretty much what's going on.
Well, no, they can say I voted against it.
Yeah.
You know. Well, that's true. You wouldn't want your name
But
on
we
the
have
bill
Black Bear
if it
Forgers
passed.
out there. Okay, Black Bear Forge. Remember, if you don't say anything out there on the YouTube chat, I don't know that you were out there hanging out with us. So just make sure you guys let me know. Bradley says, I'm trying to connect more even though I don't make videos. You said my name correctly. Not that I care. Okay, well, I was just making sure, man. I don't want to, get anybody's name wrong.
Which one, Bradley or Tannehill?
Bradley Tannehill?
Oh, it's Tannehill.
Yeah.
You could take that N-E out of there and it would still be Tannehill.
So, dang,
Isn't there a football player?
Like, dang, what a marathon. Most of them all got zapped. Yeah, they did. And this is, unfortunately, I hate to show this kind of thing, but this is what we deal with in South Carolina. This is South Carolina politics. It's kind of like Texas, except some of the representatives and senators have less brain cells than the Texas representatives.
Why is it that Southern, especially in the South, they accentuate their accent in the Senate or the House? They're now here, it's like.
I don't know. Tony, you are the most appropriate person to ask this. How come you have to accentuate your accent when you're from Tennessee?
I don't have that much of an accent.
Oh, you've got a Southern accent, Tony. I'm sorry, but have you heard yourself? Man, that's a Tennessee Southern accent if I ever heard it.
Yeah, but I don't have that long drawn out drawl like they do in South Carolina.
Yeah, right.
Y'all come down, y'all.
Hold on. Let me go get the banjo. We can do dueling banjos.
Yeah.
Well, joking aside,
that movie was very offensive in Tennessee. To be made in Tennessee, okay?
I got to make a joke here. I love the banjo. I love it as an instrument. I think it's a great American instrument.
Oh, me too. I tried to play it. I tried to learn it when I was younger, and I couldn't do it.
Of the things I want to do is I want to learn how to play the banjo. I know how to play the harmonica. I'm halfway there.
What's funny is I was trying to learn all these instruments when I first, had Barrett, and he picked them up really quickly, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
Okay, we got some more comments out there. Dead Horse saying 17th thumb. Samuel Norris is saying, hello, everyone, here in Texas. Well, hey, Samuel, thanks for showing up and hanging out with us. Gamebox Media says, when is the next session for H3094? Probably Tuesday.
No, they'll figure out a way to push it off till Wednesday or Thursday. We'll watch it all day Tuesday, and it'll get pushed again.
Probably Tuesday. Will I go live again? I might go live again, actually, yeah. So, M. Gabriel says, sometimes amendments are supposed to be poison pills. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Bradley Tannehill says, the room was halfway full of African-American senators bitching about racism. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. I disliked that very much so. They didn't need to be there. Or at least the parts about racism didn't need to be there.
What part was about racism?
Yeah, one of the senators went up and tried to make the bill all about racism and social justice warrior bullshit.
Yeah.
No, that's not what the bill is about. She completely ignored what the bill is about. She also wanted to institute a committee to an SJW committee. I'm like, no.
Well, I mean, we have people on our side that want to make it about race too. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the Asian card from now on.
The Asian card.
Yeah.
I've always been kind of I don't know.
My great grandfather came from the Philippines, so I can pull it if I want to. So.
Oh.
My dad, while my grandmother was half Filipino, and you could tell because she looked almost full Filipino. But
Is there an Irish card?
My dad has slanted eyes, so yeah. He has a slanted eyes, but that's it.
I'm Irish and Neanderthal.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that one. You do give off the caveman vibe. You know. Wait. You don't have Geico, do you? Okay. Because remember, they said Geico's so easy a caveman can do it.
Oh, I forgot that one. That's true. That was actually a pretty good one.
Yeah, it was a good one. And remember, they
The
always
actor
had the
they
caveman.
hired was the perfect actor for that. He was just sort of how he would act
Yeah.
with people.
Their TV show the TV show bombed because they didn't do that well. He didn't do that well as a TV show.
There was a TV show?
Yeah, there was a TV show.
With him as a Neanderthal?
Yeah, with him as him as the caveman. Yeah. It was pretty bad. Anyway, so we're gonna shut this one off and maybe hang out here a little longer and then skedaddle. So guys, again, the link to jump in here if you want to jump in and hang out is at the top of the live chat, all the way at the top where it says panel link. Check if you want to jump in and hang out with us. You're more than welcome to. Other than that, I'm gonna turn this off and kick back. So guys, thank you for hanging out with us. Night Chef got here at the bare end of it, but thanks for being here. And he says, "Wow, seeing you live now, no notification whatsoever, not even on subscriptions page." I don't know. I went live like 9 hours ago, so I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
I kept seeing it on the subscription page.
So we'll see you guys later. Thank you.
He's just not subscribed to you. That's what it is.
That's probably what it is. Thank you for hanging out with us, and we'll see you later. Shut up, be infringed!